Ninja Medic sent the message before we were even live. Okay, test. VOD viewers, what's up? I haven't figured out how to upload all these VODs. I think I'm gonna break them up because last stream we did like one Dota game, then all Hades. I recorded it though, so I think I have to like render that and then upload just the Hades part for the VODs. Because one Dota game, who cares? Even though it was a really fundamentally sound Dota game, for the record. Oh, I didn't start the giveaway. Hang on. No one joined. Ah. Okay, we're gonna start with replay reviews rather than actually playing Dota, because who cares about playing Dota? Let's go play Hades later. It's actually really tough. I actually want to play Dota too. I'm not burnt out or anything, and I want to work on this cavern crawl, but I'm still in a Hades mindset. And I think I'm close to kind of finishing what I want in the early access, and then we'll be able to go back full into Dota and like finish Final Fantasy, and then we'll see from there. If anyone's interested, type in !replay. I'll give it a little bit for people to tune in, join the raffles, and in the meantime, perhaps we can go through 248 sets and see. My camera's kind of in the way for this, though. Hold on, let's. Okay, where's a good place for the camera? I guess just in the corner for now. All right, let's go through some sets while we give a couple of you to tune in. What's up, guys? Cavalcade, Subsidian, Race Do, 7 streak, nice. Expect to stream tomorrow, by the way, probably. I don't know. I'll either work on Whose Fault Is It Anyways, or we'll do variety. But I kind of want to do variety, and I'll work on Whose Fault Is It Anyways on the weekend or something. Or I'll like do work in the morning, and then I'll switch to a variety stream or something. Okay, cool set. We're not gonna shit on any sets because people worked hard on it, but we'll just comment on the ones we really like. I think. Not bad. Sven. I don't know what I want to vote up or down yet because I kind of want to see more of the sets, but I don't know if I really want to run through like 248 times twice. Marcy set. Ah, bread and milk. Done. Is it gone forever? Oh, it just moved me on to the next one. Oh, I forgot to be looking down here too. All right, what do we got? Tiny little warlock here. Can I see his golem? We can. Oh, that's cute. I like it. He's literally Annie now. Or was Annie based on him? I'm gonna like it for the teddy bear lantern. Ogre with a dragon on him. Whoa. Whoa. That's 3 heads. This is getting a lot. I like this little blacksmith set though. Wizard hat on Timber. Some buildings on him. It is cute. I kind of like it. I like this bird next to him. It looks a little funny though, since it's a static item. Like, look at it moving around. If it was an Arcana type level, it would be flying properly. It makes the bird a little funny. Although I like the bird in concept, just like sitting here. But when it moves like this, I'm a little. The Meepo Nether Giant hat kind of looks like. I like that the flower petals move, but oh, he's a little Tanuki. That's kind of cute. Oh, let's see what else. Is that a death count? Oh, this stuff's all cute. Look at it jingle. The rest of the set is just like fine to me, but I like this backpack. I kind of want the backpack. I don't even know if I'll be able to use it, but just in case we can use that backpack. This one's fine overall. Look, it's Ursa, guys. I don't know if I feel strongly one way about it. Jug. That's nice enough. Coddle, but a knight. This is gonna confuse me. Ooh, I do want a good Broodmother skin, and I really like this concept, actually. The thread connecting to the legs. This bob of thread is tangled as hell to be connected to all of these. But I conceptually like it a lot. I'm in. See, I think that's the ones we should upvote, right? Some of these, I just see it and I'm like, this is a nice set, but I don't feel pulled, right? When we're like, oh my god, that's sick, right? Those are the ones we should be liking. This monkey giving us the finger. Oh, it's not actually giving us. It doesn't it look like it though? If we angle it properly, doesn't look like this monkey's just giving you the finger on the top of this troll warlord. The monkey's cool. Another ogre set. Luchador ogre. Skywrath. You just got an Arcana, man. An Arcana and a set in there, I'm pretty sure. B Dark Willow. Who are you? Underlord. He looks like Bane. Literally, I was born in the pit. Old wizard Puck with the little buck teeth. That's kind of funny. I kind of like the book he's carrying up here. Kind of funny. Crystal Maiden set. Dog on dog action. That sounds kind of weird. I do kind of like this, but I feel weird voting in even more Crystal Maiden sets. Like, she has an Arcana or Persona, and then sets, like a bunch of sets for the regular model, and then a bunch of sets are being added in for the Persona. There are other supports in the game. Oh, I didn't even think about downvoting stuff. There's not stuff I like, this cannot be in the game, or at least none that I've seen yet. I like when more skins. I'm accepting it because there used to be like the whole glance value stuff. But I think as a game gets old enough, there's only so many of those sets you can do, I think. And for the casual player who cares less about that stuff, I think it's kind of okay. I've let it go. But I really liked that philosophy back in the day of like when you glance at a character, you should be able to easily see it. To some extent, it still exists, but there's certainly sets that are way out there. Where's his quiver? Where do you pull your arrows from? I do kind of like it. I'm biased. I'm just like voting for things I want, but I guess that's what all the voting is for. So, oops. Razor. I don't play Razor. He's got a coffin on him. Don't play Earthshaker. He's a mummy. Ice Bristleback. A Lowland version. It took me a second to process what this was. Ancient Apparition. Look at this block moving around. Rubik. I kind of like these hands in theory, but when I look at the set and there's just like two hands floating here, it's kind of funny. Another Ember set. Lycan set. Phantom Assassin. Isn't there like one that's already like very much like this? Am I crazy? Is that a different hero?
The Veiled Sisters sent me.
Maybe I'm thinking of another character.
The Phantom creeps in.
Phineas, what's up? I feel bad about downvoting stuff. Yeah, same. And especially because now I'm like content creator, you know, I feel bad if I'm like too harsh on stuff. So mainly, I just want to be, oh my god, it resets us. Where were we? Mainly, I just want to be like super positive on the stuff I really like. Wait, did it put it in a different order? Oh, it just removed the ones I'd already voted up on. Oh my goodness, guys. Okay, we have to go through all 248 these in one go. All right, how much time did I put on this giveaway? Should we do a replay review first? You have 10 minutes on this timer. It resets and reorders. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. That's how my aunt says it. Visage is cool. I don't play Visage, but it is cool. He doesn't have many sets. Let's get him in there. Even though I think there are other sets that are probably better than that, but I want heroes who don't have sets to get sets. Hello, Weaverbane. Another Sven one. Broken Helm. Coffin Earthshaker, we saw him earlier. Pugno, we saw him earlier. Tinker Marching Band. Oh no, I didn't mean to click that. Please no reorder. I'm up for it. Wizard Crystal Maiden, Night Coddle. Okay, we're gonna go fast. Only gut reactions. I kind of like it. It's like a very different style of Luna. It's gonna confuse me though. I'm gonna think this is Lycan, but I'm like, think I'm into it. Okay. Oh, he's got sharks on him. I want those sharks. We saw this one earlier. Another Sven back to back. See, it's always cores. Cores always have so many sets. Little Bloodborne sniper there. Ooh. I like that you can see his heart in the middle. He needs sets. I'm upvoting him. Tinker, you already got one vote. Get out. Who are you? Pudge as a dragon? And it's the Pudge persona. He does not look like Pudge, though. I will not recognize that. The wolf? What's he look like? I'm sorry, the bear. I don't know. I said wolf. Slardar. Jakiro. I don't know if I'd replace any of my items with this stuff, but he does not have very many sets. I swear there's a TA set that looks like this. It's good though, I get it. I kind of like this, except for the fact that he looks like very human here, and I don't know. I like my Necrophos being dead. I like the puppy in the back. Brewmaster. Ooh, that's an intimidating face. Another Marcy set. Oh, the panda backpack. Get me in. Marcy's picking up a lot of sets, though. She's relatively new, and she's already got a good chunk of sets compared to some of the heroes who are in, so maybe we shouldn't be voting for her. Give me that. I don't even need to look at it further. Just give it to me. Grimstroke. A little bit more purple themed. Staff's kind of cool. Minor Pudge. Excuse me. Nyx. Zeus, mad scientist look. Dro. Cool bow. She's got enough sets. The monkey that flips us off. Put that in. Glance value god. But come on, this would be so funny. Get killed by this Pudge. Honk honk. Dead chicken on the back. I'm sold. Ooh, wait, what were the cog effects? These are pretty cool cogs, I gotta say. Sick cog. Oh, who's that? Thank you. What? Yo, Liquid Oxygen, what's up? Thank you for the 16 months of support. What'd I say? This is actually my favorite of the Visage ones. I'm gonna like that one. Blue Huskar instead of red Huskar. Just red in there. The plunger on the pipe. It's so funny. I'm so into it. Oh, Farmer Beastmaster with a chicken on his head. I'm sold. Moth Dark Willow. I'm a little torn on this because on one hand, I actually quite like it as a concept. I don't really like bugs that much, but like I think this is cool and a very different take on the hero. Maybe not that different. She's already kind of a bug, but like it's cool. But it really does not look like her. It's like totally different color. Glance value. I'm old, you know? Like, it's already hard enough for me to see. Now we're going to change heroes. Torn. Torn. I like it for now. This is kind of cool. The black hole on his back. Oh, I do like it. Robot oil. I kind of like this, actually. I like the umbrella and everything. I think it's cool. Another clown. Let's go. And a little... This one's good. I like it. Oh, very, very armored Luna. It took me a second to tell, though. All the mounted ones, when they get too heavily coated with like different weapons and all that, it takes a while. This is a very nice set. It just does not make me think of Luna very much. I upvoted that one where she's in all black, though. I think I'd prefer that one to this, though. Did I get to the Night Stalker? No, not yet. Is it? Oh, I thought this was a Night Stalker for a second. Maybe it was just on my mind. Ricky with little wings. It's like a little Night Stalker. Ooh, like a Scythe Sven? I kind of like that. Ah, another Clown Pudge. Wait, I gotta see his weapons. What do we got? We got like a little horse. The weirdo mouth. Imagine this lashing out to grab me. Clown Pudge is pretty funny though, but we already upvoted the other one. I think I liked the other one a little bit more. Ooh, this barrel's really nice. I like this barrel. Angry Birds. Angry Birds-esque barrel. I'm doing it. Crystal Maiden with another wizard hat. I like this snowman on her back, though. I am tempted to vote for that. I also like the bird on the hat. Alright, let's do it. Is this Christmas Sniper? Is this the right time for this? It's like a little bit of a mix of styles here. I'm kind of confused by what's going on. Ooh, I like this music instrument on his back. Is she a nurse? What is she? What is this? I like this thumbnail loading screen. It's a different style than what we get a lot of the time. Queen of Pain kind of has enough sets, though. This is a different set of wings. I kind of want it just for this. I kind of want this as a loading screen to add into the shuffle. Conflicted. Who cares? Let's just throw out the votes. If there's one thing we want, we'll throw it in. This is kind of funny. Space techies. Glance value on techie doesn't even matter because no one even sees him just placing mines in the jungle. Not bad. Oh, another Marcy one. Reminds me of Brewmaster to a degree. Pudge. Oh, this is a gruesome Pudge. Gruesome. Too bad no one can see it from the top-down view. I feel like it's relatively creative compared to what we usually get for Pudge. I'm into that. Oh my god, we're a fourth of the way in. We'll never do the replay reviews. The replay review timers. Okay, one of you guys will win. We still gotta like zoom through these though. Ooh, Muerta needs sets. This kind of reminds me of Wraith King. It's a little confusing, but I would like her to have a set. Spider with the brain. A Alolan Bristle. I think I like it. Raystu, you were here first and you have won. You can send in the match ID now. It will probably take a while. It might I'll try to go a little faster through this. Okay, I'm just gonna upvote it. We have a Nutcracker type Rubik set. I do like it. Looks good, but I want some other new stuff. Toblerone back. Look at that, guys. Little Puck, what are you? The tail's kind of puffy, reminding me of like, is he like a cat kind of thing? I don't know. Tanuki. Quamps. I think I like the other one more. Who are you? TA. See, this is what I mean, guys. For a second, I'm like Drow, even though it doesn't make sense, but like the glance value is dying. I like the hair on this set though. The hair's good. The weapons are cool now that I kind of know what's going on. Glance really is Drow colors though, like whitish hair, dark blue, my glance value. But I do like that hair. Not that I ever play TA, so when would I even use it? I had to think hard on that one though. I kind of wish I'd have voted it. You know what? I think the fact that we have regret, we should have voted. What are you? Keeper of the Light? I like this mount. It looks like a Pokemon. It's pretty all over the place in effects though. Not like all over the place, but like it feels like a lot compared to Coddle usually. I guess because of the wings. It's like throwing me off, the wings and all this stuff. I think the mount's kind of cool. The neck's kind of grossing me out a little bit. I know that's like how Coral goes, but speed. Oh, this is kind of funny. The chicken on the back's hilarious. This is disturbing, actually. The chicken peeking out of the egg with the face peeking out of the chicken. Done. Who are you, Bat Rider? Zeus. He's in Hades too. Dragon Knight, a little bit more purple theme. What's his background? Samurai Pudge. I mean Tide. I know this hero, I swear. I do kind of like it. Oracle kind of needs some sets. The fact that the back moves is like throwing me off a little bit. Why is it jiggly? Why is this thing jiggle in the back? Octopus legs. It's kind of a cool concept. I'll do it. Kid Invoker. Invoker's got enough sets. Earth Spirit. Grimstroke. Abara. Leshrac. Looking like Grimstroke. Kind of looks cool from the top down. There's a lot of different things going on here. It's a little distracting, but I think I'm going to vote it anyways. Bloodseeker. Who are you? Dazzle? This looks too much like Rubik. I'm sorry. It's a good set on its own, but like it's really different. This is cool. I like it. I don't even need to think that hard. Oh, sick egg. You know what set I regret not getting? There was a Chinese New Year Phoenix set that made the egg a lantern. I don't think I have it. That's a good one, though. Oh, we saw that one. Who are you? Anti-mage. Um, Overall, I think the set's cool. I think Anti-Mage has enough sets, but I kind of the Persona doesn't have that many sets, so I'm kind of like up for it, even though it changes the glance value. Why is Puck so popular? Another Invoker set. You got enough. Alk. Who are you? Slark. Fishy Slark. Dawnbreaker. I don't think she has that many sets. What's the background look like? Kind of cool. Sure, we can do it. Anti-Mage. Troll. It took me a second though. Night Stalker. Night Stalker doesn't have a bunch of sets. Oh, and he turns purple when he evolves. That's kind of cool. I'm up for that. We saw this one, saw that one, I think. Maybe not. I don't think we saw it actually. I'm not gonna vote it though. Who are you? Abaddon? Muerta themed? By Muerta theme, I mean uh South American themed a little bit. Actually, I don't know. We're close to Mexico, so I know it as Mexico. Does the rest of South America have like a similar vibe? I actually don't fully know that. On those Day of the Dead style stuff. And by the rest of South America, I know that North America, like Mexico's in North America, but I mean like the other Latin American countries. I'm showing my uneducated American bias. I like this boat he's on. I don't want too many techie sets in the game, but still, I like that boat. Clown TA. Very fitting of my mid TAs typically. I like this face. Reminds me of the Io one though. Nyx. Mechanical Nyx. Kind of cool. Also wearing a big hat. I don't know why everyone wants a big hat. How's he even see at this angle? He can't even see nothing. He can see out one corner. He has to turn. This is why he's turning so much, guys. He can only see out of one crack of his hat. So he has to keep looking around. I like the Magnus hammer. I don't think he has too many sets. I like the anvil on his back, too. Oh, we saw this one. Halfway there, guys. Halfway. Who are you? Hoodwink? Gone. Oh, I kind of like it. Steampunk Hoodwink stuff. It's not that steampunky, though. I kind of liked it, though. I think I'll regret it. Another style of Iron Maiden. The last one was more toy-focused steampunk. This is like Iron Maiden's Razor. I like that idea. Ooh, this is a cool set. But man, does Juggernaut have enough of these. This is a very cool ward, though. All right. I'll allow it. Timber. Timber, but as a tree. Heresy. Another Morta set. Hopefully one gets in. Another Queen Pain set. Also like the hair on this quite a lot. And the coloring of the skirt. Dress. Man, she has a lot of sets though. Whatever. We voted the other one in. Scar. I'm kind of into this one actually. I don't know. The samurai ones are like hit or miss on me, but for some heroes I kind of like it. Others I don't. I don't know. He's a little confusing me with Jug though. When I glance at him. Hmm. It's a pretty good set overall. Oh, we saw this one before. Another Razor. Chen, poor guy has no sets. I don't even care. I don't even need to look at it. Just just put it in. Skyrath, you got Marcana. Get out of here. Kunkka. Enchantress as a mushroom. I kind of like these little guys down here too. Doom. Doom. I like these wings. Another Quap set. I like the other ones a little bit more. That one's fine still, though. Clockwork. What's the cog look like? Oh, damn, it's a sick one. That's good. Why do they have it moving? Why is it moving in the in-game preview? I'm a little torn that they're showing a face because I kind of like that Clockwork's like a Power Ranger, but I also want this in the game. I mean, who cares, right? It's like a different style set. I'll do it. Ooh, who are you? Oh, look at that. Creepy ghosty. It's like a death prophet on his back. And when she's bigger, does she get bigger? She fuses with him. Whoa. All right. I like the creativity. Ooh, Batrider. On a vulture. The color scheme doesn't quite make me immediately think of Batrider, but I like the set, I think. Anti-mage. Another TA one. Another anti-mage one. Mars. Oh, I kind of like that shield. I wish you would stop flipping it so I could look at it. I kind of like it. 100 more to go. I feel like I wouldn't use it, but I kind of like some of the stuff that's going in here. I don't know how... Is this a very practical bow, though? I don't feel like this will bend that well. Like, if we're just thinking about how a bow works, I'm not really sure this is it. You know, I kind of like the idea. It's, like, cool. But I don't really know if this will function as a bow. Ogre. He's got an owl on him. It's kind of cool. Disruptor. I think I like this one more than the bug ones, actually. We got the different wings. Oh, they're actually... I thought she would have the other suits on her wings, but maybe they're maybe the wings are just mirrored over. Maybe you don't have that option or something. I think I like this. This is the one I was talking about. Which one? Sorry, I missed what you were saying before. He's Kunkka. Oh, the better Dark Willow set. Yeah, I think I like it more. Tinker, but he's Treant. Another Razor one. Man, being in the meta has been good for him. Dark Willow B set. Witch Doctor. I do kind of like some of this stuff on him. Let me imagine, guys. Is this what I want to see when I'm being killed? It's pretty cool. Also, why is it moving? I don't know. All right, we'll give it a like. Storm. Huskar. This one's a little more clear that it's Huskar. Another Sky set. Clockwork with a little mechanical rabbit. I like this little bee he's got. Little Easter set here. A little wabbit. Why not? Clock wabbit. Let's do it. Ooh, Dragonite with a mace. Okay, but how do the dragons look like? Where's the black dragon? Grimstroke with the scythe. Ooh, I kind of like that weapon, actually. I have the Immortal, I think, so I don't know if I'd replace it. I'm a big fan of scythes. I know they're not very practical as an actual weapon, but I like them aesthetically, I think. Ooh, I like steampunk stuff. I don't know if this is that steampunk, though. There's, like, a couple gears on his stuff, but, like, what do they actually do? He's just, like, holding gears. Yeah, no offense, but, you know, I'm just saying, like, what do these gears do? Make these go up and down? I do like this set. Again, she's got a lot. She kind of makes me think of, like if we gave Phantom Assassin some colorful stuff, like, it's confusing me, you know? But I do like this set overall. I think it's pretty good. Look at the dragon head on this weapon. So there I am, just trying to place a ward down, and then boom, she blinks and kills me. At least it'd be a cool set to see as we get killed. Alright. Viper, what are you? A moth, I think. Shadow Fiend. Centaur with antlers. What is this? Is this like a straight razor that he's like shaving people with? What's going on here? Is it because he's like fancy hairstyle? He is a barber shop. He's literally a barber pangolier. It's kind of funny. But I don't know. Oh, this is cool. I like this. Although I'd like to nitpick. The weapon in her left hand, she doesn't stab with that hand. She swings. So she's going to be swinging with a harpoon, which doesn't really make much sense. Luna. Who are you? PL? Couldn't even see his face for a little bit there. It's really hiding. Darkseer. You know, I actually think I like this Huskar set, mate. I don't know. The Samurai one was cool too, but I kind of like these weapons. I'll let fate decide that for me. Next. Puck with an egg. Interesting. He's got a little, like, dragon outfit. I kind of like that on the top down. Puck looks derpy like this. I'm in. Who are you? PA? Using a scythe? You know, I kind of like this cleaner looking look. We're getting very messy with sets nowadays as everyone tries to add in the particle effects and everything. This is like a little bit more straightforward. It's got a mask on the hip. I kind of like it. I think I'm into it. Oh, it's the male version of PA? I can't even tell, dude. I can't even tell. I think you're right, though. Took me a second. I do kind of like it. I just don't see as much axe in this as I would like. I wish there was more red in it. I'm still gonna upvote it though. Oh, he's got some actual butcher stuff on him. Red rolling pin. I'm part of the problem. That's why Putch has so many things. This is a cool Arc Warden set. I'll do it. Rarely see Arc Wardens. Got a bug. No, we just upvoted one. That's such a weird way to do it. It's like, I just upvoted a punch set. Can't do it again. But if it had been like 10 between, maybe I would have considered it more. Kind of a cool Faceless Void set. Enchantress, heavily armored, and yet not. And yet kind of. And yet any basic attack from the side would wreck her. But her face is super covered. Jumping from the top. I do kind of like the flowers to a degree. It feels like a lot of flowers, though. I'm willing. I'm imagining myself like if I get this set right, I kind of want the armor piece, and then I would just use a different head piece. I'll like it for that. Anti-mage again, the Persona one. I liked the pirate one better. Another Muerta one. The butterflies are cool. I'm not sure if the different Muertas we've seen, which do we like the most? Okay, we're almost there, guys. I like the fish on the tail. I'm gonna vote for that. Ooh, I like that anvil hammer, but the rest is just kind of regular. There's been a lot of creative techie sets this time. I guess Techies has a lot of components that you can do a lot with. A barbarian Kunkka. What do your wolves look like? Ooh, this is a cool wolf. I'll do it for the wolf. Marcy as a knight. I like some of the stuff on here, but I don't know. There's something that's like I'm not that sold on it. I am a big sucker for cherry blossoms. I like that flower a lot, and the whole tree. She looks kind of like Void Spirit with this set, though. Megs, what's up? Did I vote for this one? Glance value's out the window. I think the set's cool on its own, though. Clockwork Pinocchio. That's cool. Let's do it. Lycan, what's his wolf look like? He's a pit bull! Is this increasing the stereotype that pit bulls are aggressive? Which isn't really a stereotype, it's like fact. It'd be too sad to kill a real dog, guys. I don't know. I think we saw that one before. Saw this one before. Void Spirit Meepo, Mad Scientist Tinker, Oracle. He's really looking down on us with that set. An Axolotl. I like this concept. I feel like the textures aren't as well done as some of the other sets, though. Centaur? Oracle? Tiny Turtle? Oh, I'm so into this. Yes. All right, we're almost there into the replay section, guys. I didn't realize it takes so long to do these sets. It took me a moment. Vengeful Spirit. I thought this was PA again. Domehead Oracle. I kind of like this one, actually. I like the thing in the back. Let's do it. Venomancer. Ooh, I kind of want those Plague Wards. All right, I'm in. There's some cool concepts here. So I find it funny that she's got her own like a Naga Siren shield. I like that. Again, she swings with that arm, so it's gonna look a little funny when she's swinging with a shield like a sword. And I like the idea of the tail being a tank. I don't know how I feel about her having legs. Like if she had actual legs, why are they still together? Why wouldn't you just like separate your legs a little bit? It's not that comfy, like floating your legs like that. Imagine the core strength going on too. Like if these are her real legs, then just think of the core and the thigh strain going on just like all the time to hold herself up like that. Hopeless Zin, what's up? Hey Carnage, we did one raffle. We'll do that one and then we'll do yours, but you'll be next. I'm gonna do it. I'm not fully sure how I felt about it. Okay, I don't mind the bees, but these I said I wouldn't be too harsh on any set. I like concepts. I like the face. Some of the textures just don't seem as good as like some of the others though. Maybe there's not as much you can do with some of them. I don't know. Male PA. Marana. We're almost there, guys. We're almost there. Terrorblade set. Tidehunter set. What's your anchor? Oh, it's got a crab on it. It's got a crab, guys. I want that crab. Space Dark Willow. These wings are cool, actually. You can't quite see them that well from top down. And I feel like the coloring of her butt is like an unfortunate color choice, but I kind of like this planet and the wings. I'll do it for the wings, I think. Underlord, fully suited up. Blue Underlord? It's a nice and simple set. The color is just different. I'll go for it. I kind of appreciate some simplicity to the sets. Now that we keep getting into like a whole bunch, right? Like a head with all these different effects. Oh, the dragon from earlier. Oh, here's the ones we voted earlier. All right, we've done it. That took forever. Ray Stew. Hold on. I gotta scroll back up. Let me go get your replay. Okay, you're playing the Vengeful Spirit. Mainly wanted to talk about what to do as a support when you don't feel like you are needed in the lane anymore. Ooh, great question. And that might be the topic of an upcoming Whose Fault Is It Anyways? Someone submitted one. I haven't gone through it yet, but it is a very good topic. Ooh, a Mortal game. No one's got a number, so I guess you must be Europe or something. Are you higher than me? 5.8 low immortal. Oh, interesting. How come we don't have a number? Usually anyone in immortal and NA has a number unless you've dropped out. 5.8 should have a number, I thought. All right, mainly wanted to talk about what to do out of the thing. Okay, that's fine with me. What are you, hard support, right? You're with a PL and you're laning against what? Probably a Dragon Knight and Rubik. I don't know if I would start the Windlace, but this isn't guaranteed fact, and you're immortal, so, you know, you're definitely free to make your own choices and disagree with me. Which kind of applies to lower ranks too, but you know what I mean.
30 seconds to go.
I don't know. Some people like Windlace. I don't right now, unless I'm planning to not play the lane. Because I just feel like unless you plan to move around a bunch, which I don't think you were going to be. I think you're going to be like in the lane hitting people. Or maybe you thought it could be Clockwork 4 and you wanted more positioning against him. I'm open to that idea, I guess. Oh yeah, that's what you thought. Okay, I think I am kind of open to that then. I do think Clockwork 5 is more common than Rubik 4 though. Let me slow down. I forget if you started with stun because of the rune fight. I might still start W, although he should be able to secure some of the range creeps on his own. At the same time, if it's ever on cooldown, he'll definitely take a beating trying to move in. It might not hurt to have Wave of Terror, but you know, you just got to kill with it, so worked out. All right, shall we speed through this lane? Do you care? It seems like your question is about what to do when the lane ends. Meaty Mitchell, hey, what's up? Good stack. Two clarities at once is kind of a big commitment. Ooh, I don't know if you wanted to do that second pull. This is going to push your lane out. Oh, the range creep. Thank you, range creep. Bless. I think that's pretty risky second follow-up pull. You already denied a full creep wave. I think that next pull, like after you deny the first wave, the only possibilities are that the lane is pushing into you or will meet at equilibrium. There's no way your lane can push after you just denied a full creep wave like that. Outside of like very rare circumstances where you somehow had like 8 creeps already pushing earlier. So doing a nether pull with a weakened camp is probably very likely to push the lane back out, which is probably not what you want. 8 minutes onwards. All right, let's just jump ahead then. Oops, let's go back a little bit. Yeah, glance value is getting harder and harder, but I think it's just the reality of where we're going to be with Dota, so I'm just accepting it. Okay, quick look. It does look like PL's at the top. Do another full pull with the stack. I think if you could do a partial pull, it'd be good, because this is kind of what happens, right? Dragonite's tanky enough that he can tank a couple tower shots without care. So I think they can just follow a full creep wave under the tower at this level. And what if he had been close to level 6, right? He might just start working on your tower. So you might want to be pretty careful of that. I think a half... Like, even though it was stacked, I just think your PL could take a lot of damage for it. I think you probably don't care about blocking that hard camp again anymore either. Just because we're at the point where we are thinking about leaving. In a way, it can be okay to block this, but in another way, like with PL being 6, the kill threat on him has dropped because of this, and he can start shoving out lanes and then jungling this way, which I think he can do a little better than Dragonite can. I guess I'm okay with that either way, blocking or unblocking. But I think if you think you're winning, you maybe want to leave it unblocked. Does look like you're thinking about the Twin Gate, which I'm definitely up for, because I think that PL's fine on his own at this point. It's a Morphling here. Kind of a tough one to get. Oh, much easier one to get over here. Ah! Raindrops, yes! Keep me alive. Nice, good kill, good kill. Okay, from here, 9.5 minutes. I'd say probably go Rune. Go sit like here. Maybe attack Wave of Terror, or if you just do one stack, that's fine with me. It kind of depends like where that mid laner is, whether you need to be here right away, or if you think like there's time to do both stack and then be here a few seconds late, it's fine. But you got Tranquil Boots, you got a good chunk of mana, plus Raindrops, you got a Stick Charge. So I better not see you walk home. Whew! You almost did it. You were thinking... You were about to do it, and then you're like, what am I doing? I got triangle boots. All right. 70% right. You had time to sit here anyway, so the few extra seconds moving this way and then going over here is fine. But I think you didn't make a move towards the rune. I don't think you were thinking about that. Or if you were, you still chose to take like a very long roundabout way, which this is a pretty important rune matchup, like Puck versus Leshrac. Whoever gets the rune is going to feel pretty powerful. Puck with the ganking potential, Leshrac with the just like run at you tower taking potential. So I think you should put extra emphasis on it, especially because you're immortal. Like if you're in Herald, who cares? People aren't going to use the runes very well, but I'd say from Ancient Plus, you do want to start caring about the rune more and more, especially the higher you go. So I think even doing just a single stack, but making sure you're on the rune on time, if you think it's being contested, is good. And I feel fine so far with what you've done after leaving the lane. I think hitting 6 is another great goal. Oh, look, you're even looking at a check. Leshrac, please, let me hit 6. I think it's okay if you sit in the mid lane. In fact, you maybe want to sit there with the Bounty Hunter coming in. If Bounty Hunter... So maybe you were just checking for wards anyways, but for the record, if you were looking at sentries, the fact that Bounty walked up invis and hit means there's definitely not a sentry. Anywhere... Bounty came in through this path, so like nowhere in this area. So you actually did find an observer, which is fine. Just to talk through it, I actually would have guessed top because I feel like... So let's say you're about to place an observer as a mid laner and you have one sentry, one observer. You're going to check like here with your sentry, right? Look here and you'll be like, oh, they don't have any wards. So then you're going to place your ward here. Because if you check for a ward and you don't see one and then you're like, oh, now let me move over here. You're now like walking into the potential chance that they had the observer up here and they're going to see you place the observer. So the fact that I thought he didn't have a sentry down here made me think that he would be more likely to sentry top and then put an observer there as well. In this case, it looks like he just doesn't have his sentry versus the bounty hunter. So that's why you can't... Sometimes you mind game yourself too hard, but... You want him to know if mid was ward sentry next time he comes. I'm okay with that. Although I think with that happening, Puck will now sentry the mid lane. And now he's going to kill your sentry. So I would probably just hang on to that sentry. Unless you're checking for observers, then that's fine. But currently there is not one. And I would rather wait for him to place it and then kill it versus place one, he kills it, then I place a second one. Because when you're dealing with Invis, you want to be on the winning side of the Sentry War. I mean, that sounds obvious, but like you've probably experienced this, anyone playing against Invis heroes, where suddenly like you guys keep losing sentries and you keep killing each other's, and it's better for the team that has the Invis hero, right? The less sentries that are available for checking for observers, checking for Invis heroes, blocking camp, stuff like that. Killing sentries back and forth is better for whoever has the Invis. But you don't want to be on the losing end either, because then suddenly you can't verify anywhere. So I feel like by risking an observer or a sentry that you don't really need to, like in the exchange we explained, like you sentry first, he sentries, then you sentry. You've put 2 sentries in mid and killed one of his. But if you let him put 1 sentry and the invis gank fails, and then you put bounty sentries at that point and kills it, like it's 1 for 1 still, and you've killed his. And now he has to bring the second one to kill it, at which point maybe you're just done playing mid. And you could just like leave it in there. So that's my personal take. I mean, you're free to disagree. Everyone has their own like take on how warding should happen, but that's like my own. So I would probably put this lower. They have Clockwork 5. Clockwork has 2 ways to check high ground. And this is a pretty common place to check. so people could bring couriers. There's even a Puck who has like the orb. So rather than put this here, which I think a sentry on the cliff is like just short of meeting this, but the fact that there's a very high chance they put a sentry like around here means that this could then be killed, especially with the bounty hunter, right? I would, if I was the Radiant, instead of placing the sentry here, I would definitely want it low ground and then courier check it to increase my odds of seeing the bounty. So I would move this observer. Maybe down here, although if they're not checking this cliff, the other common place would be like a sentry right in the middle to spot all 3 entrances walking in. So in that case, maybe even further down, maybe an early one on the cliff might be unexpected, or maybe even something like over here. That's probably like very unlikely to get found, or if you want to go like real deep, it could be potential. But I think like a sentry in this area, fairly high because of the bounty hunter. You do. Oh, I'm so sorry, guys. We moved the camera for the treasure set review. I forgot to move it back. My bad. The camera, I almost never block the minimap, actually, even in our actual games. My apologies. Pop and Loch Ness, what's up? I'm doing well. How about you? Doing great. Hades came out. I've been having a blast. The weird spot's great to see heroes. Oh, yeah, you could put it on this right or left side. Depending on the game, I think that can be better. I think Clockwork would find it regardless. Again, going back to that idea that I think they should be checking low ground or placing low ground sentries because of the bounty and because of the heroes they have who can check high ground. So like a rocket flare or a courier up here would spot either side. So at that point, I would just put on the cliff. But this left side, I'd be up for because the sentry on the low ground is probably on this side. At this stage of the game, it's very unlikely the sentry goes low ground. So if they're min-maxing and the sentry somewhere over here, then it probably ends like right here, in which case the observer on this left half of the cliff could survive for quite a while. And I would be up for that if you want to go for it. I don't think you needed to TP home there, by the way. Again, Tranquil Boots. I think you're good. Probably just like bring out a Clarity and go walk somewhere. You're probably full health right around now-ish if you had walked. Your mana would be a little low, but your mana costs aren't that high on Vengeful Spirit. And between, yeah, so like some heroes have Arcanes, and then you even have the raindrops. You could ferry out a Clarity. You've got, prior to this, you had 4 stick charges, which would be probably enough to give you like a stun or a swap if needed, because you're probably not sitting at absolute 0 mana. You're probably sitting like somewhere here. So with that Arcane activating near you, I think if you hadn't TP'd home, you'd be about full health and you'd have a pretty high amount of mana. What could you do in that time because you were so low? You could just go walk somewhere you wanted to stack. For example, you could go walk here and be doing a double stack now. Looks like it's been farmed, actually. Go walk somewhere else. Or certain ranged heroes, if you find the right camp, like a Mud Golem camp, you can sometimes farm the Mud Golem camp without actually taking damage, or your Tranquils go the whole time. And you just like right-click it, and maybe only kill 1 Mud Golem before it's time to do something else. But I mean, that's literally like however much gold and XP that you didn't get doing this, and you have the TP still available. All that. I'm just very personally reluctant to ever TP home if I have Tranquil Boots. I feel like that is the power of the Tranquil Boot. You know the drill. Is not only the extra movement speed, but like the time saved of not having to go home. For the Radiant's courier, poor little fella.
Double kill.
Ah, the illusory orb! Oh my god, that was so close, dude.
Double kill.
14 minutes. You could just go get the wisdom. Yeah, it looks like you're doing that. I think Morphling wants to be up here. Alright, I'm down. I'm down for coming back. This feels slightly forced, though, since your team just won a big fight. Yeah, it looks like the Rubik with the track. It probably wasn't worth it, even though it's a track kill for losing less track. I think your team could have benefited from just a let's take a quick moment to chill. But that was pretty tempting with the Morphling jumping up like that, so I get it.
Of all the ways to die.
Start to lose around 15 minutes and was wondering how to ward danger spots because it feels bad to use smoke to get a deep ward in. Yeah, we'll take a look. Aha! Nice. Alright, that probably shouldn't happen, but it did. So we'll take it. Ooh, I haven't gone to see the Force Staff that much on the new Arcana fancy items. So this is the time you said you start to lose. You got one deep ward still alive. So that could help you place another. For example, you see Dragon Knight Rubik Morphling with your one deep ward. Oh, and Puck showed right now. So if you happen to be looking to ward and you were like already on the map, pretty safe time to run into here. Granted, this game, the last hero is Clockwork, who is pretty scary. Usually you're not scared of like one other support, but actually I would be scared of a Clockwork. Fortunately, you have your Force Staff, so you're probably okay to just blindly walk in here, plus it's night. But you don't have to do that. You could just rejoin the team down here, try to take this tower, which is actually still full health. But if you do take it, that'll help give you some room to move into here. Or you could smoke with the team, like not solo smoke, but go with them. Those are some options. Let's see what happens. So it looks like Mars died.
The dire best do.
Okay, something to consider. Let's actually go back and see if I'm right on this. So you've been fighting bottom a lot. And especially with Invis heroes, what typically happens is that a lot of sentries get committed in that area of the map, and a lot of observers get placed. Because it's like, well, shit, we keep going bottom, they keep going bottom, right? This is where we want vision. This is where we need sentries. So sometimes it's good to just not go. Especially after you lost the last fight, and they've just now like, ooh, we placed all our sentries, we killed all their sentries and observers, we're like so good to go here. And then you're like, all right, I'm going mid. And they're like, ah, damn, no vision there, shucks, right? So that's kind of what this movement feels like a bit, where Mars got killed again. And I see the two supports down here, and I know we keep coming down here. So I feel like they probably have vision set up. Yeah, and so they've got the observer here. They have a sentry. They've got one. He's placing a fresh sentry. And so now you just leave, right? Maybe you just go smoke mid or top to like the Morphling. And if we look at their map, there's like this sentry. There's nothing top. There's no observer, no sentries in this area. With a bounty, it's kind of okay to want to keep fighting in a similar area. Or like just to fight a lot because you get a lot of track kills. But if you didn't have a bounty at a different Invis hero, or just in general, you lost a fight, and so you think they just like blanketed the area with sentries and observers and stuff, sometimes it's better just go somewhere else, because you are always fighting into the vision disadvantage. And you're trying to win the fight and then set up your own vision advantage, so then at that point you would want to hold. But since you lost the last fight, I think it's kind of okay to just like ditch it now. I do think their team fight's a little easier to execute with the given heroes that are coming as well. Coil, hookshot, all of that. It's pretty strong against you guys. Unless PL's actually there, but PL's still farming. Arena for a Rubik, kind of overkill. See a lot of their heroes are missing.
Radiant's bottom tower seen better days.
Oh, thought he was gonna get away.
Double kill.
Okay, we were looking at PL for a moment there. I don't know if you guys need to do this. You just sit behind whoever's hitting the tower you included, you can act as a save this game from hookshot. So rather than you also looking in the back line for people, I think you probably should have just been behind Leshrac, ready to swap save him. Leshrac in the early game does a lot of damage, but he's still quite fragile depending on his build. In this game, we see he went Kaya, so it's a really good farming item, really good damage item, but does not help him survive at all. So that's where your Force Staff, your swap, your stun, they all set up for him and protect him. But you're looking for kills. And if you find someone over here, I mean, just go back and look at your Leshrac. Not that one. This one. Leshrac. How's he going to join? Like, you find a hero here, like, we found Puck, we found Morphling, like, we can get him. All your damage is this guy, and he's taking the tower. So this is you looking like for too much with your bounty. You can just let the bounty go. He's an invis hero. He can go look for who's back there, but your job is to stay with the Leshrac. Hey, Claus, what's up? There's my water. This side.
Double kill.
Okay, let's speed forward a little bit. Let's find a couple warding things for your question, and then we can go to who did it? Carnage. Carnage redeemed the next one.
Dire's bottom tower.
All right, this one was a bit of an unfortunate teleport. Didn't expect that much damage, perhaps. But boy, did they burst you. I mean, the story of the last 5 minutes does feel like you guys just keep going bottom in an area you're losing. And I don't know if you necessarily should be losing those fights, but you are. I mean, it's kind of even, but we were slightly ahead. I think you felt that, and now you've been losing. So I think it is important to recognize when you're just like, guys, this ain't working. We can't keep throwing ourselves in the same lane. Even if it's the safe lane where you're usually supposed to get, but they're committing super hard to defend it. I mean, just let them, you know? Then you just farm other stuff. Go set up, for example, so you stop going bottom, you commit someone to, like, push out when they try to take it, but you set up wards, a deeper ward over here, rather than everything that's been in here, and then your team's, like, farming all this stuff, because you actually have the other towers, right? So you're actually just farming up, and you're like, I'm chill with this. When they get bored of having 4 heroes here, they'll start to scatter, and you can use the information from an observer setup over here and maybe someone in the lane, and then you can actually like get a pick off, and then you can like reestablish yourself down here. Once more into the fray. He does have a Yules. So I mean, this time just sit behind the Leshrac. I would Wave of Terror check that before you put the Observer. I know that's relatively recent. Did you place this one? Oh, you did place it. I didn't... Oh, no, yeah. Bounty Hunter placed a sentry, so just in case... Oops. Alright, you're supposed to get that swap. This time, I saw you looking at Morphling and then swap a little bit too late, which happens. I won't sweat about it too much, but I think it does highlight, along with that earlier fight where you went looking in the back instead of watching Leshrac, just a reminder to recognize in a game, like, what's my job? And Vengeful Spirit can do both. She can play aggressively with the aggressive swaps and stuff, or she can save people. In this game, you got to look at who's in your team, and like, this isn't a Storm Spirit, a Void Spirit, a Queen of Pain, Puck, who's like, oh, you found someone? Yeah, swap him back to me and then I'll jump him, you know, that kind of stuff. He's more stationary. He walks in, he does a shit ton of damage if it's near him and if he lives. So you have to see that and recognize my job is more of a saving type hero. Nice, you guys get the puck. I didn't think you'd be able to get puck. With puck dead, you could try to go in. Yeah, then this aggressive swap is fine because it's a different situation, right? You guys are chasing. Leshrac is fine. He's just like doing damage, unbothered. Let's see if it keeps going that way. So now we're pushing up. Clockwork might get away. I'm trying to take the tier 1 tower though. Alright, this is a really good time to place those deep wards we talked about. 2 kills. They're probably on the retreat. Push up. Either side doesn't really matter. Deep ward in this area is pretty good. Deep ward somewhere in this jungle, pretty good. Some spots I might use. This one right here. Potentially like here. This is getting more common to check though. So something like here could be good. Something back here if your team plans on playing down there. Otherwise, somewhere a little further up could work. Cliff maybe. It's kind of hit or miss if people check it. I'll leave it up to you. I do like this kind of like, if it's not here, or like back here, I think is nice. This spot we mentioned, anywhere in here, like this side. I don't know. Now that all the tier 1's down, I don't know if I like this spot. At the same time, it's less likely to get checked, I think. Well, that's not true. Not with the bounty on the team. Okay, that's maybe an observer setting up for Roche or watching the Twin Gates. I will say, their Roshan is pretty bad. Or pretty slow unless Morphling is there. Some games, actually both your teams are like pretty bad at it. Some games you have to be really careful of it, and I think it's worth more warding. If you don't expect your team to go take it anytime soon, which you have a PL, so I also wouldn't really expect to be going for Roche that soon. I think you could put that observer somewhere else. Unless the goal is to spot the Twin Gate. In which point, like, mainly you need to see this Twin Gate for the PL in case he gets killed this way, which this observer will not see because they'll move this way after the Twin Gate and you won't even notice it. Let's watch this fight. This might be one of the last things we watch before we switch over to the next one. So you guys are coming in. You guys are pretty scattered. I mean, was this not a... How'd this start? He's got Shivas first. What in the... What? What? This is like a very awkward gank, I feel. Like, either he goes first with the blink or like Bounty Hunter should be going in front. You guys are like all moving in a line. It's very awkward. You meow with the raid. Welcome everybody. Thank you for the raid. How you doing? We're doing some replay analysis today. If you or any of the viewers who just raided in want to join in. Oh, we have one set up after this. But we'll do another one after that. The whole stream will probably be replays. Wednesdays usually are. Although actually Hades 2 is out, so I think later towards the end of the stream we might play some more Hades. But anyways, let's see the rest of this fight. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome everyone. Oh yeah, I'm Zach. Nice to meet you guys. I always forget to do like the self-intro. If you don't know me, I'm Zach, ZQuixotics. Dota 2 content creator. Alright, you got killed right away, which is not a blame on you, but it's more like how your team came into this, right? You all came in like as not a line like, ooh, the point is led by Mars, like a line where you were all on the potential front. So in this case, they killed you first. Could have easily ended up killing Mars first. Could have killed like anyone first, whoever they choose. So that's kind of why like this whole movement was awkward. I helped one of your friends before? Awesome. Hopefully, did he improve? Did he get better? Did it work? Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Should have swapped a teammate before I died. Yeah, I mean, it would have been nice to, like, do, but... At the same time, like, I don't think it would change that much about the fight. Like, you might live, might get your teammate killed, you know? Or, like, if you swap an enemy then sure, again, you might live a little longer, but it's still very weird
Top tower
the
is
way it
back in
goes.
shape.
The way your team needs to fight is like Mars Bounty leads, Leshrac follows, you are behind Leshrac to save him. And if you all die but trade a couple kills and Leshrac lives, then that's okay. But that's not really been the way your team has been moving in. And then PL farming in the meantime, which unfortunately he's not doing that great. I think because so many kills are going to the enemy team. Otherwise, he is like pretty rich. If you take away some of the kills from Puck, 12 and oh my god, 12 and 2 on Puck, 317 on Dragonite, Morphling's what 228, which is that's not that crazy, but he's farming decently while the other two are getting like bunches of kills, right? Otherwise, PL's up here, not as bothered. Yeah, Chief 6K. Nice guys, look at that. Get a replay reviewed, hit 6K. It's that easy. All right, Carnage. Let's do yours. Let's do yours, Carnage. You did the redeemed earlier.
Couriers are
We'll do Carnages, and then we'll do a raffle. So if any of you, either raiders or not, are interested, that'll be the next one. And I don't know when we'll switch to Hades too, guys. I guess when my voice gets tired. On replay streams, my voice gets more tired because we're talking nonstop compared to when we're playing more. Brought it back at the end by playing better. Nice. I think it does get easier at the end too, because you're part of the reason these fights aren't working is because Leshrac is still in his very squishy phase, high damage but easily killed phase. And the later the game goes, he reaches the point where he is high damage and really survivable. So it's easier. I was recording stuff earlier. Let me turn things back. We just had non-colorblind mode on for a while there, but it's kind of throwing me off. I'm going to go back. Okay. Here we go. Okay, Carnage. Shaman, lane felt insanely hard. What could you have done better? Should I rush Blink on Shaman? Sometimes. When is a good time to buy Gem? I was worried about feeding away considering I died a lot in fights. Okay, some good questions there. Let me fix this info real quick. For Blink, it depends if you need to initiate or you're just reacting and saving people near you. In the same way Venge can play aggressively or defensively, Shadow Shaman is similar. Although you don't love to be the initiator because you can be canceled, but you can if you have to. In this game, you have Axe who can initiate, so you don't have to have the Blink, I would say. You could be more of the follow-up, sitting near Viper, and when people go on Viper or go on Io, then you Hex Shackle them. So you play more defensive role. This game... Monkey King Wind Ranger. It is a little awkward. Yules is good, but Yules isn't really a Shadow Shaman item. I don't mind it, I think. I think this game, it could be good. Even though I just said you don't have to be the initiator, but you could do it with a Spectre. And it puts a lot of threat of just, not at the start, but like 20 plus minutes in, if you are on your own with the Blink and you see, say, Shadow Fiend, you Blink Hex, Haunt in, shackle him, right? There's a lot of kill potential just off of that.
30 seconds to showtime.
Have a good night, Yu Meow. Thank you again for the raid. Thank you very much. BTZ, what's up? Took a 4-month break from Dota.
You can't
I'm
improve.
gonna start climbing
until you
back.
make
Any advice on unlearning bad habits? Ooh. Unlearning habits is hard. I think it has to be a very conscious approach, and you can't work on too much. At least it doesn't work for me. Some people are just like geniuses, like, oh, I won't do that anymore. Never does it again. Like, I don't know. I can't do that. I think you have to like take some time to think up some bad habits. I don't know. If you want, write it down. Different people have different styles. I don't think it hurts to write it down. Say like, oh, I always place my observer before I place my sentry. That's like a pretty minor bad habit in the grand scheme of things, but you know, it's one. Or like, oh, I always walk to the front of team fights as a saving hero, right? I like play Dazzle, whatever your bad habits are, write them down, and then you have to go into the game like, I will not do this. I will not do this. I will sit behind in the fights as Dazzle. I will not go forward. And you have to be like consciously, this is all I'm working on. Because it's really easy. If you get distracted, you will do some autopiloting and you will fall back to bad habits. So you're trying to think of a new, oh, I'm playing Oracle now. I'm learning Oracle. Or you're thinking about Oracle builds and stuff, and then you're not thinking, so you're falling to the bad habit, so you walk to the front of the fight, and you get killed. And then you're like, I know I'm not supposed to do that. But like, you're not thinking about it. You're thinking about other stuff. So I think for changing bad habits, it's really good to like, here's the goal. Here's what it is. Here's what it needs to be. That is my focus. I play you autopilot the other stuff. Like I play a bunch of Dazzle. Autopilot build, autopilot items because I've done it so much. The focus is on I am positioning correctly for like the entire game, multiple games in a row. And I think that's how you do it. That's how I would do it. Different people have different approaches. Carnage. For the gem question's pretty tough. It depends how urgent the gem is, but you're right that you don't really want to get it if you're likely to die pretty early. Damn, that was a high damage auto attack. I thought you would live too. Wind Ranger, universal hero, man. I don't know if you saw that arrow coming and chose to tank it for Axe. I would simply not tank it and tell Axe to also not tank it. That sounds sarcastic, but like genuinely, like who cares about like with that in hindsight now, was it worth dying for a bounty rune? Not really. And the arrow always represents potential kill threat. So I would just not. And if you can walk back in and then take the bounty rune, fantastic. But if you lose it, then whatever. And if people ping you like, oh, why didn't you do that? And it's like, I didn't want to die. You go in next time. You go die for it. It ain't worth it. You're not going to have a good time against this Wind Ranger. She's going to outpoke you. Much longer range. So you want to sit in the lane and just hit creeps. Deny creeps with your 72 base damage. And make it difficult. So like here, she can hit you for free, right? There's no creep aggro, nothing like that. If you sit in the lane, you don't actually have creeps right now. But let's say there's creeps right here, and you sit here, and she hits you, right? She's going to draw creep aggro. If you try to harass, you'll also draw creep aggro. But you can choose to do the aggro tricks, or you're just going to hit your own creeps. Or you do draw aggro, and then you just back off a little bit. But if you try to fight her over here, like the Wind Ranger with Wind Run, it's almost never going to work. So let's see how much you do that, because that's probably it. If you just keep doing that, your lane is going to feel really hard. You're going to feel like you're taking a bunch of damage for free and unable to ever hit back. Yeah, see, every time you walk in, she gets the setup. She knows you're coming in. She just hits you for free. If she doesn't like what she sees, she backs up. You are a slow hero with low attack range. We mentioned Windlaces earlier. Shadow Shaman is a hero you will sometimes see Windlace or boots on because it solves this problem a little bit. That they hit you as you walk in, but you're so fast, you close the gap. And you hit them, and now that you're both hitting each other, you're winning because you're so high base health, high damage, but it's actually closing the gap to get there that is really difficult. So you will sometimes see movement speed on Shadow Shaman, or you will see the style I talked about, which is, all right, I'm not going to try to trade with the long range hero. I'm going to sit in the lane, get a bunch of denies, and when they walk up to stop me, then I can hit them. Or I will pick up a couple levels and items and get my boots and all that, blah, blah, blah. You might die here for this. Like, you'll never get away from her if she wants to chase. Neutrals kill me. My bad habit is buying a Lincoln Sphere every game. There's better items to buy every game. Wanted to block the camp, but hesitated. Yeah, you see you got these sentries? I think you had them at the start, didn't you? Here, let's take a quick peek. Oops, too far. Yeah, you've had them since the start, right? And that's why usually when you walk down here earlier, like we go back a minute, this is why you usually run down, even without the bonus move speed, Looks like you delayed a little bit on items. But if you can, you run down here right away. You drop this stuff, and then you don't have to worry about it.
Seconds to showtime.
You can't improve.
This Deku Palace. Guys, what's your favorite Zelda song? Close. See how last are going. Yeah, Monkey King's kind of bopping us. The other thing you could have maybe done is that this is a tough... Like, Axe into Monkey King is tough. So... Excuse me. So, you could have tried to creep drag. It's going to be really dangerous versus Spirit Breaker. Unless he's the offlane. Oh, he is the offlane, so less dangerous. And a Wind Ranger is pretty good at running you down. A slow hero like Shadow Shaman, so it doesn't feel great. That's why I think it probably is just sit in the lane and attack. By the way, instead of Shackle, go ahead and take Hex at level 2. Just because... I mean, Shackle's better, but when Wind Ranger just Shackle shots you first every single time, you can kind of see it doesn't lead. Like, I think you've channeled a total of 4 seconds. It's constantly getting canceled. So at that point, you just take the Hex. And so, this is going to take a lot of like mental imagination since it didn't happen, so it's hard to envision, or I can't really show it, so you have to envision it. So you sit in the lane, you hit creeps. Every now and then you choose to harass. You attack, Q, attack. The way Monkey King and certain carries win fights is that he needs 4 Jingu hits, and then he's really strong. It takes time to get to 4 Jingu hits. So when he's full health, it works because he trades like half of his health to get the Jingu. And then from there, he heals up to full with a huge Boundless Strike on the creep wave and 2 heroes. Or he just hits a hero and regains his health. And that hero also traded to half health, fighting Monkey King before the Jingu. But now it's changing where he's healing and Axe is taking damage. So when you sit in the lane, you hit Monkey King, you Q him, you hit, repeat, denies, back off, attack, Q, attack. Now Monkey King's at half health. Now he wants to make the same play. And if he gets a Jingu, and then if he Boundless Strikes, he will end up net positive. But in working towards Jingu, he's going to lose half his health, theoretically. But you've already lowered half, which means now he's dead. And now he can't do it anymore. Certain heroes need to commit like that. And so as a support, something you can look to do is just harass that hero, keep him low enough that he cannot commit and hit that threshold of like, this is where I go all in. I'm trying to think of another hero. Ursa could be an example where the first couple hits of Fury Swipes, like whatever. It's after he has 4 and then hits you another 4 times that you're like, oh my god, I'm dead, right? So you keep him low so that in the first 4 Fury Swipes, you can ignore that and just kill him. Juggernaut's another one, actually. Spin, dangerous, right? But you can actually just sit and hit him in spin. The physical damage is the same. So if you keep him low enough that he's at like half health, he never feels comfortable to spin commit because you're like, I'll just sit here and kill you, man. And he's like, oh my god, they're just sitting there and killing me. I can't do it. You know, and he has to choose to use his mana on Healing Ward instead. Oh my god, you got all the creeps with that Q. Fantastic.
Radiant's mid-towers get banged up.
Good Wisdom Rune timing, though. Getting the stack obviously would have been a little nicer. And in fact, when the lane starts going this way, if you're off laner... Right now I'm telling you, oh, here's what you should have done, right? It's too late to change it this lane. It's over 7 minutes ago, right? So the future you'll know. But once you're in this situation, for whatever reason, mistakes you made, your teammate made, whatever, First Bloods, if they can do stacks, just stop. Stop trying to do this, you know, because it's like, oh, he's kicking our ass. He's going to keep kicking your ass. So come over here, do double stacks, be here a little early. Like, you got the rune at a good time, but if you'd been here a few seconds earlier, you could have stacked and then gotten the rune. And then this stack is critical for Axe's recovery plan, because Vanguard's not a common anymore, but whatever. He did it. Counter Helix. Like, he'll farm these ancient stacks and hard camp stacks really quickly, and that can be the way you recover from a pretty bad lane. When am I going to play? Probably not today. Probably Friday we'll play more games. Wednesdays we usually do mix in some Dota games, but this time we're just going to do the replays and then go play Hades instead. But Friday we'll definitely be back to playing regular Dota. So if you're more interested in that, tune in then, please. Monday or Friday. Those are guaranteed days. For now, I don't feel like... I do want to finish the, what's it called? Cavern Crawl. But I don't really feel like grinding out extra games right now. But when the patch, if ever, hits, then we will probably do a lot of, like, Tuesday, Thursday, whatever day streams. I don't know if you needed to smoke. Was that your smoke? Was that Viper smoke because he died and had to walk back? I think just trying to get some XP is good. It's where you could stack, walk, stack this. Still be here for the rune. I will say your draft is pretty awkward. Io Spectre's horrific lane combo, and then he doesn't really have a good Io pairing. Viper, I guess. A is kind of working. I was talking shit for nothing. This, actually, I didn't process the fact that you had an Io. This game you would get a blink because you're just looking, or whatever item to help you get a full length shackle off. So it could be blink, could be Aether Lens Glimmer, something like that. But what you're looking for is that Io would attach to Viper. You and Axe would just look for people who are by themselves and initiate on them and let the relocate and let the haunts come in. Get that kill, just back to farming, just chill. And that's kind of your job this game. Is just looking for that setup. Here, what are you looking for? What are you doing? Right? You looking for this Wind Ranger here? You guys are gonna go dive this Wind Ranger? I don't think so. Spectre, Blade Mail, right? She's not that strong. Viper, kind of like Io's half like dead. Third, fourth left, right? You know that there's other heroes here. We don't care about getting her. Just let this catapult hit. Let the Viper hit. Spectre hit a little bit. You stand back here. And when they go on Viper, you will stand here and you will hex the Spirit Breaker and then you'll shackle him. You know? You don't want to be up here because they're going to kill you, and who's going to save you? None of them have any stuns. They're not going to do anything for you. So you just sit back here. Yeah, kind of like that, right? She walked up for the Spectre and you went, no. Then you leave. Now Gojo's going to get ya. Which is... I don't even know what his power is called. His cursed energy, time stuff. He just charged in. I don't think Gojo has that power, but he does here. Spirit Breaker. Nice.
Dire's top tower, Radiant's mid tower could use a hand. Dire might want to find the top tower.
I like the decision not to drop the ult on this until the fight actually broke out. That's fine. But it looked like you were going to get it without. Again, just going to highlight. You with your brown boots, right? We're not Blink. We're not Aether Lens. We ain't got a 4-staff. You're out here pretty deep. Could have just been back here. You see the Wind Range and you're like, yes, that's my calling. You're going to run all the way over her. Right now it's the double boundless. If he didn't, he could have even ulted first if he had it, but a lot of Monkey King carries don't take it, so that's fine. But there's so much potential setup, right? Arrow, boundless. Like, you're never going to be the guy who just initiates under the tower and manages to get a full duration shackle. So don't even try. Yeah, like this kind of stuff. So you're just back here. You're waiting for them to go on you. This would have been a much cleaner fight. This is actually still okay, because it's you for Monkey King. That's actually pretty good. Looks like you're going to get Wind Ranger 2, and it's an Axe ult as well. Oh, we're going to get Gojo this time. Get him, Axe. Nice. So it did work out really well, but you could have just been the one back here waiting. Domain expansion. There we go. He can't miss. Charge of Darkness can't miss. All attacks land. I gotta say, okay, I kind of liked, if you don't know, guys, Gojo is a character in Jujutsu Kaisen, and I was making a very poor joke about it, but I liked the show as a whole. Cursed Energy makes no sense whatsoever to me, lore-wise. It feels like a massively open-ended power to just do whatever they want. They being like the author or the animator is just like, yeah, I want this guy to attack with whatever. So like, cursed energy, yo. You're like, how does that make any sense? It's like, oh yeah, here's the main family, decades of experience practicing these techniques. One guy uses it. Everyone else does their own wacky tacky stuff. You're like, how? How does this family have generations of practice in a technique? And who's this guy using cursed energy to make a guitar? You're like, what? What is going on? It made no sense to me. Yeah, it's just like, oh, he can control them. How? He can control them. It's cursed energy. It's like, oh, okay. She uses an axe. How? Cursed energy. What about her? She uses hammers. Hammers and nails. How? Who taught her that? Cursed energy. It doesn't, there's no connection. I don't get it whatsoever. I think that's one thing I really liked about Full Metal Alchemist, which it's all been downhill. That was the first one I started with, and nothing's like compared as well. It is so clear how the power works. Most people are not insanely strong with like, this doesn't make any sense, like what's going on. It followed like, here's the power, here's how it works, and pretty much every character followed it. They all had their own takes, right? But it all made sense within the rules of the world. And of course there was some like spoilers for like super old show. Of course there was some crazy OP stuff, but it also made sense. Like, oh, that guy's been like alive forever, right? No wonder why he's crazy OP, right? It kind of made sense like through and through. But a lot of like adventure shows nowadays, shonen, whatever, it's like, yeah, one day I was born, I can punch through walls. No other normal human can, but I can. It's like, okay. I mean, you suspend it. I get it. We're watching anime, you know. I'm not that stressed about it, but I like it more when it all comes together. Like before, what's his name? I like the voice actor a lot. Whoever the main guy is, the one with the red hair, the light red hair. Even before he gets cursed energy, he's like, yeah, I've just always been super strong. Just casually break world record on like sports throw, whatever, in episode 1. It's like, yeah, just, you know, I just do. Do I expect? No, I just, you know, I just chill, just watch stuff. Now, I actually have my own theories on that. No spoilers. I don't know, whatever. I'm not that invested in the show. But, like, you know, just a lot of these are just like, oh, yeah, he's just some super special guy. Carnage, I'm sorry. We're beyond focus mode. What's your question? You got anything else? Did we cover your stuff? Monarchy, there's no cost. It's all free. All free replay raffles. If you want actual coaching, I charge $70 an hour. That's on Patreon. If you want to buy a replay analysis, I don't have a set price on it, so I don't really know what it would be. These are usually just done for free for anyone. I've heard good things. Yuji, that's right. Who's the voice actor for that? I like his voice actor. I've heard good things about Dr. Stone. I've been meaning to check it out, but I have yet to do so. Carnage, is there any questions I didn't quite get to, or just the question about gem purchase? Okay, let me open the next raffle then, and then we can talk about gems. So just Full Metal Alchemist. Okay, admittedly, he's also like a prodigy. Some God-given...
We bathe in mystic
memory and like instant learning. So I get it, right? There's not a lot of stories about just average people. But I feel like even with being a prodigy, they gave the appropriate time. Like, he's been studying since this age. He like spent a year and a half doing this. He's not a super broken character, but he does have a like, he is better than others in a way, you know? Okay, gem real quick. You can get by with just sentries and dust for quite a while. I would say I don't even think about gem till around 20 plus minutes. You need to be able to survive, and the vision needs to truly matter. This is a bunch of vague stuff, but like, let's go back at 5 minutes, for example. Let's say you bought a gem first item and you kill the 2 side wards. It's like, ooh, that's good, right? Yeah. It didn't pay off that much though, right? The gem is still pretty expensive. You're at risk of dying, and you can play without wards in the early game because there's just not that much rotation, right? And the deaths at that point is like, yeah, I died. You don't lose, right? You're still alive. So the fact that you don't have vision in the first like 10, 20 minutes, right? It's not the end of the world. It's certainly the build-up period where it starts to matter more, but it's not the end of the world. As you get later into the game, you do reach the point where, first of all, 900 gold is not super painful to buy, so it's more affordable. And then now when you're taking out wards and you're getting the vision advantage and you're getting kills off of that, it's starting to matter more. Because one, the death timers are longer, the kills are worth more, the observers are worth more that you're de-warding because time has gone on, and you kill Leshrac mid. You can now take his tower off of that. You kill 2 heroes in the jungle because they had no vision and they just blindly walked out. You take Roshan off of that, right? The actual objectives matter more as the game goes on. So I would typically say, like, until around the 20-minute mark plus, you don't even have to worry about gem. As you reach this point where it's like kind of rough on sentries, kind of rough on vision, would like some help with that to be able to save the sentries, and because the vision is so important. Either because invis heroes are in the game, and if they kill you first, they get objectives, right? But if you kill them with the gem, you might get objectives. There's that. There's also, even without invis heroes, it's just like whoever gets the right initiation wins the fight. It's like a very close game for whatever reason. Those are also cases I will buy a gem because I want, like, let's look through yours, right? You have a good deep ward here, you have a good deep ward here. So if the enemy thinks they're safe here and you get a really big jump, you might just win the game off of that. So when I'm in that situation as the Radiant, and I think like, pick off matters a bunch, I need the gem. So I can remove this deep ward, I can remove this deep ward. Might still get a bad initiation and lose, so be it, but it's not because they had better vision. And then the last thing is you have to survive with the gem. You don't want to die too easily. So usually finishing an item or 2 is good, or someone is having a really good game. Let's say Axe is absolutely popping off. Super hard to kill, super powerful. Here you go. My lord, the gem. I bought this with the pennies I've been saving up for years. Please, honor me. Carry this into battle. Lead us, oh lord. Right, that's fine. He's not going to die with it. But if you buy it and you die, it just feels really bad. Quarter mistress, that's where you entered in? What's up? Okay. In case anyone's new or any of the raiders, I didn't make it clear, just type ! replay to enter the raffle. I'll give you guys like another minute since I just explained how to actually do it. But yeah, we'll pick the next person there. And we'll keep doing this for a while. Postal Baggins. No games today. Gonna do replays. Gonna play Hades 2 later. More Dota games probably on Friday and then Monday. Thursday, tomorrow, I think I might do another stream. I think it might be variety though. I don't know if it'll be Hades or if we'll work on finishing Final Fantasy. One of those two, potentially. There's a part of me that wants to finish this Cavern Crawl before the next one comes out. At the same time, they said I have like 4 months, right? So I'm not that worried. And eventually a gameplay patch will come out. we'll be super excited about playing. We'll be grinding a bunch out to find out like what's good, all that stuff, excuse me. And at that point, you know, I'm sure I'll grind this one out and Act 2 and Act 3 and like whatever, right? So rather than grind a bunch right now, along with trying to do like the other stuff, I figure I got time. Have I played Hades 1 all the way through? Yes. I did not complete like every single thing you can do, like a lot of the extra like decorations and things. I'm pretty sure I completed the story all the way through. Through and through, the surprises and everything. I beat it with like 30 something extra challenge, whatever that stuff is. I felt I completed as much as I was interested in, and I'm pretty sure I had all the story. There might have been some minor stuff, like if I gave more gifts to people, I might have had a little bit more dialogue, but besides that, I think I had just about everything. Hades 2 is still in early access, so we're not going to be able to go through everything, I imagine. But there is still a little bit more, at least, for me to do. I don't know how far the game goes. And then I unlocked some challenge stuff, too, that we could try a bit. Okay, guys, last chance. If you didn't join in, I'm going to close it. 10 seconds. Get in here quickly. Have enough tokens to exchange? I might, but then we might need that. And so I'm not like in a huge rush. I think it's fine. We'll play a few more games and then do it. All right. Closing it. Don't worry. There's another one after this if you don't win or if you didn't make it. Winner is Gas Mask 21. All right. What's up, dude? Give me a game. Do I collect my Slither tokens every day? Not every day. I don't get a Dota game in every single day. But I've been collecting them. I also like some of the heroes in Slithering, so I don't mind playing, like Venomancer. Let me close this. Download another Legend game. I don't even have to change any info here. Fantastic. Good work, guys. Good rigging of the system. Games a Stomp, new to Bounty Hunter, and loved it. Okay, so we can just give you like extra Bounty Hunter advice to keep going on this 15, 2, and 21. Excellent bounty performance. Stuck at 52 out of 53 because the candle shop is still closed. Yeah, I saw a little bit about it. We got to the candle shop, hasn't opened it. I swear I saw one person at 53, but maybe I'm just misremembering. Maybe it's just never been possible. So I don't know if there's like a secret to it or if everyone's still waiting for like whatever it is. But I haven't completed the rest of the map yet, so I don't actually know.
Places, everyone.
All right, let's take a look at bounty here.
Is it spring already? I suppose it's in the bag.
You're with who? Conka? Conka offlane? Yeah, looks like it.
This one is in the bag.
You don't have to start with Orb of Venom, which you didn't. You might be saving the money. You might not be sure yet. You don't have to, because Blood Grenade kind of replaced Orb of Venom, to be honest. It depends how hard you think you can punish, which I don't think Kunkka is really a run-you-down kind of hero. And I don't think you want to do that into an Ursa or Weaver. I don't know, like, what are we landing into, actually? This is wacky, right? But I don't know if that's what I'm feeling, so... okay, some couple tips here. Take your time. You took E level 1. Perfectly fine, perfectly good. Sometimes you can take Janata, but I think starting Shadow Walk is fine. I'm not going to worry too much about the start delay. You said you're new. You were probably thinking about items, right? In the future, buy whatever you can ASAP. Windlace can be okay if you think you might roam a little bit. It's also just annoying to poke because you're not a hero who wants to constantly right-click. You want to hit them with Janata, in, out, constant annoyance in the lane. pulls, block camp, stuff like that. So the movement speed on Bounty Hunter, along with being able to roam mid or Twin Gate, very good. So if you want to start that instead of Orb of Venom, that's fine. Or you can go stat heavy build and just like constantly be in the lane, poke, deny. Those are kind of your like 3 options. With that, whatever you built, if you are taking Shadow Walk first, you can go ahead and Shadow Walk straight through here if you're going real fast, or you can like loop around. If you think about it, there's a limited amount of money and a limited amount of sentries. And in fact, in Legend, you're probably high enough where almost every sentry is probably being bought out at the start of the game. So if you go invis and you like barrel straight through here to see if people are in this area, there is a small chance they put a sentry to spot you. But I wouldn't even care if I die, because you're like, you've just lost the pull war. Putting a sentry here is worthless for the actual lane. Right now, I can like full commit to blocking this stuff, or you won't have sentries to spot me in the lane. Like, they've wasted a sentry putting it over here, and they have to kill you with it. If they don't kill you with it, ultra waste. So you don't even have to worry about like looping around any of this stuff. Just like blindly walk straight in if you're using Shadow Walk. In my opinion, that's my take on it. Maybe it's just gonna get you to feed, but I think it's fine. So I do that. I run in here. Oh, so the risk is if they smoke up, but honestly, it doesn't happen that much in pubs. And you should try to get your team to go somewhere as a bounty hunter at level 1, right? You like, let's all go this way, follow me. I go in front, I'm invis. So even if you did break a smoke, you would have a team behind you to then like fight it out. So yeah, long story short, I think it's fine to just like run in here. And then keep in mind when you place an observer, you're going to break vision. So you kind of smoke again because you're like, oh shit, I'm in the lane. So you go invis, but then you just break your invis anyways. So now you're going to be stuck on the cooldown. So I think it's fine to just complete the walk or try to time it a little better so that you get to where you want to be before you ward.
And away we go.
And then place it to break, and then you can invis walk away again. Or, I mean, if you don't even see anyone with your observer, you don't even have to go invis again, right? I would just, I don't even know if you need to do this. I might just hit the guy. Kunkka, I think, did a little body blocking himself. Oh, he stopped. Okay. All right, that was unfortunate. You could probably just hit the TB there rather than worry about creep blocking. Because if he waits at all, he hits you back, you don't even give a shit. Because the creeps are getting away from him. They're going to meet. Kunkka's going to be left alone in the lane to do stuff, and Terrorblade's going to miss stuff. So he can't really trade with you. He has to walk by. So then you're just going to like hit him with your Shadow Walk, stun, and then whack him. And you're just going to get a really good winning trade. And then he might get here in time, but he's lost like a third of his health. And you don't really need to creep block for long, at least not as the Dire off lane. Literally, if you just stand in front of the creep for half a second, it's under tower. All right, Lich is here now. You're whacking him. I think you can just sit in the lane. You don't have to worry about sneaking too much. Look at your base stats. 60 damage, 8 armor, 325 move speed, 2.9 HP regen. Is actually not that crazy, but it's decent enough, right? So you're fine to just hit people in the lane, at least to start. Once you get like a couple levels with like Janata and Shadow Walk, then you can start like bouncing in between. But you don't really need to do that to begin with. You just have really good stats. Double courier kill. Look at that. Let's go. Very nice. Looks like they popped meta. Instead of running, you maybe could have just hit Lich here. Oh, he's shielded. Okay. Running away for a bit. But try to get a feel for like how long things last so that as it's ending, you're already turning around and you can hit him. Because, like, right here is actually a really good place for you to stun him and fight. I can't believe your courier lived through that. That's insane. I'm pretty sure if you manually cast W... You can manually cast this one, can't you guys? Or is it another one that got changed? I'm pretty sure you can manually cast Janata to not draw creep aggro. I might be thinking of something else. I'm pretty sure that was a change to him, though. I forgot, because I haven't played it in a little bit. Am I wrong, guys? Manual's possible, right? Yeah.
Double kill.
Cool. While we were thinking about that, you got a kill. Very nice. There's a couple different builds you can do on Bounty. If you're planning to max Q from here, I'm okay with that. I think versus a lot of melee carries, you could go Janata. It depends how scared you are of running in and attacking. Which into a Lich could be a little scary. You get blast a bunch, there's armor, you get pulled back in, he pops meta. So if that's what you're thinking, that's fine. Ah, see, you went back for it anyways. So go ahead, if you know you're going to get a second point in Janata, just go ahead and do like a 0-2-1 build, because you don't have that much mana regen on Bounty, and so you're going to be using Shadow Walk a bunch in and out to hit people, and that's like all your damage, and you don't really care about the Shuriken toss as much. If you're not going to do that, though, and you're going to go like a 4-1-1 build, then yeah, going like point in E, point in Janata, or Janata then E, whatever, and then like level 3 Shuriken, and you're going to max Shuriken, then that's fine. But you might as well get this early when it's like really strong. Literally a free nuke. 6-minute rotation. Solid. You ought to come from the high ground if you can. It makes more sense. Just because you have better... Like, you're invis, and he either sees you or he doesn't. So you might as well be on the high ground where you can also see, oh shit, guys, Bounty's here, TP in right here, and you have no idea. You're like, ha ha ha, gonna gank this Leshrac, and then like, boom, 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 3 spells hit you, and like, what? Right? So you might as well come from the high ground, and if he sees you, he sees you. If he doesn't see you, he wouldn't have seen you like either side. But you get a little bit more information if he does see you, that they might be rotating in. Yeah, so like he did have a sentry, so like because of that, it didn't matter, right? Like whether you had come high ground or low ground, he would have seen you. Since you saw the sentry die here, and because you're the off lane, you should consider putting this somewhere else. Think about being Leshrac mid. You're worried about Bounty roaming on you. So where should your observers be and where should your sentries be? It should be on the lower half. So there's a high chance, especially now that you just successfully ganked him, he's going to buy a sentry. He's going to come back in. He's going to place it. There's a high chance you lose this right away. So you should either put it up here or keep that in mind and like put it over here, because you don't care where you see. You just need to see him. You don't need to see like this side specifically or this side specifically. You don't care as much. But he has to predict what side you're coming from most often. Another good spot to put it is like back here. Again, spots the rotations and is less likely to get spotted. He's more likely to put it in the lane, the sentry. But you can see him when he's here or when he's jungling, and you might be able to come in and like whack him, steal some creep, stuff like that.
Radiant's mid tower's coming up.
Let's see. He's respawning. Let's see if he comes in and dewards this right away. Lazy. I think he's just putting it because he saw Lena put it there. I think he should have thought about you and placed it lower, though. Ooh, close. All right, that's pretty good. You're having a really good game. I would just sit around this lane or somewhere and try to get level 6. I don't know what Lich is doing there. I would just sit and get 6. Yeah, get some raindrops. Build-wise, how do I want to do this game? Spirit Vessel's not too bad. Versus Leshrac. Phylactery's an older build. I wouldn't really recommend it anymore. Oh, look at that. Easy solo kill. That's what the Observer, like over here, can be really helpful for, by the way. Is Bounty strong? I was just playing Cavern and absolutely loved it. It's very draft dependent. If your team is getting a lot of kills, Bounty is going to feel awesome. If they're not, he feels horrible. And like, he is a scouting invis hero, sets things up. So you need teammates who will then jump and get kills. And so if you pick Bounty and then you get like some farming heroes, it feels pretty bad. This game is going really well for you. I don't know if you saw her sentry, but this is a massive overcommitment of sentries here in the mid lane. I would not, do not expect, this is a rare Bounty game. Like your end score 15, 2, and 21 or something as a support. Do not expect them all to go like that. He can be very hit or miss. If you want to play him more, I think it's fun. There are better fours than him right now. He is not considered particularly meta right now because he's not... It sounds funny seeing the game you had. He's not strong enough of a laner, or like consistent of a laner enough, and he's melee when most offlaners are melee. And at the highest level, most teams and players do not want to intentionally go double melee with someone as hit or miss as Bounty. Someone like Tiny has a lot more flexibility to work with. Now that you're level 6, you actually hit level 6 a bit ago, but we were talking about other stuff. Go with whoever you think has high kill potential. So like Lina, every time she has ult, you could go with her. Bring smokes. I know you're invis, but they'll set up sentries, and also your teammates aren't invis. So just go with whoever you think can get a quick kill. Kunkka has X, Boat, so maybe you think, oh, we can just easily kill Lich. That's fine with me. But whatever in the game you think, wherever that is, just go. Rather than Phylactery, I'd probably just pick up anything your team needs. Orchid could be pretty cool this game, actually. I really like Orchid. Phylactery just used to be better. If you do want to do Phylactery, I would get the stats first. Actually, it doesn't matter that much. I think I like the stats a little bit more first. But Orchid could be really cool versus Weaver, Leshrac, Terrorblade, all of them before the Mantas come out. And even after the Mantas come out, you force the Manta to happen, right? If you want to buy another casual Windlace, so like you went Tranquils, that's fine. Tranquils into a second Windlace. You spend so much time moving around as Bounty, scouting for info, that the extra movement speed pays off a lot.
Killing spree.
And casual Raindrops or backpack a Clarity or two, any neutral item that gives you move speed or mana, pretty good. Because you see like how much... You don't need a bunch in any given fight, but the fact that you're just constantly on the map, running around, popping invis again, looking, it does burn through your mana. So some kind of cheap mana regen early on, pretty good. Which is part of the reason Phylactery used to be better. It used to give you some. Now, I think it's gone, right? Or maybe it just doesn't have the components and it gives you some at the end. I think it doesn't have any. Yeah, it doesn't have any. So that's why like Raindrops or Clarities or something like that. Or why the Orchid works. If not the Orchid, anything your team needs. You have a very flexible skill build. So Auras are fine. Solar Crest, things like that. Glimmer's not so great. You're 4 position and you've already got Invis, so like overkill on that front. But Drums, Vlad's, I've seen Greaves mech. You can get Pipe, Solar. Yules can be okay. Orchid, I think, is pretty cool right now. If you do go Orb of Venom, you can consider Orb of Corrosion if it's some like a really good game for it. It could be okay here with the Venge and then like anti-regen versus Leshrac and stuff, but cool. Ah, died to the bug. Or I don't know. I think something was on you. The phylactery and the Ags is a very meme build, to be honest, to me. I don't think it's very good for support bounty. I think core bounty can kind of do it because you get it much faster and because you want to be scaling, but I don't think support bounty should be doing it. Support bounty should be thinking more about finding vision for his team, setting things up, and providing utility. And the phylactery Ags is very,
That was unreal.
like, damage contribution through a fight plus spam. You'll see a lot of 4 support bounties do it in pubs, but it's because they're kind of like, I want to be greedy. And I've done it. You know, I'm guilty too, but I don't think it's actually any good. Yeah, it's like this. Like, you found Ursa, and he doesn't know that people are coming, right? And you tell your team, like, here's Ursa, everyone come in, right? That's what you need to do, and then you need to further enable it. Either you orchid the guy, or, like, the fight breaks out, your team's getting wrecked by magic damage, so you pop the pipe, right? You just want longer winning fights for your team. Or not longer, but, like, you want winning pickoffs and fights, and you want to get the tracks. But you do not need to be the one adding in damage. So Axe first then. As long as you know you're memeing, I would probably do some kind of mana regen small item, and then if you want Ags, sure. I don't think, like, I think you'll find a lot of games get self-griefed by going that build. Like, it'll be extremely hit or miss, even more so than Bounty already is. And that's the reason why it's a meme. Because, like, oh yeah, you probably learned right there, but you can't, when you pop Shadow Walk again to refresh it, you will reveal yourself for a moment. Because either you're already winning enough without needing anything else to be able to afford to go for an Aghanims, which provides nothing until you finally finish it, as a hero that doesn't really farm well, right? Bounty, if he gets kills, he gets gold, but he has no actual farming ability that's, like, very fast. So essentially you're like, we didn't need a single item for like 10, 15, 20 minutes for me to build an Ags, which means you didn't need the Ags either. And like, by the time you get that, it's just going to win harder. Or you do need smaller stuff, and so you're going to get punished super hard. By the time the Ags comes online, it like doesn't change anything. So that's why it is a bit of a meme build to me. Video game, have fun with it. If you want to do it, go for it. If you think you can get away with it, go for it. There will be some games where your team does need the extra damage and you can kind of do it. But a lot of times, I think, if I had to default to one item, I'd probably do Orchid or maybe Solar Crest. Because you get move speed. Like, you could go Tranquil, Solar, and then a Nether Windlace. And then buff up whoever comes to gank with you, if it makes sense. Arcane Solar also kind of works. Again, that's like playing with people.
Top towers taking hits. Radiant's top towers in bad shape.
We go hard, what's up?
Radiant's top
About to start reading a book. Nah, yeah, Twitch streams, let's go.
lost the top tower.
You can do both. You can read and listen in. You want to be here with this kind of stuff. You were just farming up your Ags, but now that you have it, just follow your team around. You should just be like finding kills for your team. This kind of solo stuff, it only works if you're like super ahead, which you probably need to be core bounty for it to work, and you need different items. The Ags want multiple heroes in fights, so you can like constantly spam out Shuriken bouncing around, which means you want to be with the team to bait the enemy to also feel like they have to be together. Solo plays on bounty will pretty much rarely work out, except on supports when you're pretty ahead. In general, you're going to need people. Or if your team is behind and you're just trying to buy time, you are going to be off on your own, but it's going to be like scouting information. Like, they're here, so do not come here, guys. Versus, they're here, let's kill them. It just sort of depends on how the game's going.
Double kill.
I'm going to start a new raffle. This game is quickly snowballing over, which we already knew it would happen, and we gave some bounty hunter advice. But soon I think it's just going to become ultra one-sided stomp, so we can start the next raffle. Any general tips when couriers usually come out of the base so I can snipe more? So a lot of people buy things with the initial bounty gold, so you can kind of prepare for that if you want. Mid lane, if you're trying to do that, the bottle typically comes out at before the first water rune, so like 1 minute 30. It's not so worth it to go for nowadays because of how important the side lanes are and how quickly you would have to leave. Like, you'd play the lane for 30 seconds and then have to immediately start running mid to go sit there. And they might suspect something if they don't see bounty and just not call it. So for bounty, I'd say going for mid stuff isn't so feasible. For the safe lane,
Dire's mid tower won't last. Radiant's
you can put a courier back there to spot a little bit, but otherwise, like, prior to the first bounty, or, I mean, check what your carries built. Like, supports tend to buy something sooner at a high level. They'll buy another sentry and a tango, so it comes out pretty quick. If they know bounties in the game, they might wait longer. Carries often are building a wraith band or something, right? So they might have a circlet, and they might plan to buy the slippers and then the recipe. That's usually at least 2 creep waves, depending on first bloods, kills, how much gold they save, stuff like that. So that's when you can start thinking about it, is after like a couple creep waves have passed, and then you might hang back there. But you don't really have to do that. Like, just doing the stuff we talked about, being in the lane, poking, hitting things, you're going to force people to buy more regen, which is kind of already enough. Like, you're going to be stealing gold with Janata, and it's a constant whittle of damage. So they have to, like, I gotta buy this other set of tangos, this other salve, whatever, right? So even if you don't kill couriers, you're just forcing them to buy more regen than they usually would. And you're literally stealing gold from them. So that adds up over a long laning stage. And if you're not sitting in the lane hitting them all the time, that never happens. So you do just kind of want to be in the lane a lot, poking and stuff like that, as long as you can. Against double ranged heroes who have a lot of sentries, it's very difficult. Oh, that's another thing. It didn't really happen much this game, but against certain players who are familiar with how to deal with bounty, they're going to bring a lot of sentries for the lane, and they're going to, like, stick them around here. So you need to be ready. Do not be afraid to buy too many sentries for your own laning stage. You bought a gem. I actually don't think you should, because you have track. I think it's going to hurt you more if you lose the gem than you're going to gain. Like, I think the risk is not worth what you're getting here. Because you have really good map control already. Look at your wards and sentries and stuff. So you can just set up in a couple spots. I think they should feel the pressure of getting their own gem. An economic 900 spent when they're already behind. I think when you have a gem and they see that, if I'm feeling good and not dealing with toxic people, I would tell my team, like, we should smoke to kill the bounty. It's, like, worth it because of the gem. Right? A typical kill, like, what are these kills worth? You killed him for 500 gold. What else? Like 500, 800 gold. When there's a gem on a support, it's like, that's a double to triple value kill right there. Right? Let's just go get him. Yeah, Monkey Kings for the courier sniping. Grief the lane, but courier sniping. Oh yeah, thank you for helping him out. We go hard on Earth. Yeah, Kiki and both. Kiki, wait, what? Kiki and Pops? Kiki and Pops? I don't know how to bring it all together. Thoughts on Zeus 4? Pretty greedy. I don't think it's that good right now. I will say, I think the Null Talisman changed helped it a little bit. And I think like 2 Null Talismans plus Arcane Boots on a support Zeus, pretty good. But it's still overall quite griefy compared to other 4s you could pick. And I think it's way better. Like, go play Hoodwink. Here's like Arc Lightning, but it's an Acorn, you know? You want nuke damage, play like Techies or Tiny. Like, they're just more consistent than Zeus. I like Zeus 4, to be clear. I like playing it when it was good. I just don't think it's very good right now. I think you need a lot of adjusting from teammates to make it work. If you want to play greedy, you know, kind of does work. And the later the game goes, obviously you scale well because he's Zeus. It's supposed to be a core.
Best do something about that bottom tower. Guess what's happening to Dire's brains?
Flynn TV. Congratulations. Some super deep fight in here. Yeah, they're kind of... technically 15k is still playable at this point, but kind of all coming in one by one. Looks like it's one of the games that have gone to the chaos. Oh, looks like you guys just went to the fountain, so chaos continues. What do you think about Sniper with Conda Ags? So I think it can be good, but it really depends on the game. It's more about a mid-game timing. So like Sniper wins most lanes. He goes like 3 Wraith Bands, Dragon Lance, sometimes like Mask of Madness, stuff like that. He wins his lanes. And then if you want him to continue being strong, he should do other items like Maelstrom, things like that. If you're going Ags Conda, there's like 10,000 gold you need to get, you know? So from a strong lane, you're then going to give up a lot of pressure for quite a while and then be pretty strong once you have it. Like, it's a really good way to start fights and to go from there. But until you actually finish it, it's pretty awkward. So I think it really depends on the game. If your team can survive that long without you being able to do more, if you even need to do that, like, why not just win early, right? Or maybe you're gonna lose late, so don't go for that kind of build, which is gonna take a long time to pay off. Like, go earlier items. I think too many people just default to that build when it's bad. Like, they just don't care. They're just doing the build because it's like LMAO, hilarious, and it is, but it doesn't work every single game, in my opinion. Especially if your carry's having a horrible time and they're not going to like scale up and win, then you might need to be the second carry, in which case you need proper right-click items. By the way, when you're winning like this, you see how you're still just kind of like, you're running around looking for heroes just to find someone and to find wards. If you're walking into wards, it means they see you, which means they might just kill you. And then your team's like all the way down here, you know? So once you're winning, you don't need to do this kind of scouting stuff on bounty as much. Like, scout near your team, and if you don't find anything, you don't find anything. Don't go looking further. Otherwise, you'll die, and then you're going to start throwing away your lead. You're going to lose the gem. You're worth a bunch, if I had to guess. Yeah, you're gonna give off huge amounts of money if you start dying. At this point, you just need to, like, Roche when it's play with a team, right? Any straightforward 5-on-5 fight, you guys win. But it's when you, like, I'm looking for wards, I'm walking under wards, I'm killing wards. Proper teams will eventually punish you. Like, Bounty's gonna come here. He always wanders off on his own. Kill him. They get, like, 1,000, 2,000 gold. And you're like, oops. You know, if you don't learn from that lesson immediately, and they don't, and maybe they capitalize on it, they get other kills, right? You might be throwing away a lead. So be super careful of it. Flynn, were you here? Oh yeah, you are here. I don't know. CloudBot's not working properly. Usually it shows me when you guys send messages, and it pops up here. But I see you in my chat. I just didn't see it in the cloud bot usually tells me. Trying to learn Drow. I mostly play melee. Had a rough time. I think we won because our sniper was really strong. Okay, got it. Do I have potential to climb higher? I mean, just playing bounty. I mean, that was a very good game. I know most of your games probably don't go that way. It's kind of hard for me to say because you said that was bounty and you were very new to it, right? So I don't really know how much you do usually. Like that was your habit versus like I feel uncomfortable, stuff like that. But I mean, I think everyone has potential to climb if they put in the effort and take the time. It might take more time than others, but I do think anyone can do it. What rank was this? Unranked. It doesn't matter that much. Do you have a rough rank, Flynn? Otherwise, I'll just put unranked.
I almost trust you.
You were doing very well. I'm very proud of you.
Drow. Okay, Drow. Here we go.
This one is in the bag, and that one is too, and that one, they are all
Jupiter, come here.
the bag.
I hear him meowing in the back somewhere. What are we laning against? Timber or Primal Beast plus Disruptor or Lich? You might have been able to start Stick. I don't hate not doing it, but it might have been possible.
30 seconds to showtime.
Notice you're pretty squishy. So it's fine to replace one of these slippers or circlets, get some iron branches, or you actually even have money for one more iron branch, right? So don't cheap out on stats. Drow, she can die very quickly if you screw up. And you should be able to poke for free quite a lot because of frost arrows. So any extra damage should add up in the right matchups where you're just like poking for free using this to not draw creep aggro. So definitely fill out your inventory. You can eat the branches for regen, build them into a wand potentially, double Wraith Band. Because your next item, like I'd say Hurricane Pike is one of the most common items for Drow. And that's like 5,000 gold going into a single slot. So it's okay if you fill out like quite a few slots in the early game because your next item will like take a long time. Or like Hurricane Pike, Manta, what else? Some people go Aghanims. Like all these items tend to consolidate into one slot. So filling out 4 pretty quickly is good. What do you want? Jupiter, come here. Any tips on playing Hoodwink? Acorn, good. If you can get the acorn bounces in the lane, like try to time it when there's not a lot of other things to bounce between, or like have it hit the hero, bounce to the range creep to secure it, bounce back to the other hero, right? When you can get a lot of value out of acorn, it's super good in the lane. From there, you have a lot of scaling potential. Hold on. Let me go. Part of me doesn't care about how this first blood happened because like this kind of stuff does happen, but at the same time it does matter a lot. So let's see, I think we just kind of tried to do too many different things. They brought a bunch of heroes. So Monkey King was bottom. Monkey King did this and this, and you guys never saw anyone. So it should tell you like this is scary. So rather than split up 4 and 1 when you haven't seen a single enemy hero, you guys should be like here and here. And then you teleport to lane. And I think, did they smoke in? Or did you guys just not see them? I wasn't paying attention because I was answering questions.
"30 seconds to go."
All right, you guys literally saw them walk in. Unless this is some replay bug and the smoke's broken or something. So I don't blame you as much as this Legion who just walked in there on her own. This is actually mega grief. I don't know what's going on here. But if you see that, you should just abandon her and just come down here and like go down here. All right, Flynn, you had the right idea. Let's not worry about it then. I think if you're worried about it, just like try not to get caught in it, and then you almost got her first, but it does suck to die and then not get anything. Let me grab my cat, guys. Let me bring him here. I don't know what he's meowing about. His toy must be stuck or something. He's just a baby. He's a baby. I feel like I'm getting worse the more I play. I get all these new ideas and I forget about basic things. Okay, so when you do play, I think we go hard to talking about it a little bit. You're right. If you just play a bunch, you tend to slip into bad habits, and that's bad. If you're trying to learn something new, do not be surprised if you lose and you feel like you're worse. That's extremely common because instead of playing on habit, you're trying to do new stuff that you don't know, so you make mistakes. The stuff you used to do, right, you're kind of distracted on it because you're doing new stuff, and then you're not doing the new stuff well either because you're learning it. So it's actually extremely common to drop when trying to improve. You drop first until you get the hang of it, and then you can work it into one of your habits, and you start doing the old stuff you did well before with your new improved thing, and then you climb. So as part of improving, don't be surprised if you drop. Not everyone does, but it is very common. And then, yeah, if you just play mindlessly, which can be totally fine. If you're just like playing for fun, it's okay. But if you are trying to improve and you play mindlessly, then yeah, you kind of slip into autopilot, and that can be pretty bad for a lot of people just because you just do whatever's in front of you, right? And sometimes good things are in front of you, and sometimes bad things are in front of you. But more often than not, whoever is proactive in terms of thinking and then acting, they tend to be doing better. So if you do reach that stage where you've been playing too much and it all becomes autopilot, then you will typically like just whatever happens out of your control because you're just autopilot. You do want to autopilot some stuff, right? Like let's say Drow here. If Drow has to work on last hitting, then every game super focused on last hitting, not even thinking about other stuff. This is where I'm at for playing core. I'm like super into the last hits. I'm like, what even is map awareness, right? But obviously that's bad. So you do want to reach a point where you become you worked on it so much it becomes autopilot, and now I just last hit like a god, and now I've got more mental space to work with, and now I can look at the mini map, you know? So you do want to reach a level of autopilot for different actions, but you want something to be actively working on pretty much at all times. So if we're autopiloting map awareness and last hitting, then maybe we're thinking a lot about our items and our skill build, or maybe those are on autopilot and we're autopiloting this. Then we're working on our time awareness and our map awareness, and we're trying to like stack as we farm, right? So some autopilot, some focus gameplay. I think that's the best way to work on improving. Okay, we're actually going to get to advice for Flynn now. We're going to, give me a second, guys. Let me focus on the actual replay. We'll keep going to random questions as we go. Let me just refresh. Flynn, you said the lane, I think, right? Trying to learn how to rough game. Think you won because sniper is really strong. Okay. So let's start with your last hits. Good so far. Talked a little bit about filling out the stats. Good poke. I might pivot over to the Disruptor sooner. So you mentioned you typically play melee heroes. On ranged heroes, you just want to take like as many free shots as possible. Actually, I will go back just to demonstrate this real quick. Unless you think you can get a kill, right? That's a little different. But typically, you'll just look for as many free shots as you can get. So right now, he was between the two of you, so you both got to hit him. That's great. And you see here it's switching, where he's in the back and Disruptor is in front. If you think you can kill him, then sure, it makes sense to focus on him. But otherwise, especially like pretty early in the game, and you're like relatively weak as a carry if you go out of position, you know, you're at 400 health here, right? Don't worry about chasing too hard. Hit people for free and plan for a longer laning stage where like over time these free hits add up. So rather than chase Timber, you just kind of like back off and you maybe hit Disruptor a couple times, because I don't really see any last hits that need to be hit right now. So then maybe you hit Disruptor once or twice rather than walk up, and now you see how close you are to Disruptor. If Disruptor was a stronger trader, he might just focus on you, and now you're like, oh shit, I'm in a bad position, I gotta run away, and you take a bunch of damage. Unfortunately, Disruptor also got like too close to Dazzle. He went in between you, so you guys are able to zone him away together. Okay, actual last hitting so far is pretty decent. You're at least like going for everything. You're not like totally missing stuff. Alright, that was a bad pull from Dazzle. You're just gonna have to live with that though and get what you can here. Yeah, your lane is definitely pushing now. But that could work out. You could try to get the Lotus off of it at least. Alright, struggled a little bit with under tower last hits. I don't blame you. That shit's tough, especially if you're new to a hero. And especially someone like Drow. Her animation is so bad at the start. I don't hate double Wraithband, but if you think about this matchup, armor, not really doing... How much are they right-clicking you compared to the spell damage from like Thunderstrike, Whirling Death, Timber Chain? Right, there's a lot more spell damage than there is actual physical damage hitting you back. So I'd say rather than 2 Wraithbands, try out a Null Talisman. That's become pretty popular on Drow. Or just move on to your power treads. Just go get your Boots, Glove, or Band of Elvenskin, whichever one you think you need most. I would say like Boots for the movement speed, Band of Elvenskin for raw damage and some attack speed. Either one you tend to see first, I think. I don't play that much Drow, so I don't know. You guys can tell me if Gloves of Haste was actually like the meta. But in this game, I don't think you need the second Wraithband. Wand would be amazing. Oh, yeah. The Wand would also be good. And that's why you usually like start with some Iron Branches, so it's not so expensive to go into, and you get the benefit of the Iron Branch. Ooh, close. So there's no Dazzle with you. It's okay to just shove this in. You see how you're kind of like waiting here? How much do you really want to like hang around here? You have creeps, but you're on your own because Dazzle's not here. So just go ahead and shove this in. Just attack as much as you can. Don't miss the last hits, right? So like 1 attack, 2 attack, wait, last hit. If you have space, like 1 attack, wait, last hit. Just shove it in quickly so you can spend less time up here. And then here you don't need to like, right? You need to be very careful of being glimpsed back as you're trying to retreat. And in fact, I would say Disruptor could actually just run at you right now. You are level 4, so you're very high level compared to him. But fortunately, like they're both low. I doubt they'll do it. But in other matchups where they're doing better, this would be a really good time because they could pop one spell to mostly kill these creeps. Like get the last hit, get this pretty low, tower finishes it, creeps destroy range creep really quickly. Then you're running back, Disruptors follow you, glimpse you back, and now you've got 4 creeps on you plus 2 heroes. So that's why we like, it's not just Disruptor. Bunches of heroes like make you unhappy being up here alone. It might happen. Disruptor didn't do it. That's probably a kill on you, actually. I think he could have done it. But that's like why you don't want to spend too much time there. So sometimes you don't shove out the lane. Like here, we're going to try to balance this. But once it's shoving, and it's like shoving, like just go with it. Just shove and reset. You may not even need the pull at that point. You can tell Dazzle, like, just shove this with me. IDC equilibrium. Not too bad of a trade. A little unfortunate you died. If you had the wand from earlier that we talked about, you're probably good there. Maybe the Null Talisman could have given you enough mana to, like, you know, use another spell there. I wasn't paying super close attention to the cooldowns. I think the wand is the big one there. But I bet if we looked at the damage you took, probably don't see too much physical damage compared to spells. Overall, I'd say your laning's kind of fine. I know I nitpick some stuff. Your last hits are low, but it's mostly you just missing stuff. You're going for them, you're just missing them. And you said you're new to Drow, so I'm like, it's not meant to be a flame. Drow's like tricky to get these last hits with. But I think if you like, I guess the reason I'm pointing out is like literally if you just played more Drow and you do all the same stuff, I think it'll feel better than this game because you'll get a better feel for it and you'll be like not missing as many. This was a positioning mistake. You have to be extra careful versus Disruptor. Ah! Thank you, Sniper. Bless. Tip him. Thank you, Sniper.
Use a little help. Can't do nothing about Dire's structures right now. Dire's mid tower won't last much longer.
Oh my god, this is insane, guys. For the record, if you're a mid hero who is not mobile like Sniper, and you TP up here, you get some kills, I do not think this is worth it. Because he has to TP out of here, and he doesn't have one. Because he TP'd up here. He's going to have to slowly Sniper waddle out of here. This is psycho mode. Dazzle, the support, Dazzle should have done this. Someone else, Drow, maybe could have considered doing this if she's a more mobile carry or something. Or if she wasn't behind and didn't need this. So this guy just like walked down here, waddle in, waddle out. And it worked. And now he's gonna gank again. Holy shit. This is the future, guys. This is a next level gameplay. Just made out like a bandit. 3-kill rotation and the wisdom rune. It shouldn't have happened though. As he was waddling in here, someone should have just TP'd here and taken this. Like that'll happen at a higher level, and then they'll be like, holy shit, why is Sniper here? And then they'll chase Sniper. And whoever sees him first might die, but people will be like, they'll just TP in and they'll go for Sniper because he had no TP out. Alright, Sniper is having a very good start here. Let's speed up a little bit. Like I said, I think your actual laning has been mostly fine, at least against your peers, right? As you go up, you know, we'd have to improve more and more. And we already talked about some of the itemization stuff. But I think a lot of your troubles here are just in familiarity with the Drow last hitting. And now that you're like level 6, you get super easy. Now this is when Drow feels awesome. It's the first 6 levels that are so sad. You play it and you're like, who designed this stupid hero? This is the worst. Yeah, this is now the phase you just shove out the lane and jungle. This is really good. The fact that Timbersaw is so behind, because usually you get kicked out. And in fact, you'll probably still get kicked out once he hits level 6. So just max this time, farm as much as you can, and at some point you'll be kicked out and you'll be going to go jungle, and you want as many items and levels. Like this, don't wait. Just pow, pow, pow. Look how fast I can attack now. Woof, 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 woof. Just do it. Just cycle through this way. Just like multi-shot this, go do this, go do this. What's going on down here, boys? Now with them dead, definitely just shove it in. Don't even, no denies necessary. Just shove this shit in. You can choose to take the tower or not. It sort of depends. Timber TP'd, I don't know if you noticed, so you're probably pretty good to go for this. But if you wanted to just jungle because you think, because depending on the matchup, maybe you think, as long as we go late, I will win the game. I'm the best hero in here. Then it's, I don't really care about that tower as much. Just maximize your farm. But sometimes you're on more of a timer and you want to put that pressure in, so you should go for the tower. Again, depending on your hero. Some heroes are awful at it. Sweet dream slip. don't worry. You can now watch the Herald video. Get back into Guardian. Get back into Herald. An endless cycle. But watch the video each time. We gotta pump up those views every time. Thanks for taking the time to drop by the stream. I know the YouTube videos are much easier. You know, you'll watch when you want. They're there all the time. So I appreciate all of you taking the time to show up to the Twitch streams live. Or not. VOD viewers, you're also appreciated. Alright. We're gonna speed through this because this is about to be the boring farm portion of playing carry.
Holy shit. Double
Your eyes might be keeping an eye on the minimap, but try to take a peek over. For any carry you play, it's not Drow specific. Okay, so next camp, see this one, you even got the Watcher. A click over here, okay? Watch. A click. What are you guys up to? You know, minimap replay bugs. Okay, there we go. Right, snap back to your hero, have a hotkey. They're almost dead. A click here. Look, you're full health. You got 12 regen. You're in the mighty mines. Who cares if they hit you a little bit because you're not like, ooh, like walking back, whatever. You know, for a moment to take a quick look and go, Lich used his ult. Disruptor Static Storm used the ult, right? From just the minimap, you can't really tell. This, A click, right? A click. What's going on? Hey, Primal Beast. Ooh, might be going through the twin. Oh, he's not going through the twin gate. You can kind of tell from just looking at the minimap, but we can also see he's at half health, you know? So, oh, maybe full health Primal Beast I'm really scared of. Half health Primal Beast. Oh, maybe I meet him at that twin gate and I get him, you know? So make sure when you're doing this like jungle portion, you don't got to be watching it all the time. Take a look around. Really good habits build. Cam Pops, there we go. The 55-minute Guardian teamfight analysis enjoyer. Absolute Chad right there. Yeah, I know that video is going to have garbage viewership. It's probably bad for the channel. I probably should have, like, I think there's settings to not have it really shown to subscribers, but then I don't know how the people who were waiting for it would have seen it, so I just did it anyways. It's probably bad for the channel to do that, but that was for the real kings out there, kings and queens. You want that full analysis? You don't need that clickbait thumbnail stuff.
Radiant's mid tower's getting banged up.
TPing here, going on what? Oh, team smoke? I don't mind too much, sure. It did just occur to me that you're going Dragonlance into Manta. I think a Hurricane Pike might be better for you first. Drow is very much about keeping her distance. There's not that much for you to dispel this game, but rather to get away from Lich bounces. This guy charges at you, you Hurricane Pike yourself away. Timber Chain comes toward you, she jumps on you. You just Hurricane Pike them all away to build some distance. I think that's probably better for you. Like Hurricane Pike, Shadow Blade, something like that. I don't think you quite need the Manta this game. I know there's Disruptor, which is annoying for the Shadow, or for the Hurricane Pike, but I think it's probably still worth it versus the other heroes. Why would it be bad? So it's kind of the way the YouTube algorithm works. Essentially, it's looking like every time ZQuixotics releases a video, does everyone want to watch it and click? And the more it can say yes, the better. And so, let's say I put out a bunch of like high quality stuff and everyone wants to watch it, so everyone clicks it. So then the next video I release, YouTube's like, oh, everyone's liked the last 5 videos, here's the next one. So that's why you'll see people put very focused videos out. If you mix in high performing videos and low performing videos, then the algorithm's confused. It's like sometimes the videos do well, sometimes I show it to people and no one clicks it. So here, like the last video maybe did well. Now it shows like a 55-minute Guardian analysis, and then no one watches it. And now it's like, oh, people don't like ZQuixotics. I'm not going to show the videos anymore. There's like a lot of algorithm stuff for that kind of thing. Some people will really like the content. And I am in that line of people who like the more long, drawn-out, detailed stuff when I want to be super try-hard, right? Like, I want that explanation. But the reality is that it's a lot. And even people who want to try hard aren't always in that phase, right? Sometimes they do want fun content. Sometimes they don't have the time for a 55-minute video, right? So it probably could have gone like other ways you can get around it, which you'll see other YouTubers do. You could put it on a second channel. You could just not publicize it to your subscribers. Just have it like secretly go out into the void, and people who want to watch it through either they saw the first video and so they click the link to follow through, or other people search for it so they eventually find it. Like that could have been one way. But anyone who watched the first video and was waiting for it, I don't know if they would have checked back to go see it, which is why I still did it. But maybe it's not the best YouTuber choice. Is there anyone that'd be up for reviewing my games, similar to how Ari reviews some of Grubby games? So I probably could. I could ask some people, or I could even do a collab with some of the support streamers or other support content creators who are like higher ranked than me. I wouldn't mind. But part of the reason I have yet to do that is just because for a lot of my support games, I kind of know what I do wrong. I could be wrong, right? There's definitely stuff I'm not aware of, and that's fine. That's where I could benefit off of them doing it. But I feel like a lot of it would be like, oh, you should have blocked the camp. It'd be like, yeah, I should have. I was reading chat, you know? Or you're like, oh, why'd you do this? It's like, oh, yeah, I did it for the tokens. There's a whole bunch of stuff that I know I should do, and I'm just bad at the habit. And there have been times I've been better at it, but since settling into like content creation, there's some stuff that I've known for years. Like my habit of like clicking enemy heroes to see their items. I've been meaning to make that a habit for like 3 years now, and it just does not happen. Because every time I should be doing it, I'm like reading chat messages or something. That's not an excuse. I know there's higher level streamers who do both, like Meepo Player. I don't know how he does it. He'll read and have a full-length conversation with his Twitch chat while also Meepo microing around at like top level. He's amazing. But I know who I am. I struggle with that. So that's kind of why I haven't like gone out of my way to do it. BKB is also good this game, I think, for Drow. One downside, though, is that there's the Pierce on it from the Primal Beast. And I also think the break from Silver Edge is actually quite good this game versus PA, Timber, even the Primal Beast. So that's kind of why I like the Pike Silver Edge. But Pike BKB is probably also good. Could even get the Silver Edge after that. I don't know. Let's start the next raffle. Flynn, we got a little sidetracked in the middle of that. Was that did we cover some things for you? Is there anything we didn't quite get to that you were hoping to hear a little bit more? I don't know. If you said no, that was awful. I'm not sure what I would do. Would we review more? Or it'd be like, ah, well, can't all be happy customers. Just move on. What should our philosophy be going in the future? This game's kind of a stomp. Yeah, once it like got to that point, but earlier on we could definitely see some stuff to hopefully help out a bit there. B Tobias, what's up? You also make YouTube videos? Nice. Do a poll to see what the dominant rank of the subscribers is and hone in on content around that rank. That's probably not a bad idea. It's actually something, so kind of related to that. Right now, the channel's mostly support, and I have debated how much core content I should add in. Because technically, if it's just support, I am limited to the support player base, which, if I had to guess, probably like 1 to 5, 1 to 4 in terms of... maybe not. I don't know. I don't know what I would put it at. But the fact that we always need support players... It's shifting a little bit, I think, but it's usually the role in demand, right? It's why it's at the bottom of like what's free to role queue or not. It's technically a limited audience compared to core players. However, there's some benefits to that where it's like if I put out support videos and my audience always wants to watch it, right? In theory. And then I think we also have a much nicer audience and a nicer Twitch chat, right? All of you guys, compared to like some of the other bigger content creators. You go in and like the comments are like pretty toxic sometimes. Not that we don't have toxic comments. I actually get kind of happy when we see toxic comments because usually our nice support audience is quite friendly. So when we get toxic comments, I know it's like new people checking the channel and they're like, oh, I'm actually a core player, I'm toxic. Or like, oh, I'm a toxic support player, you know, this video's garbage. That's someone who did not watch the video before and haven't seen the channel and they're like new. But a lot of you guys are nice. A lot of you guys are chill because support players are great. And the core players who come watch the videos because they're like, ooh, support's valuable, I want to learn about it. You guys are great too. And we completely miss out on the people who only play core, who are super toxic, the toxic support players who don't want to improve and like learn in a nice way, right? I feel like there's been an advantage to like targeting this educational support. Play Brood Wars, you're always boxing your hero. Yeah, you gotta break different habits. Do you think that's all that separates you from, say, a 9K support? I'd say if I genuinely wanted to get to 9K, there'd be some habit building. So clicking enemy heroes would be a big one. Currently, some of my laning stage is pretty hit or miss on remembering to body block camp, stuff like that. A lot of like not overarching stuff is like the micro things of like where you're remembering to think about this for 5 seconds. And my distracted brain does not. So I'd have to train a lot on that consistency. After that, I do think my overarching knowledge of like, here's how the game should go. And like, I think my warding is generally pretty good as long as I'm on point on it. What else? I think a lot of that stuff is solid. It's more mechanic stuff that I tend to miss and information gathering. And then beyond that, I would have to learn a lot more about specific matchups. Like, oh, this guy wants this, so I have to do that. That's the part that I'm a little weak on because when you don't play at a high level, you can get away from all that stuff because they don't do all the nuanced stuff. But the higher up you go, the more you have to know these very specific matchup stuff. Like, oh, he always errors the range creep in this cases, but not in this, right? You need to know that stuff and do that stuff. And that's probably what I would have to work on. And at that point, that is where doing some collabs and stuff could be cool with the higher level support players. For now, I think if I just worked on my own habits of info gathering and remembering to like body block camp, stuff like that, all these like small micro timing things that I mess up all the time, I think it's probably enough to go all the way past 7K again. Because we were pretty close to 7K before when I was much better at my habits. I was literally like a game away. So I think that's where like I would be if I did that stuff. All right, who's next? Close entries. Pick winner. Oh, I forgot to even put up the message, so this was a sneaky one. North Star 20. Congrats. Do you have any comments on losing streaks? I dropped from 1550 MMR to 1150 last week. A couple different thoughts on losing streaks. So one, don't. Oh, let me finish reading your contents. For Magnus, I don't think I have a video for Magnus. Okay, so for losing streaks, there's a couple different mentalities. So the first one, how do I get you the replay? So if you want to do it through the client, down here, go to any game that you recently played. The match ID is here. You can copy and paste this, or you just type it in. If you want to go through Dota Buff, Open Dota, all that stuff, feel free. The match IDs are usually listed somewhere, often in the URL, so you can probably just copy and paste it from there. Otherwise, it's usually somewhere on the page. Take your time to go find one. No hurry. In terms of losing streak, there actually are some videos on this if you want to hear even more on it, but it kind of depends why you're on a losing streak. It sounds like you're trying, but you went on a losing streak. It didn't sound like you went like tried new stuff or anything, and it's like, oh, I lost because I'm like doing new things, so I don't feel too bad about it. I would say it happens, right? Don't feel too bad about it. I know it's so much easier to say because there are times where I go on losing streaks and then it's like, I'm garbage. I'm the worst. Why do I even try? I should just give up on all of it. I should go play something else. Like, it's over. It's very easy to feel that way, but that's why I do think the break is good. It's the same way like nightmares at night are super scary for whatever reason, right? You wake up in the day and you're like, what's so scary about that, right? It feels fine. I think like getting tilted on losing streaks is similar. Like when you're in it, it's like, it's so bad. It feels like so bad. But you take that break, you step away from it, you're like, whatever. It's like some games. They weren't even my fault, So a break is definitely good. Then to help you regain some confidence, avoid that imposter syndrome, the demotivation, just remember that, like, let's say you've been sitting, I think you said like 1,500 about MMR. So like, let's say you usually sit at 1,500 MMR. It's been like 100 games plus, and suddenly over the course of a week, you drop 500. It feels bad. But if you think about it, should your skill have really suddenly just dropped by 500 MMR? Probably not. If you sat there for hundreds of games, if not longer, you're probably around that level. And we can tell ourselves, and this isn't just like coping, like actually, there is variation to all this stuff. Maybe you were feeling bad. Maybe you really did get unlucky. You get the Smurfs on the enemy team, the account buyers on your team, toxic teammates, right? It genuinely happens. And it can, like, it's not literally every single game sometimes. Like, sometimes it's like every other game, but it tilts you so that the games that it doesn't have it, you're like seeing things. You're like, oh, that guy's an account buyer, that guy's an whatever. And you're playing bad because you're tilted, right? It's like it all snowballs together. But like, it can genuinely happen where things out of your control hit you. And it sucks, but if you keep playing, odds are, without even having to do anything, you will climb back up. Because if you sat around 1,500 for a long time before, then you'll probably get back up there. Now, that was your peak because you were working on stuff and maybe got a little lucky. You got up there, then you dropped. A little bit of a different story. You might have to like swallow the pride a little bit, take the hit and recognize like, yeah, that was kind of my peak. That was kind of like lucky. I gotta like work on it again. But that's fine too. It shows you had potential to get there. You can do it. So it kind of depends like why you went on a losing streak. You feel like you've been playing well during it. You went on a winning streak to get to 1,500. Yeah, so like, I don't mean to be the bearer of bad news, but in the same way that a losing streak is not always your fault, sometimes a winning streak, we can't let it get too much to our heads and be like, oh, I'm so awesome. Like, I'm definitely up here forever. I think it shows you have potential to get there, right? And you can at least experience it a little bit, take the lessons you learn. But we have to also remember, it's like, okay, like, I can get a little lucky, Don't let it get too much to the head, and then don't tilt out, like, as you drop a bit. It frequently happens that most of the time you don't stay at your peak, right? In the same way I got close to 7K and now I'm dropped down. We're at like, we float around 6 to 6.5. That's true for most people. You typically hit a peak, but no one just like floats at that peak within 100 MMR typically. You like hit the peak and then you drop a bit. How much that bit is depends. But with all that said, let's see what we can do to help you. Play a little more consistent, maybe. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. We'll see on this game what we see. You're playing Lich 4. I'm not going to worry too much about it. I saw this as Guardian. Oh, let me... Guardian, soft support. So Lich is not the best for support, but it doesn't matter too much here in Guardian. Like, he's not the worst for support, so I'm up for it. But if you do want to try other heroes who fit in line a little bit more with 4 support, that could be good. There's a weapon in Hades 2. It looks like the skull, guys. I'm thinking about it. It's on my brain. I don't think you guys saw me get there. I think I unlocked it after I stopped streaming, or I did it yesterday after the video. Item-wise, So if you feel you need to block the camp, I would do that ahead of time. There's a Nature's Prophet in this game. I would buy a Quelling Blade. I'd probably switch it up. I'd probably get rid of a Mango, get rid of one of these extra Tangos. So 1 set of Tangos. Everything else is totally fine with me. 2 Mangoes. Buy a Quelling Blade. Possibly a second Sentry. With the Bounty Gold, buy the Mango if you want it still. Or buy the second set of Tangos. See how much mana you actually use. This, you won't need 6 Tangos like right away. Unless you're like super bad. And you just like walk into a bunch of heroes and then walk out and then you somehow don't die and you're like, oh, I gotta heal everything, right? You're not gonna need 6 right away. So you can buy it with the extra gold and get the other stuff we talked about. With those sentries, you wanna go like block the camp ahead of time if you're gonna do that. If you're not worried about blocking the small camp, this to save to unblock your hard camp, that's fine with me. But when you're a 4 support who's not that mobile like Lich, and you want to be a lane dominator like Lich, where you can just blast people in the lane, you don't want to have to be walking around here with those super fast heroes, fighting heroes like Clockwork or Ogre, who are typically really good in 1v1s. You want to be in the lane as much as you can. Those are the times to like block the small camp so you don't even have to worry about walking over there. When you're a fast hero and you don't want to sit in the lanes, that's when you can kind of like leave the stuff open for the body blocking. So it looks like you're going to come over and sentry now, but you saw how that guy caught a glimpse of you? He may not know 100% sure that you just did it, but the higher up you go, we get people who see like, I wonder what the enemy support was doing by my small camp. You know, what do 4 supports usually do around the enemy small camp? You know, I wonder. So it's better to do that in the night as fast as you can. Yo, DLA, thanks for dropping by. Oh, you sat behind me at the TI in Seattle? Yo, what's up? No, if you ever see me at another event, feel free to say hi. I'd be happy to say hi. I appreciate the consideration. I totally get it. I am the same way. I feel so awkward going up to people, but absolutely feel free to say hi to me. I hope you didn't overhear me say anything weird or terrible. I don't remember what I was talking about at Seattle. Tell your cats I said, pss, pss, pss. Where are they? Vice versa, we were all drinking. Hey man, that's how you have a good time there at TI, right? Just chilling with the gang, watching some Dota, having some drinks. I like snacks more than drinks, I think, for this kind of stuff. Okay, I'm sorry, I was a little distracted, North Star. Let's go back to your lane. Things we talked about were important, but let's go back. Oh yeah, so after you blocked the camp you got here, you see how it pushed out on its own. You kind of had like no control what happened. That's why doing this earlier is better, so you can be in the lane right away. And like one wave died. You guys lost a bunch of experience though. How did a full wave die and no one has any XP? Did she just like get 4 denies? Legion was here, right? No? Is it bugged? This might be a replay bug. I don't know. It looks like you guys have way too little XP for a full creep wave just dying right there. I'm going to assume it's some kind of bug. Okay. Notice how so far you haven't really done anything to the Medusa. The enemy support Necro. I didn't even get into that, but let's pretend you have like an actual support, right? Haven't done anything to him. So it's like a minute 15. The lane starts at like 30 seconds. We definitely want to be like poking. Poke your creeps, denies. I think you're doing it now. But like poke Medusa. All back to the reason like I want to do this ASAP. When the lane creeps me, I want to be here. Like now it feels awkward to like get to Medusa, right? Oh, like do I go this way? Maybe Necro's here. But that's why if you're here at the start, the lane's here. You're like sitting here whacking Medusa. The lane pushes up. You're like whacking Medusa. You break away this way. You can come back in because you haven't seen Necro. You know he's over here, so you can whack her from over here. Now to do that, you got to be like, okay, hang on, Medusa. I'm going to get you. I'm going to get you. Boom, I got you, right? It's like a bunch of wasted time. And we can also see like how long you hold on to 3 mangoes and 6 tangos before you actually need them, right? You don't want to draw creep aggro too much, but part of the idea behind having a bunch of tangos is like, oh, I can afford to take some damage.
Big ass boy. What a name. You know what's a shame, guys? As a content creator, I opt for keeping my name the same. Nice kill. I opt for keeping my name the same. You see how you like backed off? I think you're processing the fact that you got a kill and maybe spending some money, but notice you're like super healthy. Bam, got him. Super healthy. 5 tangos, 1 more mango. Just boom, right into laning, right? No downtime. Medusa's on her own. Hit her, right? Okay, Legion can't join you. She's low. But Medusa's not going to kill you. Look, you got like 540 health, right? Whack, whack, whack. Deny, whack her a little bit. Get her low. She's like getting low on mana, you know? We're not killing her yet, but we're getting kind of close. This is where, so this is something you can look for if you think someone's smurfing or not. How quickly you can buy items while simultaneously doing other stuff. I'm not going to worry. You're in Guardian, so if you take a couple seconds, like do it. It's totally fine. If you take a little bit more, it happens. But the higher up you go, you'll notice the stuff is like really fast, where like they'll have the shop open while doing last hits and be like, where's the mango? Mango, okay, back here. What do I want? Raindrops. Need a little bit longer, 12 seconds, no problem. Hit Medusa, back off. Need another like whatever. Like it's super fast. Oftentimes, if you ever see someone go back, like click here, open shop, the screen doesn't move while they're like looking around, that is a sign of like a newer player or like a lower rank. Again, no offense. It's totally fine if you do it, but it is something you can work to improve on because it's literally downtime that you don't need, right? When you're like this healthy, just like getting straight into it, it's good to do. I was just about to say something and I forgot. Oh yeah, being a content creator, I've opted for keeping the name the same, never change the profile picture all that much, right? Not everyone does, but like, I did it for the sake of like branding and all that. It means I don't get the buff of like, oh, here's the hottest anime picture now, you know, stick it in. Ooh, I want to be big ass boy today, you know, like whatever your username. I don't get to change it anymore. I'm missing out, guys. I'm missing out on coming up with hilarious names. Sticking it in there, putting a funny picture. Today I'm a bottle of toothpaste. I don't get to do it. Overall, so if you want to keep playing Lich, who's typically a strong laner, definitely look to be more active in the lane. Try to poke more, try to Q more. And this goes back to what someone was saying earlier, where, oh, I'm trying to learn new things and I'm actually losing. You're gonna feed. I'll tell you this right now. I'm gonna push you to be more active in the laning stage. I want you to go hit people. I want you to cast your spells. And you're gonna come back and be like, Zach, I fed a bunch. I'm constantly out of mana. Like, I don't know what's going on. That is the learning curve. You just gotta do it. You gotta go through it and just start to get the balance. Like, okay, that was too far. I gotta chill a little bit here. Like, okay, I threw all my spells, but I didn't actually need to. I could have like done one and attacked and then like saved it for like the level 2 spell. You know, there's a learning curve there, but as you get a feel for it, the habit is correct, which is like you definitely need to be more active in the lane than what you're currently doing. So there might be a dip, but tell yourself you are trading MMR for knowledge. It's just a cost. You gotta spend money to make money, right? You gotta give some MMR to practice some new stuff. It's gonna pay off though. The investments, they're gonna roll in. It's gonna get there. It might take a little longer. Some people, you know, some people learn stuff instantly. Some people take some time. But if you never change it, you'll never improve. The Bobolos is pushing it too far. Bobolos right there, he was like trying to stay in lane no matter what. Don't TP home. He was trying a new idea there, paid the price for it. But it's okay, he tried learning it. You can go home now. Yeah, this is so low. You can go home. Say have too many items prepared. Say to have items prepared in quick buy. That can definitely be a good way to go about it to speed up your shop purchases. Sometimes you don't know what you want to buy, or sometimes you finish the quick buy, you got to add new stuff in. Like either way, it is definitely a great trick when you do have downtime Like when nothing's happening. Like right now, not much is going on. Maybe you want to go check this camp. You walk in there. So, or actually, it's 7 minutes. Now would be a really good time. Actually, a few seconds from earlier. Be walking over here, stack this, pull it into this. Fantastic time. Not much is going on. That's a perfect time to set up the quick buy. Like, here's what I want to get next. That's like some downtime. It doesn't matter. And then you go back to laning. Things are like super active. You get a kill. You're about to die. You're like, spam, quick buy, get it all, you know? And you've done the prep work. See how long you do these replays. It's kind of hit or miss. I kind of threw the whole game, I think. Okay. I've already given you some stuff on the laning stage. Let's jump ahead. So do you know it's about 50 minutes? I don't mind covering whatever. We don't usually cover like the whole game. We kind of jump around after we give you like some good advice and then we move on to the next one. But if you want to cover a team fight, which looks like maybe around 43, 44 minutes, there's a pretty bad fight that jumps in. Okay, you think it's like last 5 minutes, like right around here? Just like the videos talked about? Okay, that's perfect. Let's do it. Yeah, feel free to ask for like whatever, guys. Worst case, I'll be like, that's a horrible idea. We'll never do that. Oh, you know, it can't be that bad. All right, not this fight. One more. Never hurts to ask. I'm happy to adjust a little bit. Oh, you just died. Maybe that was it. Let me know if I jumped past it as well.
Killing spree.
It was at there, Rax. Was that the one that was earlier? Not this one, right? Or is it this one? Before this one? How does one get a replay reviewed? So we are going to figure out this team fight here, analysis. We'll open up the next replay raffle. All you have to do is type !replay at that time, and you'll enter the raffle. If you're at this stream a lot, you get a bunch of channel points. There is a way to redeem one guaranteed. But otherwise, it's just mostly raffle. Let me find the timestamp. No problem. While you find it, I can... there's been a lot of questions and stuff I've been ignoring. Got a bad habit of having a guide loaded up, just automatically buying a skilling. Oh, that definitely happens. I do that too. It is useful to... I sometimes make my own. Yeah, actually perfect. This one actually is one. I often make my own, and I just put in items. I organize it a little bit more nowadays that we used to be doing more hero guides. I actually haven't done it recently because I keep thinking there's going to be a patch, and I don't want to do it, but it keeps not happening. But prior to being a content creator, I would just throw in like any item I thought I might buy on the hero and organize it a little bit. But it does help to cut out stuff, right? It's like, I ain't building Bloodthorn on Lich. I'm not building Deso. And in the rare cases I am, I can open up the shop and go to it. But otherwise, it's like Eul's, Glimmer, whatever. Like a lot of the common stuff here, so I don't have to like dig around too far. And I don't necessarily throw everything in here, so I also don't get like, at that point, I'm just like lost in my own guide as well. I do have a bad habit of just like, oh, this glowing light tells me Q. Okay. You just press it without thinking. I have definitely done that before. All right, let's just find our own fight, guys. While he's looking. Looks pretty... I mean, like, we got a game plan here, you know? Like, find a Legion duel. She's only at 120, which is not that great. But just like, one Rax is down. They're in a decent spot. Hold the map. I see Witch Doctor's not here. If you guys watched the Guardian video and the one today, this is bad. He should be here. But otherwise, you guys hold the map, wait for a Legion duel, and then push up. I think sounds pretty good. Lich does not need to be in the front. He should just be chilling behind probably the Lone Druid. I say like Lone Druid Bear moving in while Anti-Mage with the Aegis could also be hitting this, and then you just wait for a Legion duel, and Lich and Witch Doctor sit behind those heroes. I currently see Lich walking into all the creeps. I am going to assume this was a bait, intentional bait for the Sand King. I'm up for it. I don't love it, because you see he's paying the price for it, right? They did get the dual kill, but I think they could have sent a tankier hero forward like the bear, and then they wouldn't have had to do this. And also looks like Medusa's actually just straight killing him. Now, if that wasn't a bait, I would recommend not doing that. But if the team wanted the bait, I'm like a little bit open to it. This guy just got killed by the silence. When did Manta? What was the second silence that was so long, actually? There's only one silence, so he just manted like way too soon. Rip. 42? Okay. 13k lead here. Item-wise, Drums Vlad, pretty good with Legion, Lone Druid, and all that. Looks like a Glimmer... Oh, wait. Was I looking at the wrong hero? Where were these items before? What? Am I blind? Okay, no, it wasn't here. It did just get here. Okay. Glimmer earlier, I think, is pretty good versus Necrophos, but I guess it was support Necrophos, which is kind of weird, so that's fine. I'm not going to like worry too much about your items. I think they're all generally fine. Without even knowing what's going to happen, I would say you guys are pushing the high ground, and Lone Druid is here showing in the wave. So not a huge fan of that. But let's see what else happened. So you're kind of here. I think you just throw the spells on that Ogre. He's super tanky. I think you drop the Ice Spire and just ult Ogre. Get the dual kills. She really does not have a lot of damage. So just helping it rack up is really good. And in any kill in front of their base, pretty good. I don't know if Ogre has buyback, but you know, if you get a buyback out, that's also really good. You guys just back off and chill. Now we dueled, and you've technically saved your ult, but we don't have duel, you know, which is also a big part. So we would have liked to commit and get a kill. I think that could have been good. Okay, she just BKB'd. I see no interest in your team backing off, waiting this timer out. She didn't really do anything with it either, so it's kind of okay. All right, if we just get out at this point, it's fine. Anti-Mage, some psycho stuff right there. You can try to force staff him out here. You probably would have just saved his life. AC at the ult now doesn't like do nearly as much. Yeah, ulting on the dual target would have been better. If you didn't have the cooldowns, just leave the Anti-Mage. You could have forced Anti-Mage out, and then maybe you die and he gets out. 2 dead for the Rax is not the worst. Part of the reason it went that way is because Lone Druid was not there. Where's your Wraith Band? Yeah, so that was definitely not as good as it could have been, but we'll copium and say like, oh, at least got the Rax, which is kind of true. So here, you're just gonna like wait for everyone. Let's speed up. So this is what's bad on the team then, right? 3 versus 5, they're gonna come fight over a tier 2 tower. Or is this even a tier 2 tower? Why is there a creep at the tier 3? Yeah. They're gonna come fight over a tier 3 tower. Who even cares? Just let it go. It works because we see Nature's here and Ogre here. So on their half, like, what are they doing? Why are they scattering like this? Why is this possible? It shouldn't be possible. But it kind of is because these guys are here. But Nature's also has the global, and I don't know where the last guy is, so this is also a bit scary. Don't really know if Necro's the guy, but whatever. Looks like they're going to go for Legion. There's the Sand King. I was wondering where he is. No detection enjoyers here. So not the worst choice to engage there with some of the information we had, but we can see the execution didn't really work out. No detection. I would not call that on you. I'd say your biggest mistake so far from this team fight is not force staffing the Anti-Mage. Which I totally understand, getting overwhelmed and like messing up stuff in a team fight. I still do that. But you were at least here. You could then say like we shouldn't do this without Lone Druid. That's like the next thing you can do. After that, like this is all of them. I mean, unless you were like, get them guys, go get them. Don't do that. Just tell them to wait for you, I would say. Or why not kill the natures, right? Since we don't know where Sand King was, it could have been 3 heroes plus the natures rotation. That's scary. So Legion should just go kill natures, and then no one can come to natures, you know?
The die might want.
Let's speed up. Let's see like one more fight happen. So we're trying to rush Roche with 2 heroes dead and no vision. That's pretty scary. You swap this in, swap out your wand, put these observers in, walk over here, place an observer here, 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 like one of those spots. Sentry, if there's Invis heroes, sentry like right here. If there's not, then sentry further out wherever your observer is, where you think they might have wards, or like check this cliff if you think you need to. This is like super risky without more info. It's even doing the global roar. They never came here. That's pretty lucky. So now you just like hide behind the anti-mage. Don't be next to him. Be like in these trees. This is your cast range for shield. And then Glimmer and Force Staff are much shorter, but like you don't need to be literally on him. Oh, and then this is the bait we saw earlier, I think, which we already kind of talked through. So Witch Doctor, you know, like what's he up to? Should be over here with us. And then you shouldn't even show. You should just be like in the trees, like waiting back here. A Lone Druid should also be on this side. You guys are like, oh, if they flank this way or they flank this way, they'll catch one of us. All right? be together. It's a lot better. You pick your side. Pick who you think is the better player, which currently I'm leaning towards Anti-Mage, so I'm picking the left side. Just based on levels and last hits and stuff. I didn't watch the whole game. Whoever's not the least toxic, whatever, like whatever you want to, whatever your criteria is. If you're trying to win the game, then whoever you think is the most important. But pick a side, stand there. Your bait was not too bad. I kind of appreciate this buyback too, if it had been committed a little sooner, but I like the idea. I think this fight should have gone better for your team. There were some execution mistakes from your cores. Huge man avoid. Damn, Medusa. Because he doesn't have an MKB. Yeah, so I wouldn't really hold this on you at this point. Like these late game fights. We talked about stuff earlier that is like definitely stuff you can work on, but these late game fights, I wouldn't sweat too hard on it. Besides, like, I'm open to the bait play, but I don't really think it's necessary. Okay, I'm opening the next raffle. Some of you guys were asking. Just type exclamation point replay. You'll be entered in. I need more water. I'll be back. I'll leave the game playing. You guys can just like, you guys can give some feedback if you'd like. Also run the ads to get them out of the way right now. Be right back.
back. Man, it really switched. 17. Crazy thing is I wouldn't even feel like that far behind. I mean, we barely watched like the whole thing, but still feels pretty doable. Wow. Maybe not so doable. Shouldn't be pushing up here without everyone though, I think. Couldn't ult. Here, let's go back. So, even without knowing what's going on, I would say it's not strictly your fault of like throwing the game. When I see that it's 4v4, you don't have great information of where they are though, and Lone Druid is not with you guys. So this is a 3v4 push, or there's only a couple heroes here right now, but they could all TP home because it's their base. So I think this is not a good fight to be taking regardless. I think you should set up map control. Like, just farm the map, wait for your heroes, wait for Roche, like, whatever the timing is. Like, even if you win a fight here, you're saying, like, we will win the game. We must fight and win, because there's no objective here. Your creeps are pushing mid, and then you're going to have to go, like, tank the top tower to take that Rax. So, this is, we're winning here. Do you feel you need to do that? Okay, now we know you're 17k behind. It does feel a little, like, rough. But I wouldn't say this is, like, really the chance to do it with, like, 4 heroes up. So, I don't think you guys should even be pushing up here. I think pushing out the lane is fine, but put wards around, and this is, like, heavy overlap, right? Like, spread them around the map so you can find pickoffs to come back into this. And Witch Doctor walking up here is wacky. I would just leave him at this point. The fact that he goes in and then you want to ult. Let's see, how come you can't ult? It looks like maybe your mouse was just a little bit off of like the actual heroes. It was like in between Ogre and Sand King. Split the pins on it a little bit. But I promise, even if you get that ult off, this fight doesn't change. Your ult is not... Like, look how much damage this ult does. I didn't even see Ogre's health bar move. This guy with like 5,488 health. That was a Maldic, guys. It wasn't the change. That was a big chunk of health actually dropping as it hit. But like, even if you'd gotten off sooner, it wouldn't have changed that fight. It's more like what fight you guys chose to take there. All right, the Strider AoE 3. Let's go. I've been playing AoE 2, but not lately. This is a change for me. I don't feel burnt out on Dota, so I want to play Dota. I want to play Hades 2 because that just came out. I've been enjoying Age of Empires 2. We've been trying to finish Final Fantasy, or we started as a variety. That's 4 different games, guys. And I'm excited to play all of them. That hasn't happened in a long time. Usually I'm like... Prior to this, I felt required to only play Dota. And it made it kind of sad to a degree, where it was like mix of burnout, but I was excited and I'm passionate about trying to make it all work. But like, it also felt bad to like, this is all I am allowing myself to do. I think having the variety and the more breaks, which partly is because the channel grew when we got to do casting, has been good, like mental health wise and like balance wise, to be excited about playing Dota and all that. But it's such a change. I haven't had this since I was like youthful and free and had so much time for games. And I was like, oh, what game do we play? I'm very privileged right now. Yeah, I want to do Crownfall. No problem, Northstar. I hope the losing streak... Oh, well, let me change it. I feel like if we think about the losing streak, that just sets the expectation and is bad. I think the healthier way to think about it, and the way that's less likely to feel bad, is I hope
You can just look at your own gameplay, work on improving it, because you can do that every game, win or loss. And that way, every game you feel like, all right, lost it, but I did a lot better in the lane, right? Self-win right there. And I think that helps a lot with not being affected by win or lose streaks. And I hope by doing so, you'll get back your MMR, you'll get a new peak, all of that. You feel that way about Lost Ark? I actually just saw it on the front page of Steam. Earlier, not right now, we got enough games. Earlier in the year, I kind of had like an interest in playing an MMO, but I was looking around, I was like, I don't know what I would play. I like briefly looked at Lost Ark. I was trying to find something because my girlfriend likes to play Genshin Impact with some friends. And I played a little bit with them, and I am curious about the story, but I just don't find the like repeated gameplay of Genshin Impact very interesting. Like, I like the story, the music, world building's cool. There's a lot of like small stuff that's fun, but in terms of like the combat, it's like click, click, hold, and click. Right? There's not a lot of like quick reactions to it. And then we played Outward together, which was a lot of fun. So I was kind of looking like, is there an MMO we could play together where we do a lot of the story co-op together? It's a little bigger than like what Outward was. I was trying to find something like that, and if you guys have any recommendations, I'd love to hear it. I think when I looked at Lost Ark, it mentioned that like you can't actually do many of the story stuff together. You do a lot of it solo. So then that was kind of like, eh. I mean, it's fine for like the thing, but I was looking for something we can play together. Dota sometimes just gets to me. I know, same, Porky. I think I'm pretty resilient to that, but like even long enough, it's like, oh god, give me something else. Which, Porky, if you hang around a little bit, we'll probably do another replay or two, but then it's Hades 2 time. Hades 2! Add in that variety. Final Fantasy 14. I was thinking about it, thinking about trying it. Can we do the story quest together? Like, how much, if ignoring the fact that it's an MMO, how much can we just co-op together? Because I guess that's the bigger thing, is that I want us to be able to play a co-op game with an interesting story, but I also wanted to be able to like customize a character, like different skills, stuff like that, Outward sick, big fan of that style. I had to warm up to it a little bit. It took a bit. Once I got into it, I enjoyed it a lot. I think there are still more things I would like out of it, but like for what it is, I appreciate it, and we had a good time with it. We meant to do the DLC. We started a new run to do like Wizards with one of the DLC stuff, but stuff got in the way, so we didn't get to it. I feel like lately there's not a lot of great co-op options. I could be saying that. I know there are, but it like depends what you want. And we have a very different. Look at me. I'm a Dota con. I'm the ultra sweaty. Like, yo, give me the challenge, hardest difficulty. Like, bump it up. Like all of that. And then she is much more relaxed. Like, she likes some challenge, but it's not nearly the same. She's like more relaxed, more the vibe of the game, stuff like that. She likes a certain aesthetic in the game. She's like, oh, this game's too ugly. Like, we can't play. So we have very different like approaches. I was like, oh yeah, so what do you like, shooter games? She's like, I'm not into that. So I gotta find the style like we both like. Which Outward kind of fit. She would have liked a prettier looking game, but Outward was like enough. And it was in between. How to be good playing IO? Igor. I've actually been doing a bunch of IO coaching lately. Oh wait, hold on. I'm ranting for nothing for a second. Let me see. Did Strider give us a game, or are we still good to rant? He did give us a game so long ago, and I've just been ranting about stuff. Let me copy and paste that in. Strider, any questions on this? Any like anything in particular we're looking at? I see it's a pretty high ranked game as well. Immortal. Treant player. Hard support. Download. It Takes Two. We enjoyed It Takes Two. That was a fun one. That's the thing. It's like, this is why it feels like certain co-op games are just lacking. And I get it. It's tough to make a really good co-op game. But that's the one that always comes up, right? It's like, oh, It Takes Two. And then it's like, is there another one like it? And then everyone's like, you know. it feels like it's rare to find like a really great co-op game. Baldur's Gate. So yeah, but Baldur's Gate is one of those things. She doesn't quite like that aesthetic of that style, and it's like really in depth. We might try it. We tried Divinity Original Sin, but she didn't feel like that caught into it. And honestly, I don't know if that's exactly the style of game I wanted to play right away either, because that's kind of like turn-based combat, gets pretty like in depth with certain stuff, which Outward can get some depth, but it was like chill enough, and it was like more real time that I think it was a little more fun, engaging. Swap out this Clarity. Personally, I think Treant should just be like in the lane as much as possible, and I think a Clarity is like too hard. I would just do a Mango. If you don't have the money, that's fine. Just like buy it later or swap something out. Maybe you don't need 2 sentries, you know, do that. Or just buy the Mango. Like, you're not going to burn through all your mana like off the start. So I would just walk out, get that camp blocked, get a Mango. Looks like you're going to play TB versus Slardar plus Snapfire maybe. Portal 2 is a pretty good one. We haven't played that together. I've played a ton of Portal 2. So that's the thing. That's the problem with playing Portal 2 again. We might still try it at some point where it's like, oh, here's another limiting factor. It would be nice if it could be couch co-op, because playing on like opposite sides in rooms is like, I don't know. We want to try to like be in the same room because it feels like more like doing stuff together. So that's another limiting factor to finding a good co-op game, is if it can be couch co-op. Which is not a hard requirement, but it would be a nice thing. Portal 2, the issue is like, it's a puzzle game, and I've done all the puzzles. I've done it multiple times. Now, I've probably forgotten some of them at this point, but I feel like as I start doing it, I'll be like, oh yeah, it's here. So I pretty much have to go through the game being like, I'll just do whatever you tell me. Which could still be fun to see like her go through it, because it's a cool game like that. But it does kind of remove that experience a little bit.
30 seconds to showtime.
What gaming systems do we have? We both have computers. And then I own a PlayStation 4. We both have Switches. Yeah. I think that covers it all. I have a 3DS. I wouldn't expect you guys to win this lane too, like, I'm not expecting to crush it by any means, even though you're usually a strong laner, but Slardar is pretty good into double melee, and then Snapfire is also good, though. Looks like she might be top, and it's actually Abaddon. That's still a bit annoying for you, because it's hard to use Leech Seed into that. So really, I'm just, like, thinking of playing for farm in this lane. That's my current approach. So earlier I said just play the lane as much as possible, but we might be doing more pulls than otherwise would. This, I don't think it's worth your time. Yeah, that right there. Okay, he screwed it up. That's not on me. But there's pretty much, if Abaddon came this way, there should be 0 chance of you stopping him from blocking this. You can punch him, but you can't, like, he's blocked it, you know? And then punching him is, like, one thing. You are Treant, so you can kind of go through the trees, but he can do what he did, which is, like, just run in a circle and come back in at the last second, which he mistimed. So it's kind of not worth your effort as a position 5, especially one without a stun, to bother with this, in my opinion. I would just sit in the lane and punish Abaddon's choice. Like, if he wants to body block this, then his offlaner should be 2v1 bullied while he's level 1 and really weak. And even when Abaddon comes back, now you have a Slardar who's at like a 4th health, and how are they supposed to play together, you know? I think that approach is going to be easier for you. And then, why do we need this small camp open? oh, because we may need to do a pull. Well, just don't need to do a pull. You know, be in the lane, punch your own creeps, get them low. Looks like this is pushing from earlier stuff. I don't know exactly what happened, but actually if we go back, we can see it. I'm going to nitpick more. You're immortal, so I'm going to nitpick this stuff. Right, I think, let's see when you chased away the Abaddon. So, like, right now you're punching your creeps, and now you chase the Abaddon a little bit. Wait, okay, here. But if you just sat here, we zoned the Slardar, and now we're punching this creep, right? So then I don't even need the small camp, because I'm in the lane. I'm hitting my level 2 at a better time than Abaddon, who's out of here. And Slardar may hit level 2, but he's going to have a 4th health, so what's he going to do with it? Nothing! So in theory, the camp is blocked right now. Like, if Abaddon hadn't mistimed it, right? It was on his mistake that it worked, not that you fully... I mean, the fact that you zoned him kind of pushed him to make the mistake, but, like, he shouldn't have made the mistake anyways. So at this point, we wouldn't have a camp to work with, and you see how... Actually, it pushed back in. They kind of mess it up. They pushed it back in. Oh, he's getting you! Ah, that was close! I was gonna say we were pushing out, but, bless NA Dota. Actually, I don't even know you're NA. I don't know what region this is. Yo, I actually liked the 3DS. I liked it a lot. I'm trying to think what good games were on it. I don't even remember, but I enjoyed having it. Also, see how this Clarity's just hanging here? Mango, at least a little bit of HP regen. Ripar, bonus HP regen, but it's still HP regen. Burst of mana when it's needed. Stacking. Cool. I don't mind the point in Nature's Grasp, but for consideration, you could maybe do a point in Living Armor and just kind of leave Terrorblade alone. Give him a lot of solo XP. Just do a lot of, like, stacked pulls, block camps, stuff like that. But Q is still really good, because the shield can't dispel Q. So, like, I'm still fine with it. But if from here you went to max Living Armor, I think that would be pretty good. Because I don't really see us doing very much with the other abilities. Now that we're beyond level 1 and 2. Like, it was helpful for us to zone and stuff, but... level 1 Q is going to be enough to play aggressive or dissuade aggression at this point. I'm just going to heal this guy a bunch. Let him get all the last hits. Now, your second point in leech seed will either be dispelled by shield or Slardar's super move speed will just run away from it. This ward I like a lot versus roaming heroes, either for supports or mids. Tinker's not that kind of hero. He's going to TP in to rotate if he does, so this won't spot him. And Abaddon, super bizarre 4 position. What's he going to do? Like, I don't even care if he goes to gank Kunkka, actually. Maybe that's a mistake, but, like, what is he going to do on a Kunkka gank? I don't think he'll do anything. So I think you can keep this Observer for more... Currently, in my mind, we're going to play the lane a little longer, just keep healing Terrorblade, set him up, and I'm just going to leave super early, because I don't think they can stop him, and he'll just farm. And so I think this Observer, closer to the lane for more direct Terrorblade protection, to spot any of this stuff going on. Like, for example, you could put it here to spot, like, the hard camp stuff, what they're doing in the actual lane, like over here. If you wanted to risk something in here, and the Sentry War has died down, maybe just up here could be good. Cliff, hit or miss, up to you. I don't love it, but could work if, like, sometimes you, like, you go around the meta game enough. It's like, oh, the Cliff's so bad. No one uses it. No one uses it. Oh, Cliff is good. So if you think it's one of those games, you can. If you could have done a half pull, I think that would have been good there. Yeah, that's the kind of stuff where you would just be Living Armor spamming him, and he'd have the bonus 4 armor. on top of his godly like 13. Yeah, look at, oh my god, he'd have like nearly 20 armor already. This is all physical coming in, right? So
Dire's top tower's getting beat down.
and that's kind of what we think will happen, right? That kind of aggression, he'll just run away once he gets out of the queue. And that's why I think like leaning into the heal, so we can just heal, go stack, things like that. You go Wisdom Rune Steel right now. You go rotate to the Spectre. I think that makes more sense than trying to help Terrorblade here. Yeah, you guys don't have meta. I think you feel too much pressure to play aggressive and to like zone them a bit. But Treant can do two different styles really well. The better style is lane aggression, which is what you want to do. That should be your default right now. But an older style that still works in the right matchups is like a little bit of lane pressure to begin with, and then you just max heal, and you allow him to solo lane without too many cares because you're just constantly healing him. And he's taking reduced damage from the armor, and then you just do a bunch of stacks, pulls, things like that. And it's super defensive, but you like give everything to a solo carry, and he's not getting like, usually you try to leave a carry solo, they get zoned too hard, but he's not alone in the sense that like you're giving him living armor, and then you walk in, you like leech seed something next to him, heal him a bit. You're giving him constant good lane equilibrium through half pulls and stacked pulls, and then you're like stacking other jungle stuff so that when the lane is weird, you're like, you go do that, I'll sit in the lane for you, and when it comes back, we swap. I feel like living armor doesn't do that much since the early heal. It's definitely worse than it used to be. But if you kind of see what you've been doing with your W and Q with the extra levels, like we haven't accomplished that much with it either. So it's more that in the lane itself, 3 HP regen, maybe not amazing, but it's pretty consistent 3 HP regen. Like at level 2, 20-second duration, 25-second cooldown. It's pretty much always up. And then it's 6 extra armor at that point. Plus, by maxing it, when you get to like level 7, it'll be maxed out already. You can play anywhere, living armor, 2 different heroes. That's the part where it pays off more. Versus doing this build, and now we want to pivot to living armor. It's coming in way later. But at level 7, which would be like in a few more minutes, like this amount of armor, 10 armor, 5 HP regen's pretty good. QW does kind of work if you like rotate over. Like if you think it'll be useful for the other lanes, I'm open to it. This case, like Tinker, pretty hard to use against. Spectre Snap, maybe. Like if we rotate over, start fighting them. But I think you can fight them while still like living armor, Mar, so we can dive with it. Living armor, Terrorblade, so we can still farm. Like I'd be okay with a max living armor build. I don't know. Maybe I'm super out of the Treant Protector meta. Let's do a quick check. But it's been this way for a while, that like one of those two styles tends to be the thing. Either W is really good, so you max it, or it's not good, so you go living armor earlier. Let's see. Looks like right now a lot of people are maxing W more than the living armor build I was talking about. I'm open to being wrong on that, but I still kind of stand by what I said, which is like, I don't think it's that good this lane. Max Q could kind of work if you think you're going to abandon the lane and you just want to farm it out. Delay the game. I'm open to that. In kind of this situation, if like Terrorblade was just like done with the lane. Okay, nice kill. At this point, I don't think you want to play with Terrorblade. I think you just want to give him a ward to see Tinker rotations and then just go play with the other heroes. So you guys are pushing this tower. I'm fine with this off of that kill. Ooh. Run, Mars! I would buy some Observer, Smokes. Tinker's going to be playing like here and here until its actual ganks happen, then he'll rotate into like lanes to defend and like fights. Otherwise, he's here or here. So if you can get any deep wards down and smokes, you can kill Tinker a couple times coming up here. Even just you and Hoodwink could probably do it. Like you smoke up to him, bushwhack, Q, sharpshooter's a bunch of damage. You punch him a couple times, maybe you overgrowth. But like if you bring Kunkka, that whole combo is really good too. But you need a deep ward to be able to see that. Kunkka seems strong. I don't know the net worth. Yeah, it looks like he's doing well. I think it's a mistake to keep coming back down here. Unless Terrorblade is done with the lane, then you can be here. But otherwise, just leave him alone. Go play the other parts. Like, how can Mars make a play without any of you guys? He can arena spear someone, rebuke, but it's not enough damage. He needs you. He needs Hoodwink. Specifically Hoodwink. You actually don't add that much damage. But you kind of do with Leech Seed. So, like, it could kind of work. But I don't think you want to keep running at the Terrorblade lane. Especially because you guys already took the tier 1 tower. If you wanted to deep ward off that earlier play through that tier 1 tower, then that's fine. But at this point, you guys should just be, like, on this top half away from Terrorblade.
Dire's mid tower could use a little help. No breaking through the Dire's structures for now.
Whew. Close. Well, by distracting him, Kunkka did kind of get out alive. But I think that play could go smoother if he wasn't making it on his own, right? Ooh, now we're smoking up. But it's just you. Imagine if you just brought Kunkka or something along with this. Oh, here he is. There we go. Yeah, you keep coming down here. Stop coming down here. Get out of here. Kunkka wanted to do his own thing all game. Oh, then I look to Mars. I don't mind if Kunkka is on his own. Off cooldown. Like, use the cooldown and go. But it should be like, you're either with the Mars or you're with the Kunkka. You should stop coming to Terrorblade's lane. Like, he should be doing all of this on his own, right? This should be his farm. As it gets close to him, he just comes in, shoves it out, and then goes back to the jungle. So you guys don't need to be down here. You're like, oh, he's not in the lane, we should deal with it. Like, no, he's waiting for it to come in, and then he'll do it. He doesn't want to be, like, farming up here. This is, like, messing Terrorblade's farming plan. That was, like, 3 creep waves so far, right? That should have been all Terrorblades. Yeah, I'm just watching the minimap right now. Like, see this creep wave coming in? This is supposed to be Terrorblades. But now, I mean, he's like, I don't know. I don't know what he's doing. He's jungling. I'd rather not be here, though. Like, I haven't seen Mars get to do anything. He needs people. Unless he's ahead. He's, like, not solo killing. And these are, like, some tanky people. He needs help. Terrorblade does not to farm. Super easy kill. 3 heroes with Mars. Could start. He probably hit 6 around 10 minutes. It's like 8 minutes. Wow, look at this Hoodwink who got Atos first. I think you should have TP'd to that sooner.
Dire buildings are tough as nails for now.
Probably like as soon as it starts, just TP in. So you getting Blink. I'm up for the Shard first. Because you just like walk around looking for Tinker, get the people to come, and then just punch him. The Blink will be useful later to like get to him too. But if like Spectre sees you in the back from a ward, she could haunt you, kill you. I think the Shard might be better first. But I do like Shard Blink, like both those items. I guess at this point you can wait for Tormentor to see. But if you did go Shard first, you could have gotten it sooner.
No, Mortimer, it's not playtime. And not
Didn't want to because of Slardar. I mean, Slardar, that is annoying, but he still has to see you first, right? He can't reveal a hero out of Invis until he gets the Shard anyways. But he's not just, like, slamming on every single tree, you know? So even with that, you will still be able to walk through trees Invis. You just have to be, like, really careful of when you reveal yourself. As for letting creeps die, yeah. I kind of mentioned this in the Guardian video, but it's like true for all ranks, and I see it in my games as well, right? Where there's some people who just don't want to let anything go to waste, but you can't make plays if everyone's trying to farm 3 lanes and 2 jungles. Things have to go to waste, and there's a balance to that, which is the hard part, but it does happen. And I think as a support, one of the skills is looking at it and saying, like, this, nothing else is going on. It's fine for me to come get this and push it out. And it's good for the map pressure and all that. Or we can make plays and I'm just delaying my team from being able to make plays because I won't group with them because I keep farming, like, lanes that I don't want to go to waste, but it's preventing us from doing anything. Which is not easy, but at least in this game, for example, I've been talking about the Mars, right? Like, the Mars needs people to make plays. So as long as we're not next to Mars, he doesn't feel good about making plays. And what's he going to do? Also come down? He looks like an asshole, right? There's like a Terrorblade farming jungle, 2 supports in this area, and he's like, yes, TP's down here. Terrorblade's like, what the fuck? Like, why is everyone in my lane? So Mars has to keep being up here, and he's like, I wish I could do anything. So it's important to go there. But when there are, like, let's say you go to Mars, you use the arena, it's down, you come back bottom because Terrorblade's not coming here, then I'm okay with that, because, like, we're not making a play right now without arena and, like, boats down, stuff like that. Then that's where we're in this, like, chill farm mode, go make sure creeps aren't being wasted, right? Kind of like what you're doing now, because Terrorblade, he loves that frickin' jungle. He will not step out. He doesn't even send illusions over here, which I think is a bit of a mistake. He's, like, using him in the jungle. But like suddenly, okay, quick, 3 heroes, Tinker shows here. Let's all make a play on Tinker, right? The 2 playmakers are on their own. No one's near them. So any sudden opportunities that pop up cannot happen because, okay, shit, let me TP, smoke, go, Tinker left, Spectre left, right? Like, the moments are quick. So you have to be near the playmakers generally as much as you can, so that as soon as something happens, like, go, right now, smoke, go, 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 right? But this is like 5-second minimum before a play can even begin to move to happen. Yeah, that's a good point, Dirty Pumpkin. Like, you're making the move first with the Shard. At that point, if you're found, but you've already punched the Tinker or the Spectre and gotten the Initiate, then that's kind of job done. You're like, whatever. Corrosive Haze me. I dare you. Kill me instead of my carry with Corrosive Haze. What was going on? What was that? No one look at me. No even think about Treant. Don't look for me. Don't try to smell the mushroom spores on my shoulder.
Dire's mid tower is tower's having technical difficulties. Radiant's top tower's hurting.
What's happening? Team fights. Let's go. You gonna go for pipe? Yeah, we already talked about the shard. I do think it's good, and then into pipe. I'm fine with that. Although, nah, yeah, it's probably okay because of the Tinker. Give me the shard. Give me the shard. Give me the shard. Yeah! But you probably should have had it sooner. 28-minute shard's kind of a long time to wait for it. All right, I'm going to start the next raffle if you guys want to join in. This might be the last one we do for today. We started early, and maybe we'll go play Hades 2 after that one. I'll say how I feel right after it, but might be the last one. I'm just giving the warning now.
Dire's mid tower's having technical difficulties.
Although, anyone... Actually, no, I'm going to work on it later. I forgot. I was thinking about if I should work on the how to get out of Crusader video next, which it will, you know, I'll get to it. But I need to do the Whose Fault Is It Anyways episode first. So I'm going to, like, ask for replays and then, like, not even use them. So I'll ask later. I'll ask next week or something. Crusader players, get some games in. I'm going to need those replays soon. You'll get Aegis and split across the map. Like it. We had some separate ideas going on there. We can recap this while we wait for the next replay. So I guess got Aegis. Terrorblade's at half health. Top lane's pushing in. So you see him twin gate. He wants to deal with lane equilibrium and farm up. I don't know if he's close to an item or something. He wants to like work on this BKB, which he could probably get it in the next 2 to 3 minutes and then have 2 minutes for Aegis. So I'd be fine with that. So he's looking to fix lanes. You see Slardar here, but I mean, Slardar can always TP back. It's pretty tempting to see a Tinker and want to go for it. I guess if Mars hadn't missed Spear, this play probably goes better. But you are missing, like, your carry, who then he had to, like, TP in, and he, like, just got here as arena ends and all that. And he's on the low ground to high ground. Like, it's like a really awkward fight. I think he just tried to swap save. I don't know. Didn't lose Aegis yet. Might be about to. Oh my god. Yeah, this ended up being a really awkward fight. Yeah, so I think you guys just had like very different ideas of what was going on. Maybe you thought that would be a quick pickoff, but it's a quick pickoff in the enemy triangle with a global rotating hero like Spectre and save heroes that we can't see. And Tinker's super hard to kill.
Radiant's mid tower's getting banged up.
Forsty, you got your shard from the 5th Tormentor? That's some bad luck, dude. I guess in theory that happens. Because it's like 1 out of 2, right? You have the 1 out of the 2 odds 4 times. So that's what? 1 out of 16 games it will happen technically. That you lose that many chances and no one else bought a shard. Which actually is not as crazy as it sounds, but I guess I don't know if I've seen it happen that much. I don't know if I've seen a position 5 get it from the 5th Tormentor. Probably because I just never see the 5th Tormentor happen. And most position 5s, after they don't get it from like the first 2 or 3, are like, oh my god, it's never gonna happen. They just buy it. Uh-oh, Dota Coordinator not loading. Well, don't worry. If you win a raffle and we're not able to do it, we just like hang on to it. Do it in the future. What's going on here, Spectre? What is that? Oh, I guess Terrorblade's map movement. I'm on the wrong hero. Alright, let's see. Let's do it. Dirty Pumpkin. Congrats. Apparently, the coordinator might be down. Hopefully, you can still find a replay. Hopefully, I can download that replay. We'll see. Anyone who didn't win, apologies. But if we don't do any more today, which I think this will be the last one, but I'm not saying that for 100%, but I think it's probably the last one for today. But we'll do it every Wednesday, pretty much. Unless big patches come out, in which case I usually prioritize playing instead, just because I don't know what I'm replay reviewing when I'm like, I don't know how this change works. But otherwise, we usually do it on most Wednesdays. And you're welcome to join. Invited to join, even. I would love to have you guys here. It's good viewership. Hey, Angle Simp. Well, it's not the end of the stream. We're just going to go play Hades 2 after we do one more replay. So, if you want to switch over to some variety with me, Angle Simp, then you're actually just in time. One replay review just to hit that Dota itch, and then boom, Hades 2. Let's see. I don't think Dirty Pumpkin has put anything in yet. Your channel points redemption, replay analysis guaranteed. Yeah, we just we break the chain of command and the all that, but within reason. If I like, for example, here, I personally like, if we're stopping, I'm gonna stop. I'm not gonna like do another one after this, and like because we have one winner, I'm not gonna like replace it. Usually we just like prioritize one and then the other. No one like loses their spot typically, unless we haven't picked a winner and then someone redeems it, in which case I just end the raffle and I do it. Redraw? Not yet, not so soon. Let's wait and see a little bit. Casting any events soon? I don't think so. So there was one later this month, but I'm gonna be gone. I'm going to be in I'm gonna be going to my sister's graduation, so I probably, unless the events dates change a little bit, because I don't know if it's like 100% stone, but I think it kind of is. So I can't do that one, and we'll see from there. I think there's a little bit of a lull here because I had a bunch of casting back to back, all the like tournaments and then qualifiers and stuff. But now I think there's a bit of a break till later on in the year. We'll just have to see. We'll have to see what comes up. It's surprisingly last minute. It's really interesting shifting from, because I was a process engineer at a food company, and it's like, oh, not that we didn't have last minute stuff, actually. That was like, literally, it was like, this has to happen within a day or two. It's like, okay. But some of the bigger stuff, which I imagine a Dota tournament to be, you know, it's like planned months ahead of time, if not further. And we know a lot already about like who's doing what, all this, like this person's doing this company is bringing this in. So it's interesting to me that for a lot of the casting up so far, it's been like, this is happening in 2 weeks. You want to cast it? It's like, yes, you know? There has been a little bit further planning as well, but at least for me, just jumping in, I don't know if it was like situation. You know, maybe the other casters who are more established do have it planned out with the companies for like a year. But as like the new duo with Ricky, my experience so far has been like, tomorrow? It's like, yes, I'm in. Not actually like one day, but it's been real quick, which surprises me. Surprises me on the like, you'd think with like a tournament planned months ahead, it'd be like casters, check, done. We know who. If Dirty Pumpkin, what should our timer be? How long do we give Dirty Pumpkin? Helix pinged it. Yeah. Oh, there were ads? Okay, Dirty Pumpkin, if you're here and if there were ads playing that I didn't notice, you won the raffle. So, if you're here and just finding a game, that's fine. But if you could send a message to let us know. Oh, there you are. 6K support. Is that okay to review? No, I mean, I don't mind. As long as you recognize, like, we're pretty much the same, right? As much as I talk like, oh, I think conceptually I know a little higher, right? In the end, my MMR, like, it's the final say. But if you are fine with me reviewing your game and taking advice or discussion from me, then I am totally fine with it. Oh, sorry, hit the table. But it's up to you if you're like, I don't need advice from you. That's up to you. And I won't take offense either way. And you can choose to pass it. If you guys ever win, you can choose to pass it. I don't care. But whoever wins gets the power to decide. For Wind Ranger position 5, is the level 1 skill just lane based? So you can take Power Shot if you need to secure range creeps. Otherwise, Wind Ranger as a support will typically just harass a bunch through right clicks, and so level 1 Wind Run can be pretty good for that. The nuke damage from the W can be good harass, but it's ultimately a skill shot that is not fully guaranteed. The range creep stands still, so that part's guaranteed. And of course, you try to hit someone while you do it. So that's kind of the only reason I would take W level 1. I don't play that much Wind Ranger 5. It's been a long time since I trade her as a support in general, but I think that's the guiding philosophy that I would go for. W for creep secure, E for pretty much anything else, as long as you think you're going to be like right-clicking harassing. Do you think I could adequately review a 6,200 game? I think so. It takes more time, and we have to be more careful. I'm a little more careful, like, what I say. Because, like, a Herald game, I can spot mistakes instantly. I know, like, a lot of what's going to happen. For games that are closer to my rank or even higher, I think given the time, I can still look at it and come up with the right answer. Like, I actually think... So my comparison would be, like, Divine players to Immortal, or, like, any one rank to the next rank. A lot of the time, I think you have similar game knowledge. You could say it's a little worse, sure, but it's probably quite similar, but it's a matter of how quickly you can get there. And that's the thing with replay reviews. It's like, I have endless time. I can rewind as many times as I want to look at a fight to be like, oh, this is what I think you should have done, right? So if someone like 7,000 MMR wanted advice from me, I could do it. I would still disclaimer, like, I could be wrong. This is just my advice. Take it or leave it, right? But by sitting there, pausing, rewind a couple times, maybe look at it, if I don't already have a thought on it in my first pass, I think I can still get to, like, similar answers. I think the difference in gameplay of, like, someone who's actually 7,000 MMR and myself is that, like, whereas I might need more time to look at it and realize what should be done, they have already experienced it, they've already thought it, they have a better gut feeling, whatever. They just, boom, lock in, like, this is the right target, this is where I should stand, go. I mean, really, it's just Smurfs, right? Smurfs are why I stand back. But theoretically, you know, if it wasn't Smurfs, then I guess it could be something else. Okay, you are the Undying. Let's do it. Undying is a hero where I feel like conceptually I understand how to play him, but I never do it correctly. So let's see. Let's see if that's true at all. Soft support? Or maybe you swapped. Maybe you swapped to lane with your... It looks like you're partied up. Let's find out. Ilap, I'm sorry. This is probably the last review we're doing today, but I do this every Wednesday pretty much. So if you ever want to join in for another one, I'd be happy to look at it. As just general advice, that position 1, pretty rude for saying that. But maybe there's room for improvement, which typically for all players, there's room for improvement, right? That's all I try to take from Flame. which is that, all right, if this guy's complaining, I gotta think about it, but he might still be wrong. I know, people will complain. People being rude about it, they're definitely wrong to do that. But we can always look to improve anyways. All right, what do we got? Undying versus maybe Magnus or Kunkka off lane. At least it's a melee hero, and then Shadow Shaman or Witch Doctor. If you could rush out here faster and do that, that'd be better. Because at this point, if they rushed out and they did a Cliff Ward, which I hate, but if they did it, you know, they might see you doing all this stuff, which is not ideal. Gonna get dewarded pretty quickly. So definitely recommend rushing out. Maybe something happened I wasn't watching because I was reading chat, but...
And they're off.
Angle Sim? I would love to read that poem. I'll take a look at it later. Alright, looks like it's Magnus. I think you have a stick bot. I don't mind too much. They'll probably cast some spells. You have what? A Drow? Okay. If you ever want to skip sentries on Undying, I think it's kind of okay. He's a hero who doesn't care. Okay. First off, Undying, we just care about like the offlaner mostly. There's only so many decays you have, and if we're gonna punish one guy, it probably has to be the offlaner. Sometimes the carry matchup is good enough that it's like actually it is a support you remove, but most of the time it's gonna be the offlaner. And so like running at Shadow Shaman, forget that. Where does this guy need to be? He needs to be here. So rather than you chase the side lanes, I say just stand like in the lane, hit creeps if he's not showing up. When he does show up to like try to creep aggro, that's when you pop him with the decays and you hit him. But if you're like chasing over here, he's like, oh my god, thank you. Like, please do not Undying me in the lane. And you're like over here chasing a support. You know, he's so happy. Like this is a symptom of us being in the wrong spot. How is the carry a third health left with an Undying? Undying should be like up front, center, taking the focus, making them run around you and not hitting the carry. Yeah, when he walks up like that, then it's fine, you know? There we go. It's not a coincidence. As soon as you started being in the lane, you started kicking their ass, right? That is exactly what Undying does. What'd you just buy? Let me see. Bassi, Mango Tango, Wand. Okay, I'm okay with this. I was worried you didn't get more mana regen, but I do see another Mango, so I'm happy. I would get another Blood Grenade. That's pretty much the kill combo, is a couple decays, Tombstone, Blood Grenade, which just, you kind of saw in action there a little bit. But no reason it doesn't work again, like, in 73 seconds, right? So I'd go ahead and grab another Blood Grenade, and then maybe a Clarity, so that when you kill him again, you could Clarity up and go do this stuff. And I don't mind unblocking this small camp right now. Taking a moment to decide. Unblocking this right now, because we did just get the kills. You have a moment. But otherwise, you don't want to get baited into doing too many pulls as an Undying. Like, if you're out of the lane, again, that is exactly what they want. The counterplay to Undying is to not lane, right? You do pulls, you do all that stuff. You drag creeps. So if Undying himself goes to do pulls willingly, like, you just need to be really careful of it. Otherwise, you're literally doing it for them. You're like, ah, yes, you can't lane against me, so please, allow me to step aside. All right, Magnus is getting space. You walk in, he leaves. You probably didn't need both of you to do that. I think Drow probably should just denied this creep here. Look at that. Every time you walk up, he steps away. Now, you got to be a little careful. He's got Skewer back. So now you got to be careful. But it's not... It ain't coincidence, right? And if this camp spawns because you chose not to block it and you're playing Undying, like, I think that's kind of okay because you can use this because you're such an aggressive laner. But I'm also okay blocking it to make sure they can't disrupt regular laning. You know, look at this shit. 2v1. I don't care at all. As long as he's part of it, right? And now he's like way back here. Drow should be able to get denies and stuff. It's not going the best off of her dying. But like, that's kind of what you want. And this is why it is kind of okay to block these camps. But I think you could have blocked this, actually. Or not blocked it, but prevent the pull. Yeah, so I think you should be like standing a little further up. When you know this camp has spawned and you don't want them to pull, be in this area. Like literally right around now is when they might do the pull. Actually, like 5 seconds before. So if you like stand here-ish where you can kind of do either, you can see what's happening or not. This time you actually are like full in the lane, but now because of that you can't see them doing the pull. So I also was not paying attention to the time during the replay analysis, so it happens. But that's kind of why this pull happened. Otherwise, if you were standing here watching both and you see Shadow Shaman do it, you zone him for a few seconds, the window's passed, and then straight back to the lane. If he's not there doing it, then you're like, okay, forget it. Just go beat the shit out of Magnus more. Whack, whack, whack. I don't think you actually need to do this pull. This is actually just going to push back to you in a second if you don't kill these creeps. So you got to come here and like hit these a bunch. Trow's going to have to run these in circle, which is going to be pretty dangerous. Yeah, so this is just going to push right back out. So next time, when you see this... Oh, a little further. So here, I think it's okay for you to just join in the pressure on Magnus, make him bring these creeps under tower, and then once it's under tower, this will reset towards you a bit. It won't be perfect. It kind of depends on how exactly it happens, but doing a full pull, if you did a half pull, this would be okay, but it does bring you out of the lane as an Undying. So forcing a reset on the tower can be better, or the half pull. The full pull means that unless you help kill these creeps, like these, so that you don't delay them too long and they get back into the lane, then this wave just walks under, and then they die to the tower. Guys, don't do this. If you're the Shadow Shaman, you're the 4 support, this is not the time. Since you blocked it earlier, now it's unblocked. There's a sentry that spots this entire box, most likely, if the support player knows what they're doing. So if you want to sentry block it, just to block the 5-minute spawn and lose your sentry, that's a fine choice to make depending on the situation. But you got to place it at like 59 seconds. Last second. If you place it here, 50 seconds while the support's like in the area, this is just going to happen. You're just going to lose your sentry. And now you got to do this body block. Then you also go for the body block. I'm open to that, although I also think you could just beat up Shadow Shaman, Drow connects with the slow, Tombstone kill him. Maybe. And if this camp is up, then you just like play aggressively and then pull the camp yourself. Whack. Whack. I don't think we've gotten to see you do the original like decay into Tombstone combo since it happened last time. Oh, that Silence Head connected. That's probably a kill. But they were also full health when we started that, right? Which is usually the combos like get 2 to 3 decays along with some pokes and then do it. If you can get to her, you got the Lotus if you want to try to bait. You guys are in a party, so you have that kind of comms a little bit. Nice, it did work out in the end. It was pretty drawn out. Ooh, excellent. Hey, Adventure Class, this is an Immortal one. Get him, get him, get him. The boat connected on Puck? Alright, I think that was probably supposed to just be a clean escape. You guys got a little too excited trying to kill him. You go mech this game. It's probably fine. I think Force Staff is also okay.
Radiant's bottom tower's seen better days.
Potentially a Yule's, but that might be better for like Mars to get. The idea being is that I think Drow is pretty good here as long as she gets to keep her distance. And she's got to be worried about being X-marked, RP'd, and then just like ran out with a lifestealer. So I think once, like, the mech aura is good when you're like in a direct fight and you like pop the heal, you get the aura, and you're like, yeah, we're standing and fighting. But Drow's not going to do that. She's going to try to reposition. So I'm kind of partial to the Force Staff a little bit. I don't hate the mech, though. I do think it's pretty good versus Lifestealer, Kunkka, Magnus. The Burst Heal versus Maledict as well.
Mid-tower won't last much longer.
I'm just kind of like voicing thoughts.
Can't do nothing about dire structures right now. Mid-tower's having technical difficulties.
Oh, and the Yules is for similar stuff. Magnus does get the Blink RP, but you Yules him, interrupt. Kunkka, X-Mark, you can Yules, interrupt. Save yourself, prevent him from using it aggressively. Waste some Lifestealer time. Maybe he rages, but you Yules yourself. Witch Doctor, ult, interrupt, Shadow Shaman, Shackle. But Yules on Undying is like kind of awkward, which is why I'm like, I don't know. That's why I think Mars could do it.
Radiant's mid-tower's coming apart.
After the mech, I think like Force Staff could be good though. Kunkka's coming. Never mind, he's leaving. Why is mech good against snakes? Just the extra armor. Lifestealer, straight physical damage. I mean, there's a radiance sometimes eventually, but for the actual attacking, it's just physical. So the extra armor is pretty useful. Well, at least for yourself. I always forget that they changed the mech so the aura is in the Greaves. But like, usually if you're getting mech, you're going to think about Greaves eventually, so. It's at least for yourself. Which, because you steal strength and you have a heal, any armor and resistances is pretty good on your hero. Because it makes all your healing better. Stack it. Nice. Good timing on the wisdom runes, all that. That's true. He also wants to get kills down, get them finished in the rage duration. So mech, maybe, I don't know, 2-3 more attacks required, if not more, depending on the hero, to kill after you pop your mech. And you might be wasting the rage duration in that time. Big arena. Do we have stuff though? We got cooldowns. Ooh, mech, W, let's go. I blood grenade that guy earlier. Worked out anyways. If you had an observer or a sentry, this would be a really good time to place it. Oh, look at you using that kobold to scout. Let's go. If you had an observer sentry though, perfect time for the triangle. Or somewhere back here if you thinking about contesting this earlier, or you think there are ancient farmers, stuff like that. Could be a nice spot too. This one feels like you guys should have been retreating. I think you're a little bit on different pages. Yeah, I think some of you retreated and then maybe Mars got grabbed there. Oh yeah, here you go, net worth.
Radiant's mid-tower's getting banged up.
Forgot I had blood grenades at 15 minutes. It's becoming a little more common to do. I think I saw some pro teams min-maxing it. It was theorized pretty early on when the blood grenade came out, but it wasn't really put into practice. But recently I've been seeing some teams try it a bit more. Buy some casual blood grenades, use them if necessary, sell them later if not. Just an extra like 100 health.
Radiant's mid-tower's coming apart.
I won't like fudge and bet. Yeah, I think if you need any like cheap casual health, it's pretty good. And if you think you might use them aggressively, either early game or even mid to late, like it's still a slow. The damage doesn't really matter at that point. You know, 50 impact damage, 15 DPS, all that. It's like whatever as you get into these like 1,000, 2,000 health heroes. But 15% slow is 15% slow, you know, it's pretty good. Trying to slot issues as support. Yeah, it can happen. So it depends what you're building, if you're going to do this blood grenade stuff or not. But some heroes, for example, Bat Rider, rush a Blink Dagger pretty early. So the cheap blood grenades is easy slot efficiency while saving up a lot of money for one big item. Or maybe you're like Undying, and let's say you were getting Greaves first. I saw you did get the Force Staff, which is nice. Let's say you did decide to go Greaves, but you got like Arcane Mech, right? You're filling out slots, but you could have the double blood grenade like you see here. And then as you get like a buckler, you replace it, but then eventually you finish the Greaves, so then boom, back they go. You didn't expect the 25-minute blood grenade stack, did you? But here it is. All right. Anything we didn't quite talk about in this game so far? We might be about to switch over. Yeah, look at that Kobold scouting. Let's go. Hold on. Let's slow down. Let's see how you're doing team fights. Okay, so you came in with the mech, dropped the tombstone. Hit the decay. Could probably go ahead and soul rip the puck here. Oh, tried. Mars gets killed. Alright, that was a pretty big RP from them. I don't really think there's anything you could have done about that. Maybe if you had the Yules we like briefly talked about, but also explained why I totally understand not getting a Yules, your team could have done this. I think your team just wasn't ready, and then the unfortunate puck jump into Torrent, into Hex. I think you actually force-staffed the puck, didn't you, out of the shackle range? I think that was you. Or maybe you're just shackling him out of the wards, whatever. I don't know. Either way, it was a really good force staff. I think you kind of did what you needed to do. You were like in the middle of setting up when they jumped. So if your team had maybe taken a little slower, don't position together for the double RP on Drow Mars. You know, I think that wasn't really on you. Felt that game was hard because we were winning early, but then by mid-game, all the cores were under-farmed. Is that around here? Looks like it. Yeah, I think if you change the way you play your lane a little bit, Drow will have a little bit better of a start. And then after that, I think you guys just overstay on several fights. So it looks like they did kind of outlane. Not that I'm that surprised. Kunkka versus Puck and then Lifestealer versus Mars. I'd understand that. It looks like, yeah, your Drow could have done better. You're pretty rich. I think you're picking up the kills. Changing the way you play, maybe you guys do a little better. After that, I think it was still close, and you guys would like win a fight, and then you'd stick around too long and then die in return. So I think just like faster retreats and stuff like that would let your winning fights pay off. Because like, let me go find one example. This was a good fight. I remember one in that bottom lane. Not here. I think this one, actually. Yeah, like, good movement by you guys. So here's that Magnus we laned against at top, right? So set him back a little further. This fight, super good for you guys. Take the tier 1. Great. Then you just kind of like, you guys just stick around too long as they respawn, and then like 4 of you die, I think. So like they start with the Mars, you all try to go back in. Don't have Tombstone. Do have the mech. But yeah, like this kind of stuff. So just like a faster retreat, and you'd have kept that 2k lead instead of like tossing it back.
Trouble brewing at Radiant's bottom tower.
All right, guys. Guys. I think it's Hades time. Oh, you guys are in ads. My bad. You guys can't even hear me say that. You have an unused review slot from weeks ago. Oh, I kind of remember. You were going to do it, and then there was either a server issue or something, right? I remembered writing I remembered writing it down. Quick one? All right, we can do it now. Let's do it now. Okay, guys, we can knock out the Dota questions now while we do this last replay. This is from a while ago, making one up. Actually, we can do this in Hades too as well. I'm just a little more focused on not being killed, but I'm still happy to talk about Dota while we play. How do you contain a fat lifestealer? So in the lane, if you have the wrong heroes, tough. It's his strength, right? You can't expect too much. In the right matchups, he just slaps. But after the laning stage, there is a period where a very common build is to go for Radiance, which is usually somewhere between, depending how many kills he's getting and like all that, somewhere between like 5 and 10 minutes where he just has no item progression. And if you have any form of silence or instant stuns that can catch him without the rage, he's actually quite killable. So if you're getting wrecked in the lane, don't worry too much yet, because that's not that different from normal. See if you can organize ganks like between that 10 to 20 minute mark. Once he finishes once he finishes Radiance, possibly Armlet Radiance, it's a lot harder to kill him. It might still be doable depending on the heroes, but that's the part where you kind of have to switch into just super kite mode until your carry or someone can kill him. And if you don't have heroes that can kill him, I mean, you just have a draft issue there. So in that case, it's a really good lifestealer pick, and you're going to have to do your best shutting him down in the lane or kiting him or something. But I mean, it's tough to say, right? If you give a carry a really good carry game, then like, you know, it ends up being super tough. Sorry, the links don't work. Can you just put in the match ID or the URL? Or not the URL, just the match ID. There we go. Thought the draft was garbage. I can't wait to see it. Not sure what to do other than farming behind cores or help defend towers. Could you comment on the macro plays and maybe some laning stuff too? Okay. But at some point, if you do have a decent carry matchup into Lifestealer, or at least a workable one, by kiting him out in the late game is usually what you're aiming for. Either jump, initiate, kill him before he gets stuff off, or kite him out, waste his rage, waste the BKB, waste the follow-up rage. There's a lot of kiting you gotta do, but it can be done. Veno spamming, climbing up to Divine 3. Let's go. Zeus, we're playing Hades again. We're gonna be just the last one to clean up the loose ends. Okay, so you said draft is garbage. Let's see. I don't love the draft. I do think in the late game you're pretty good. Like, I think your main concern is that Tusk kicks Sniper out of position. But otherwise, I think they don't have a good way to get the Sniper, and Sniper outranges the Muerta, and I think Sniper can carry you guys through this game. So as the game goes late, I would just look to protect Sniper a lot. Buy him a Lincoln's or a Lotus or something. I guess it has to be the Lincoln's. Possibly the Glimmer, Force, stuff like that. Just keep Sniper positioned away from Tusk. Let that be your job with the Plague Wards. Make sure Tusk cannot blink kick Sniper. And I think you're good from there. Getting to that point sucks. You're definitely lacking in terms of actual initiation. But I think you can win late game. So, you know, just kind of see how it goes from there. So shall we jump? Maybe some laning stuff too. Okay, let's speed through the lane and then jump further. Okay, looks like they're going here. Spectre might die for this, unfortunately. Tusk. So a lot of times we talk about the off lane versus the carry, like, oh, focus the off laner. Tusk is what actually enables them to play aggressive with the tag team. Like, Ogre on his own is not that much of a threat. He's a tank and he has a bunch of damage, but he's like really tough to focus down because of that. So I do think it's okay if Venomancer zones out Tusk a bit. At the same time, in the 1v1, Spectre's probably going to get a bunch of shit denied from her because it's like, it's pretty much 50 to 80 damage. So if you focus Ogre, I think it's okay too. But I guess Tusk, I guess to conclude that point, Tusk is a hero where I would be willing to focus a little bit more on zoning the Tusk versus the actual offlaner. But fortunately, they're both melee, and I think you might be able to do both. So far, some good Qs and poke. We're just kind of waiting for level 2. Should be a really good pull if we can get it. Ha. Almost. The timing was pretty good. Creeps just do that sometimes. You could have tried to catch the next wave, though. I also think just pulling, or just shoving it in to reset could work. But I think if you tried that hard pull, it could have been good. Yeah, see, like, all of that is possible because of Tusk. Nice, got it this time. I think you guys need to hold for like a second longer and then it would have connected. Yeah, this is one where equilibrium matters a lot. And I think your small camp unblock was really good. Need to find time to stack it maybe and like do half pulls and full pulls, stuff like that to keep the lane here. Any walking up is like death sentence as we're seeing. Which is why I appreciate like the attempted pulls here, but then the one like you could catch another one down here could have also been good. You were trying. I'm just like further pointing out it's like yes, we did need equilibrium. You've smoked out to the mid lane, but I definitely think you just need to keep going bottom. I don't know if something happened there, but some team decision or something. Yeah, but notice how a lot of this lane, it's up here. This is going to be the big challenge. And sometimes you got to like commit one way or the other. If they keep interrupting these side pulls, then sometimes you just have to commit to shoving it in. Or you have to commit to like coming all the way here, and Spectre has to be super careful for 30 seconds or something. But we can't keep cycling through like failed this pull, stays here, failed this pull, they contest, whatever. Tusk should have thrown the shards. Definitely could have trapped you in those trees. You got an Urn queued up. Urn is generally good on Venomancer, but I don't really see your team picking up a bunch of kills with you being there to absorb charges. That was very close. Yeah, if you want to go max E from here, it's fine. I would not chase this far. Kind of lost a lot of health there for that. Spirit Vessel will be good versus Treant and Ogre, but in my mind, I'm already planning for the late game, I think. And Spirit Vessel's like earlier. But I think just surviving. So Glimmer or Drums for repositioning, kiting. It'll be good later. I think both of those sound good. Force Staff, same deal. Like Force Glimmer or Drums maybe. I think I like Drums the least, but maybe. Just like popping drums and running when I see a snowball coming at me. Speed through this. They left. You got a third point in this. I would be maxing E to go along with just surviving. You just want more points in E to have the pierce damage, to kill off creep waves, to make it difficult to dive. Like, what's your damage to Ogre? Ogre probably has like, what, 20 HP regen or something right now? Oh, it's a lot less, 9.7. Oh, wait, maybe... Oh, no. This doesn't have it yet. You're not level 10. I mean, still, it's just like super hard. I don't think you're getting kills. I think you just need to hold the tower. See how much damage he just got in? Because the creep wave lives so long. So 3 points in Plague Ward right now. Or maybe 2 points, right? I think 2 points in Poison Sting was fine. But 2 points in Plague Ward right now would be great. I would even consider skipping ult, depending on what's happening. I think it's sort of okay you got it, though. Fortunately, they're overcommitting a little bit. Yeah, this is going to be the next, like, 30 minutes. But pretty much that. You guys just hold your own half the map. 1 deep ward, 2 defensive wards is fine. You just hold wherever, shove things out. Since you guys did win that fight, I would go top with Dawnbreaker, try to, like, push this tower a little bit. Rather than just, like, jungle up right away. Because the cores are probably going to do that. So someone's got to do something. It's got to be you, the honorable support player. Another winning fight, pretty good. Good chance to place the deep ward. Pop, maybe. Go play over there. Instead, you came back to the jungle, so now there's no chance to go place that deep ward. And see, Sniper went there, because that's what Sniper wants to do. So you got to be the one to go do things. I think this is a bit too much jungling. This is why if you had the max Plague Wards, you would feel better about pushing up on your own, even without teammates to go. Because, like, right now, Spectre... Let's say she, like, finishes this. She's supposed to feel comfortable to come back here, and then there's going to be, like, a bunch of Plague Wards stealing her last hits. I don't mind general defensive play. I think that's correct, but there's going to be windows where we've got to go.
Radiant's bottom tower ain't a pretty sight right now.
And these heroes, like Sniper, Spectre, the later the game goes, the better we feel. So when you farm early, you're kind of taking it from them. But if you stacked for them and let them farm that stack, you're speeding up that time we have to sit and wait defensively. Like, let's just put out a fake number. 15,000 gold we need Sniper to hit. So the sooner I get him to 15,000 gold, the sooner we will be, like, in a good spot. We can maybe win. And if they win before he's 15,000 gold, like, that's it. We lose. So you're delaying the game, but also doing whatever you can to get these carries late. And I'm just using Sniper because I do think he wins this game outside of Tusk kicking him back. Or Muerta like blinking on top of him and deleting him with her ultimate. Which is why the items we listed earlier are all magic defense and repositioning tools that give move speed or forced movement, stuff like that. It's all just about keeping Sniper alive in the back and playing around him. This kind of jungling is like not as bad because your team did just lose a fight, and so you're kind of like clearing out the jungle before they can get to it. But then going back to a tower and setting up wards, so like you've chosen mid, that's fine. I wouldn't mind if you chose bottom either. Looks like they want mid though, so if you had a bunch of plague wards set up here, this is where it's only like level 3 still, so it would have been level 4. They're a bit stronger for this kind of stuff. It's harder to just walk through this. Yeah, you see they're like diving too hard, playing overly aggressive, and this is where we get our return kills, and this is where you have to go. You have to come over here. You have to place a deep ward and do your dewarding right now. You do not need to do any of this. The cores will do it, and they should do it. You as the support have to move out this way, and like sentry over here, sentry somewhere here, capture the watcher, put a very sneaky observer like back here since the watcher probably saw us walk in, or if you're thinking top, you know, maybe you come here. Same deal. Observer, I don't know, in the lane could be okay, or like back here, up here, something like this, sneaky, and then like bunch of plague wards, we push this tower. But if you just come to the lane, Spectre is coming to the lane. Oh, I'll go jungle. Spectre's gonna jungle after this. Oh, we did sentry check a little bit, but see where you placed it? Is the observer in here? Probably not. Back here? Probably not. It's usually like more along the ledge. So we're missing this ledge. I don't know if there's anything there. You are making your way to the team, so this is overall good. Just took a couple extra seconds, and we didn't get the deep ward down. Where'd Spectre just die? All right, I don't know what Spectre's doing in here, guys, but she was supposed to shove this in and then go jungle, which is why Venomancer can't come here or jungle. She was not supposed to cross over and start playing aggressively. Hey, Juzzy. Yeah, sorry. This is probably the last one for today. We started earlier, and we're going to switch over to Hades Variety. Yeah, the sooner we get to 1,500 subs, that's right. To what degree does not showing on the map matter at this time? Depends a little bit on the draft and on your hero. When you're the one that offers the kill threat, it does matter. So let's say Tiny with a blink. Your 4 support Tiny. You have the Spectre Dawnbreaker. Your presence is what determines where the fight happens, because you will blink stun and then people will rotate in. So not showing on the map matters a lot. But if you don't have the blink, then you can finish the blink, right? Show and farm it. Venomancer, it doesn't matter as much because you're like, oh my god, I've been surprised by Venomancer. TP out. Ha ha ha. And you just like, you don't care. You probably even kill Venomancer. Now, to a degree, you care, like slowed into the Spectre and the Dawnbreaker, right? There's still some respect. But it's very different when you are an actual initiator with kill threat compared to backline supports, things like that. Now, certain backline supports don't want to be spotted anyways, like Dazzle and Oracle. They don't want to be the ones jumped by Tusk and taken out, and then the fight moves on to Sniper, right? So they also do not want to show on the map unless they have to. Someone who wants to take up attention, like Venomancer to a degree, he wants to place a bunch of wards, he wants to control an area. He's like, yeah, you have to deal with me, right? He doesn't care as much about showing, but as with all things Dota, it will depend on the situation. I definitely think there's a bit too much jungling going on, and you're missing the part of Venomancer, which is like max Plague Wards, camp an area defensively, is a super strong way to play Venomancer. He's one of the best heroes at wasting time. Depending on the patch, he's up there with Treant and Coddle. Every time you try to push in, boom, wave blasted. Every time you try to push in, tower healed with bonus armor, and Q killing off all the creeps. Every time you try to push into the tower, Veno Plague Wars. Creep wave's gone. You try to blink on the Venomancer. You don't even know what the Venomancer is. He placed the wards and he's like hiding 5 feet in the back. You can't even get to him. Your blinks are canceled by Plague Wards. Right? That requires you to go to wherever the team is and set up the wards. And in a game where you're stalling out for the sniper, the global heroes, you need to be on the action, and they choose to rotate, or they choose to sacrifice you while they maximize farm, and you die eventually, but you bought them an extra minute, an extra 2 minutes. Like, that makes a big difference. That's true. You can't hide too much on Venomancer because of the Plague Wards. But that's why I said, like, for Venomancer, it doesn't matter as much. It's been my best run. So I guess I will say spoiler alert in case you don't want it, but I won't go into it yet until we actually play Hades. So I got to a final boss, I think. And I beat it. I failed a couple times, and then I did beat one of the final bosses, I think. I think there's more, though. I think there's, like, other stuff to do. Again, I know, vague spoilers a bit. We can talk about it more in depth once we actually start Hades. And at that point, anyone who's there has to not care about spoilers, because, I mean, it's happening. But yeah. I don't know how far we can get in this early access gameplay time. From here, we could probably stop because I think we've already missed the mark a little bit on the Venomancer gameplay, which is that I do think you wanted to stall this out. I don't think you guys are done yet because you do still have the high ground and you've got Sniper and Global Heroes. So I do think... I mean, nothing's really changed. Like, your game plan is still, when they come push, I sit there with Plague Wars and I continue to delay. Like, where's the Sniper at? We're getting there. God, we're getting there, though. The later it goes, right? They try to come up to our high ground, we bop them. We got the techies, we got the Plague Wards, we got the Sniper. See how they have trouble getting to Sniper? And see how he's like just sitting in the back anyways? Get in there, Sniper! But if he had a better right-clicking build, and he was just chilling in the back, pew, 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 pew. You got this. Sniper the best. He's really good for the high ground. All right. Dota viewers, thank you for tuning in. I hope it was fun. I hope you learned something. Tune in Friday. I will be playing games. Monday playing games. Every Wednesday we do this stuff. Now we're gonna go play Hades 2. And we can chat while playing Hades 2. We can chat about Dota, we can chat about whatever. I'm perfectly fine with that. How's my casting experience been so far? Pretty good. Ricky's been easy to work with. No complaints there. We chat about like how to improve, stuff like that. It's cool to see the behind the scenes stuff. Guys, Unknown. So as you can guess, there's a bit of a delay between the real game happening and then the stream, right? Sometimes there's more of a delay that's very obvious, like, you know, 5, 15 minutes, whatever. Sometimes it's not meant to be a delay, but there's still some delay just because of the way all this stuff works. Being on the inside, shit's always spoiled for you. You're trying to watch the game, right? Like, oh, damn, it's so close. What's going to happen? Pop up. Next lobby's ready. Like, God, you know who's like, hey, this player's going to do the interview. It's like, ah, man, you know what's going on. So you don't get the surprise as much if you can see the behind the scenes stuff. But it is what it is. It's still cool to see the behind the scenes. There's a lot of work going on to it. It's different in the sense that Like, you might think because I did YouTube videos, it's easy to transition to casting. To a degree, it is. I certainly had some experiences that came over. But there's definitely a difference between me watching a game, reviewing a game, talking as we go, versus this is live. There's no do-overs. Also, there's someone talking in your ear sometime. Here's the production feed. Here's your own feed. Here's like you're trying to talk to your co-caster. There's also like sometimes a slight delay. So all of that makes it a bit harder. And by a bit, I mean it's its own whole challenge of keeping up with everything. And it's funny, as a Dota player, I try to build up the habit, and I tell you guys, right, play the game, watch the time, watch the mini-map, all that, right? As a caster, watch your screen, watch your second screen, the whatever the observer's showing. I'm like talking about some random shit. I'm like, the observer's trying to show something else. I'm like, my bad. You know, there's a fight going on. So now I have to build a new habit of like, watching two separate of feeds of the game, whatever I'm doing, whatever the observer's doing, all that stuff. While we transition, we can still talk about it. I'm gonna start moving things over to the to Hades 2, which, if you don't want any spoilers, I'm already like 15 plus hours into the game, so you're gonna have to go. But I was happy to have you. And if you don't care about spoilers, then stick around. Just give me a second though. Where's Hades 2? Next casting, I don't know when. Ooh, poem. Where is it? Anglesim, you said general chat? It's an update for Hades 2. Early access. Were you in Birmingham or were you casting remotely? Casting remotely. I certainly hope to get to attend one of these events in person. As a viewer, yes, but like working it. I want to work one in person. It's one of Ricky and I's goals for the year. Hopefully it's doable. I don't really have control over that, but if we're doing a good enough job, if people like us enough, hopefully there's a chance. It's tough to say. And let's not name anyone and stuff like that, because I don't want it to be like that. I like a lot of the people casting. Not that I know them in person, but like, it's tough to say, like, because we're relatively new, like, oh, here's the people that usually go in person. Who would you replace? From a tournament organizer point of view, right? It's tough to have, like, I don't exactly know where we'd fit in with that, but I do hope at some point someone's like, I don't want to go, I want to take a break, something like that. And I'm like, yes, I want their spot. Like, I just want to work one. I don't have to like permanently replace them or anything, but I want to get to work one in person. But I don't know when that'll be. Chazmaz, yeah. Enjoy the 55 minutes of Guardian team fight analysis. It's very similar to the replay review streams. What's your favorite weapon in Hades? I actually like the default one quite a lot. I had a really good build with it that I almost beat the game with, but I failed because I got to a new phase in the boss fight and I didn't know the mechanic, and then I died, and I was like, ah. And then the next time I beat it because I knew that mechanic. I actually beat it just earlier this morning. I think I had a run that beat it. I think it was today or yesterday. I'm pretty sure it was literally today. I've already forgotten. The brain is mush now that we've done like all the replay reviews. I like the two weapons. We had a PA build going for a while, just like high crits from the back. Phantom Strike, that one was pretty funny. I have not gotten a good build going with the giant axe though. I usually like those types of weapons, but all my runs with it so far have not been going great. And I'll show you guys the new weapons I unlocked as well. Is the sound working? Yes. Yeah, so I've done 19 attempts, I guess. Night is how many, like, you do one run a night. So we've tried 19 times. What is this wire stuck on? Is Slack the decision maker? Yes, he's on it. He's the Cabal. Before we get too far into it, we can just chat about these other questions. Does someone control the observer? Oh, I forgot to change the details on the stream as well. I should do that. This is a good time to keep answering questions. It depends on the tournament. For most of these, there is someone who observes, and their feed is given to us. Depending on stuff that's going on, there has been more or less of a delay, like a few seconds to no delay, pretty much, which can be a little distracting sometimes. But you know, remote work, it is what it is. I don't know what to title this Hades stream without like spoiling anything, but also hinting at what we're doing. I don't know. I'm sensitive to spoilers. You know, I hate spoiling things, especially when stuff is new. I'll keep it very vague. Okay, let's wrap up all our stuff before we full go Hades 2 mode. And like I said, we can keep talking about it as we go, but casting, do you find it hard to say things? Sometimes. It like depends what's happening. Sometimes there's like more to say, sometimes there's less. And there's certainly moments where like we need to think of something to say. Panic. I've definitely experienced it, but it's not too bad. But there are moments where you're just like, I don't know what to say. The interviews are really hard too, because there's a delay for you guys, and then so like we do the cast, the game ends, they're showing the replays, we're talking over it, however many few minutes. In that time, the production is trying to get a player to come do it. Okay, end, cut, we're gonna go to a break. Test, hey, we got the player. You know, it's like, can you hear each other? It's like, yes, we can. No, we can't. There's like no time. It's like, okay, we're ready to go. It's like, okay. You know, it's like sometimes there's very little time to think of questions for the interviews. And you just have to like be real fast on it. But other times there is more of a break. So you get a time to like, what do you want to ask Ricky? Here's what I'm interested in, stuff like that. But sometimes you have to be like real fast. And that's something very new to me, like interviewing after these games, loser interviews as well. Rough. So that's certainly something I got to work on. But doing more of it makes it a little easier. Oh yeah, the poem. Did you want me to read it out loud, or like, am I just reading it? What's going on? Will you cover Crusader Gaming next? Yes, I'll be going through all of it. I'll be going through every rank. It may take more or less time. I won't make any promises on like how long it'll be, but I do plan to go through them. So if any Crusader gamers are out there, please share any replays with me. That'd be great. You can put it in the Discord, message me, whatever. Is this your poem, Kaleidoscope Eyes? Oh, it doesn't play music when we're off the screen. We could have had bopping music going that whole time. Is there a setting for that? My music. A lot of Dota casters lack good interviews or questions. So I won't blame just the casters. Like certainly some questions can be better than others. Some players are not very good at being interviewed. Some are great. Some are very vocal, and it's awesome. But some you're like, you know, like, oh, that was a really cool draft. What'd you do? It's like, yeah, it was cool. Our coach did it. Do you have any thoughts on this? It's like, it's a good hero. You know, it's like, it's so hard. You can come up with cool questions, and they're like, no, I like to stay inside. Yeah. So it's definitely both sides. To come up with good questions, but also you can come up with the best questions in the world, and it does not matter depending on the player a bit. It's Kaleidoscope Eyes.
All right, Anglesims wrote a poem. Let's see what it is. I suck at poetry, for the record, but I always think it's very cool. I look to the black horizon of the final frontier, and it stares back into me. I'm probably reading it completely with the wrong intonation. That's the thing with poetry. There's a whole intonation to it. I'm like reading it like we're gaming. Kaleidoscope eyes, please teach me how to write, and I'll pray to you every night. Teach me to observe, to make the visions of time and light into hymns of cosmic might. Kaleidoscope eyes, in my words there is fire. Let me trace the life around the pyre. I peer into infinity, and there I find the answers to my desire. In the peerless warm I feel beside her, and behind the veil of hair I find the pond of eternity in screaming lines of blood and memory. Kaleidoscope eyes, life is seduced by dreams, and I am here to tie them at the seams. Man, I am terrible at reading poetry, but I think it's a cool poem. Thank you for sharing that. Poetry's so fun. It's a cool way to express yourself. Speaking of blood and memory. All right. Hades 2 time. I'm not sure where I'm going to do VODs or not. I think I should. It'll just take a little bit to get it up. So this is one of the weapons I really like. We have the thing to get extra skulls. This is full spoiler alert section, guys. So if you guys don't want the spoilers, hop out. But if you don't care that much, then we're going to get going. So this, I just unlocked this morning. Because you beat the game once, you can now add extra challenges. I put a couple light ones on just to test, but there's more I want to explore before I do too many.
Monument tonight, etched with her will and testament, looms tall within the training grounds, revealing it.
Oops,
I'm in the inner circle now.
didn't mean to click that. We're gonna test some light ones just to see what it does. I have not done a single run with it, so I need to see like what it unlocks or anything like that. I want to know more about the different boons and the different maps before I try to max things out on this, but I definitely want to try a little bit. We beat the final boss here once. I know you have to do it more. I don't know how much is unlocked. Like, I don't know how far the story goes, if it's worth doing that many times, like in the same way Hades was. There's a second region, which I think was super awesome, guys. You can go to the surface. And I've already done the incantation to allow me to live up here longer, because if you know the lore, the bloodline of Hades' kids can't actually come up to the surface. But we did an incantation to extend our time. I don't know if that means forever or just a little bit more. Okay, so I like this build. So there's this one, 200% damage from striking foes from behind. Then there's another one where your charged up attack does 400 extra damage, or plus 400% damage. And every time you do a charge attack, it jumps you to the back of the target, which I think also gets this bonus. I'm a little unclear what counts as attack versus omega attack and carries over. I've done that build a couple times. It's really fun. I want to try the special here with the bonuses. Plus, we need it to like complete a challenge. But I kind of want to do this one. What boons do I have? I unlocked more of these. Attack and special. I think... Okay, I'm going to do it. Just, I said I would.
Further refined.
How does this work? Oh, okay, there it goes. Bouncing. Okay, I think until we actually get some leveled up stuff, this throw will not be that great. Zeus is here.
The light of the moon is all that now illuminates the surface, where the dead have risen, and Olympus teeters on the brink of doom.
We're inspired by Dune when you wrote it. Nice. I need to watch Dune. I know so many people have been saying such good things about it. For this region, I have gone up... Oh. We're just taking endless damage here. Okay, you know what? We're just going to use the regular attack until we actually pick up more power-ups for the special.
What a stench.
Such as Zeus!
Something is different with you, niece.
I made it to the second boss and died here. Oh, I don't know everything about this area yet.
You cured your curse somehow? Impossible.
Oh, and yet I've done it. Oh, there we go. Perfect. Your special inflicts blitz. So now our special should bounce around and inflict blitz to different characters or enemies. So hopefully this
No
build
getting used to that.
will start coming together a little bit.
Just squeeze on through.
You.
Ooh, who are you?
You're the help.
Are you Heracles?
That's rich. Friendly word of advice, sister. Stay out of my bloody way, else you're liable to get hurt. Now scoot. And tell whomever sent you that I work alone.
This guy doesn't seem like we've set off on the right foot.
Your threat is duly noted, son of Zeus. I'm headed for the docks, but understand this city's sealed shut.
Then you understand you ought to turn back. This town is dead. It doesn't let the living pass.
I'm daughter of Hades. The dead shall answer to me. They may just need a little encouragement.
Try all you like. But remember, you were warned.
It's like your typical carry player on your team. You're like, do you know we're on the same team here? He's like, I work alone. Okay. Actually, it gets more the mid player. The carry player is like, why aren't you helping me more? Why are you doing this? A Hestia boon. I haven't seen one in so long. I don't know, RNG, just like I have not gotten them.
Need a quick overview.
Ah, thank goodness. So I think you get to choose which ones you do, which I just recently unlocked Hera. So I don't know all her boons, but those are pretty interesting to me, and I kind of want to explore them more. We have one boss one up there, which I definitely want to do, but I think we should level up a little bit more first. Double health sounds good. We just took Blitz for the special. Otherwise, the Scorch could have been cool too. I'm still up to see it though. Let's go look. Like I said, it's been ages since we saw.
That pylon's powering the barrier out there.
Okay, is this good? Are we doing a lot of damage? I'm like having trouble seeing.
Need to recharge.
Also, we need to pick up something to give us mana, because I picked up a boon, or I picked up something. I can't remember if it's one of my cards or one of the extra challenges.
Hestia.
You start with no mana, so I need something to restore mana in these each encounter.
Well, look at you, hot stuff.
Ah,
You
I meant
made
to
it
give her
the
a gift.
surface after all. I figured that you might. It's maybe even colder here than down below, but that, at least, we can fix right away, I think.
Is she's a real character? Okay, that's cool. I mean, real. I don't know like how real, but you know what I mean. I like this one. I like being able to shoot the cast. It's very useful. Ooh, this is what we need. We need more bronze. I finally have a fishing rod, guys, but I need to collect other materials, so alas. And then you can just go back, but sometimes there are these extra rooms I saw, which there's been... Oh, also I picked up a thing that,
Out.
where's the blitz damage? Oh, there we go. I saw some. This one. Okay, I think I saw Hermes in here, which... Oh, sorry. My first thought. Interrupt my own thought to finish my last thought. If we
Is he
run
alive
into
after
shades, like
return?
sprint into them, they're supposed to help us. Can I heal every time? Maybe I'm gonna regret that. Let's see if we can heal again when we leave. This is for science.
Coin for Charon.
Here, Hermes. Okay, this is my other thought I just interrupted. I think he has a boon that allows us to fire our special faster, which might be really good for this potential build we're trying here of just launching special attacks.
Should put a dent into that barrier.
Give him a gift.
I'm glad you're here, Hermes, and it's an honor to finally
She's
be
real.
working
She
together.
just lives in Canada.
To our swift victory.
You wouldn't know her?
Okay, it's been a minute since I got an offering. Cheers, Em, although you needn't have. but here, I've just the
You know what I
thing for
find interesting? Some of the designs on the gods changed. I mean, changing a little bit is fine, but I think Hermes is like a literal different
like a
race
quick
compared to
exchange of
last
gifts.
time. I don't know if I'm misremembering.
No way you could have already stopped Gramps
Maybe
by
it's
now, but going
placeholder.
after him right when you did, you're buying us some time to put a little wrinkle in his plan. So cheers.
Your Omega Cast uses less mana. This is the one I was talking about. It's a regular boon, but we're not gonna use the Omega Cast, so whatever. Sprint is 20% faster and gives you a barrier that ignores instances of damage. This could be really good. I'm getting better about using the sprint. Ignore 2 instances of damage. Essentially every... Oh no, not every sprint. Every block. No wonder why. Every sprint would have been way too good. Never mind. I don't want it then. Well, it could still be good, but... Oh, just free magic. Nice. It's value.
Something's changed.
4 pylons, so I think we have 4 more choices. Looks like we can't heal at the fountain again. Too bad. All right, let's do 2 Hera ones. The heal. Ah. The health, not the heal, and then the Zeus.
Silence.
Should gift her? We have 4.
Queen Hera, out of all the matters you could be attending to, you've chosen.
Is there a wedding date that I should know about, or are you merely being generous with me? In any case, when I'm offered to, there's always a catch. So, here.
You truly needn't have, Your
Iridescent
Majesty.
fan. These are all placeholders. It's all like rings and stuff. I guess they'll do it later.
We saw reports suggesting that you made it to the lowest depths.
I did.
I thought perhaps you had prevailed. Though, not yet, it seems. A sign of progress,
I
nonetheless.
did beat him. He just came back. Because it's a roguelite, so he can't be dead forever. Engagement ring. Cast lasts 200% longer and deal damage to every foe that joins the encounter. Oh, so as things spawn in, they just take damage? That seems kind of cool. Nasty comeback. After you take damage, inflict your foe with hitch and deal damage in greater measure. Damage reflected 500%. While none of your other boons are common, deal more damage. I think we already have common boons though. Okay, let's do this one. That seems interesting.
My strength reborn.
Whack. 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 Is there another room? No. Okay. So that was 1 Hera. Is there more? I forgot. Is there... Can I survey again? Yes. Oh, there's the moon too, the Hex. Let's do that. Let's get the Hex after this. The Hex is like an ultimate, but you don't always have it.
Kronos. Take your shot, sister.
You have to unlock it, and then you can upgrade it more with... Oh, he launched his eye. I see.
Well done.
Or he launches eyes. I thought it was his own eye when one drops out like that. Oh, Artemis is here. I didn't even notice.
Nice.
Which so far, some hexes don't feel that impactful.
Well done.
There's her mark.
Look at you, sister. Your brother once had us all convinced he was trying to fight his way to Olympus.
and none of us can believe you're trying to do it for real.
I've known Hermes about as long as you, and can count the number of favors he's asked of me on one hand. Besides, I could use the change of scenery.
Then by all means. What a time that you're on your way up to the mountain while I'm on my way down to the underworld. At least we crossed paths.
Random foe marked. That should be pretty easy to do because we have this special build which is launched. After you hit with your attack or special, fire a seeking arrow. This could also be useful because it's just like 10 extra free damage every time we attack, pretty much. But this one's already epic level. That seems better. We can crit off of those.
All right, I'm off.
Farewell.
What is in here? Yeah, easy crit.
The boon from Chaos just took hold.
What do I get? You have 73% chance to find 100%. I don't want this one. I mean, it's kind of useful. Whatever. My boon will replace it later, so... We've added pylons in. But instead of building, we are destroying.
The barrier's weakening.
These are the pylons. And we destroy the corresponding ones and the different ones of our choosing.
One pylon left.
I should have spawned the next phase. When you do that, they all come out and help you. I should have spawned the next... I was doing it earlier. Okay, you know what I didn't think about, actually, that's now messing with me? The fact that my cast lasts 200% longer, it actually means I can launch my cast less often. I don't have an effect in the cast yet. Or I guess the cast is that every foe that enters takes 100 damage. But I don't think I like this very much. I don't think I'll take it again in the future.
For me again tonight.
I guess it's kind of useful as we go through the levels, but it won't be very useful in the boss fights, which are usually the hard part.
If you feel lost, you need but look aloft. Behold.
I have yet to take this zombie one. I've done this one. I think I've done this. I'm gonna try this one.
Look at what I found.
Oh, we got so much bronze now. Yeah, it's not on Switch yet. So I bought this on PC and I eventually bought it on Switch again. Hades 1. PC, I think I also bought in early access when it wasn't totally done yet. And then eventually it was on sale on... Oh, maybe I should just be destroying this. Taking way more damage than I should be. My build's not very good at dealing with bosses, and I still don't have mana. Okay, you just killed us. That's so embarrassing.
Not finished.
What are you doing here? Why are you so hard to kill? Just because my build sucks? Oh my god, he killed us twice. GG, it's over. Alright, now we can chain stun him at this point. Ah, that's so bad. I died twice here.
Your soul be damned, traitor.
I guess that's the challenge of doing the boss version. We could have not done
only
it.
the best behavior, manners, and performance in the presence of my dear beloved wife, without whom I would be the merest shadow of my greatness.
It's way too positive
The
for
truest
Zeus.
words you've spoken in quite some time, husband. And I'm more than just your dear beloved wife, aren't I? Seeing as I am the blasted queen. Not that your authority or mine has been worth much of anything of late.
Duo boon. Give up all your boons of Hera for each raised level of all your boons of Zeus. Wait, I'm kind of into this because I don't like this Hera one I have, the engagement ring. I only have one, right? What are the others? Gradually restore. I do need mana one. I've been saying it this whole time. But I kind of want to do this. I kind of want to get rid of the casting one. I don't like it. This is perfect.
Electric.
And I've not taken that duo boon before, so. Too bad we didn't have more. We didn't have more Hera boons or Zeus boons yet.
Nowhere to go but out.
Alright, next time let's not heal until after we clear out rooms.
Finally.
Doomed city at her back, the princess of the dead heads toward a dismal pasture where she senses she is not exactly being watched.
Polyphemus must already know I'm here.
I do want a Steam Deck at some point.
Hail, boatman.
Seems useful. And actually, the most useful thing is me as a content creator, I'd be able to watch Dota replays in bed. It's like such a first world problem, but it would be easier because a lot of like my video, there's a lot of prep work of just finding games and just going through them, and having to sit here for all of that would be fantastic. If I could sit on a couch, if I could lay in bed, stuff like that.
You really have to pay that Charon character in these
Or if I want to
situations.
like improve, I don't watch my own
System
replays. Being able to like sit in
No
bed and do it
blessings for
seems
the poor.
awesome.
Doesn't seem fair at all.
Your attacks inflict Scorch, Infusion. Your attack and special gain power. That could be pretty good since we're using a lot of specials. Controlled Burn could be good, but I still don't have any mana, so... And we lost 2 lives, so we kind of need to upfront power here. Oh, sick, more mana for me to not be able to use.
We got him finally, Lord Charon. The Titan can be slain. If but to complicate his schemes a little while, till we can put a stop to him for good.
Juzzy, thank you. Yes, I'll instantly download that as soon as the stream's over, and hopefully it'll be fine.
Yes, my father's throne shall be restored.
Thank you for the heads up. I appreciate that. All right, let's see if we can beat the boss in one life. I think we have like 26 health left. I've only fought him once. I don't know how it's gonna work with this build we have now.
I smell blood. I was just getting ready to prepare my next meal, but the town welcoming committee must have prepped you already.
The welcoming committee, as you call it, are servants of Kronos, and shall suffer for their arrogance. You would cast your lot with them.
You know, I used to have a little trouble eating food that looked back at me or talked back at me, but I don't got that problem no more.
Whoa, that was fast. Oh, I remember. Okay. He has an attack where he charges in, and I keep thinking it'll only do damage when he lands, but it actually does damage, like, as he moves.
I'll find you. I see you.
That one always does damage to me. But I had a melee build that time. So, oh shit, that was a lot.
Here's some of my pals.
Ah! Oh, I almost messed that up. Oh my god, guys. I'm so stupid. I'm so stupid.
Chow time. Wait, where'd you go?
I just charged in and died. And then I was calling myself stupid and I got hit a second
Barely
time.
escaped from him.
Like a fool. Like a fool. A fool. Freenos, cheer me up.
You ever faced a Cyclops, Freenos? No?
Freenos is the greatest champion we have.
Hey, how'd you get all those other shades out there to do the busy work around here anyway? They practically worship the ground you walk on.
Headmistress took them in. I helped train and communicate with them.
Sorry, I was just checking messages.
Many came from being trapped between the realms. Some never got a proper burial. Others died unfulfilled or violently. They never made it to the underworld.
Oof, that's rough. Say, you don't think I fall into one of those categories there, do you? I'd hate to think I didn't get a proper burial.
It's not a laughing matter, Dora.
Fates protect you.
Lord Moros, you said before you think Kronos is going to influence the weavings of the fates. You mean he's going to try to change the future? Force a favorable outcome?
Yes. I think he's already trying to do just that. Unfortunately for him, the three fates can be a bit headstrong. I trust they may be quite resistant as captives.
I can't imagine Kronos tolerating insolence, whether from your sisters or anybody else. How he must hate them. When he was overthrown before, that was the outcome of a fated prophecy.
Indeed. As for now, I sense there are no weavings happening at all. No new futures foretold. Kronos believes he has no prophecy to fear. Yet I believe this is an opportunity for you. To make a better future for us all.
Check out this sick gameplay, guys. Trash cleaning.
Oh. You know how come I'm really back, don't you, Trouble? Because things finally started getting interesting. But you're trying to put a stop to it.
I won't let you cast doubt on my task. Surely you've better uses of your energy than this, and throwing all your rubbish everywhere.
What would you even know? I have every right to be here, and you're never getting rid of me. And you're never getting rid of Kronos either. No going back to how things were.
We're going forward, not back.
I unlocked this area. Little tea place for the people.
Cheers, Mixer.
I think it's just cosmetic, though.
Death to Kronos.
Did you already gift him? I did. Gift her? I did. I'll show you what they gave me. I actually want to use Eris's. I forgot to have it in at some point. Oh, I can buy a full one. Alright, that was a pretty deep run, but at least we get to go through all the conversations.
How were you able to survive up there?
Humble brag. I think I've been progressing too fast, so some of the conversations are still catching up. So we'll get to read up on them.
Incantation made a difference after all, Headmistress. I still felt the oppressive atmosphere up there, weighing down on me, but not crushing me quite like before.
Magic born of your resolve. I'm impressed, though not entirely surprised. May your craft thus protect you ere Olympus is secure.
Indeed. Our cauldron.
Ooh.
Now,
we can try some different
as
weapons,
bearer
maybe.
Of the fated arms of night, I seek their aspects, hidden from my sight.
Your intent was true.
Angle Sims, have a good night. There's more? Oh, it gave me a new one. Ooh, we can get new plants. Oh, wait, what's this? Persuade the learned sage to appear, with whom you may review the outcomes of your every night. I only have one of those sands. I don't know if I want to use it yet. You get it from beating the
Goddess.
the
Good,
boss.
you're back. According to reports, Ares flew off toward the Rift of Thessaly on an intercept course with the fleet. Except I don't think that she's headed there to help. Not you, at least.
These reports aren't of much benefit to me after the fact, but at least I can confirm they're accurate. How preposterous that we cannot rid ourselves of her.
All we can do is work with what we've got. I apologize that we could not forewarn you on this one. We'll continue investigating her motives and accomplices.
I'm not convinced she has any of either.
Yeah, so Eris,
Drink of the earth.
going down to Kronos, she would curse us and take extra damage, stuff like that. She's actually the second boss in the surface, so I lost to her once.
Here you'll grow strong.
We have not explained the
Moonlight
lore
guide
behind
us.
that. I don't think she's with Kronos based on the conversation, although Melanoe still thinks she is.
Ashes of the past.
But yeah, I gotta beat her and then maybe we'll progress that a little bit. I don't think there's actually anything I want to change. That was such a sad run that we didn't get anywhere.
What's that one do?
I do like the Chaos boons. They're usually quite good if it lines up with your build. One I wanted to try, so what's this one? You move, strike, and channel 20% faster for the next 200 seconds. Starting when? Like as soon as you get the boon? Or like every encounter? This is the one from Eris. You deal 0.5% damage more every encounter, but also take that much more. I do want to do this one as a glass cannon build. I forget what the guy gave us. Distant fan. Narcissus is in this game. He gave me this, a romantic file. Maybe it was this one. Oh, it says there, from Moros. Yeah, so Moros gave me this one. If I would have died, you get 10 seconds to fight. And if you kill everyone in that time, you heal. So, kind of cool.
The silver pool reacted to my spell. So much to choose from
what's
now.
this? Aspect.
Where to even begin?
Aspect of Melanoe. Your channel and Omega moves faster. You channel your Omega moves faster. I don't know what I just said out there. Is it all like that? No, your attacks have more power for each shell fired and not yet retrieved. You recover faster after using your attacks and specials. Which one is this? The giant axe. Flames from your Omega special burn longer before expiring. Attacks and special deal more damage by striking foes from behind. The build I had that I won with, I was using this weapon and I was using charge shots. Actually, 2 runs that I had that were really good involved this base weapon. And then one had this weapon. I have not really gotten the hang of the other weapons yet. Let's try this one, because it says we have the effect on it, so we might as well
Hey, what just happened?
increase it as well. And looks like we're going to need more to do it even further.
She's here. Come on,
Should
you
work.
slackers, straighten up.
And I think we'll need more bronze. Though this is telling me I might need this as well. What is this? What do I need? Nightshade. Oh, we already have the seeds for that though, so I don't really need it. Let's take the fish. Let's catch some surface
Roger
fish.
fishing.
I don't think I've done that yet.
Something transpired with the silver puddle back there, I could tell, young one. You're doing, perchance, that of the fates themselves.
I've revealed in the pool the aspects of the nocturnal arms. Not their true forms exactly, but different ones.
Ah, the nocturnal arms. Your brother, he once used their counterparts, and those ones too turned into other stuff. Well, if you need to test your newfound strength, I'm here.
I know it, Commander.
That stupid guy.
Oh, I forgot
What
I
is
had
the
this
will
on.
of
Should I
might?
turn this off? No, I want to complete one run with at least some of it on, so we know.
That fear may spread.
All right, I'm going to leave some on just so that if we do manage to beat it, we can find out. But I won't turn too many on.
This way this time.
Spent an
No
hour
holding
fishing in
back.
Doa, now fishing in Hades.
More why like this? It's more like yes.
Onto our world's surface, have you, Flower? If you mean to visit our mountain, merely follow the path of desolation leading straight to us.
Alright, what do we got? Your specials deal more damage. Your attacks, your cast repeatedly deals damage. I don't really plan to use my specials, like the charge special, but I don't know if this gives my charge special extra damage. That's something I've been unclear on. But I'm a sucker for just leveling whatever is rare. We did freeze him. Maybe this also does extra damage. Does anyone know? It's been unclear to me because it does tend to clarify between special versus omega special sometimes. Fishing.
The trap is set. Got you.
A roach.
I got a roach. For my father. Attack! In the name of Hades.
Give me a better one this time. Your sprint. I'm getting better about using the sprint. Your freeze effect lasts longer. Your cast also creates... I'll use the sprint one.
Desolation.
I have not seen the one that improves
the city of
the freeze time, so maybe I should have
once
tried
stood
it.
in solemn tribute to the fear-inducing underworld.
But I found the
king and
sprint pretty
queen,
useful the last time I had
barely
this.
stands at all.
Yet it stands in my way. Into Aphira.
Because it slows projectiles too,
Time
so it's
to
a little
break through
easier
again.
to dodge around as
Some
well.
sort of
The pathway to the docks is sealed shut by a phantasmal force.
And it's kind of
neither
good damage
mortal
if you just like
nor
drop it on
immortal
some of the
strength
stationary
can budge.
foes.
It's drawing strength from shades. What else is here?
What do we got? Ooh, we got to go get the hammer for sure. And looks like we got a lot of Poseidon ones. Let's start with the hammer, because I feel like the hammer can determine what build you want to do, because some of the effects are absolutely crap.
Another pylon.
Sort of have some stuff for special effects already, but like we can pivot, whatever.
It's no use. Ensnared.
Oh, did he damage his own allies? Oh, I forgot I had this already. I just picked it up. Alright, let's see what we get. Attack has more range, deals 50% more to distant enemies. Solid. Your Omega special gains a power shot. Okay, I did like that one. And then this one, the special bounces. I kind of want to try this one as just like it's new. But when I think about actually fighting bosses, this is the one that I had, and it was pretty good. I'm fine with the attack one as well, but since we've already got stuff for the special... Let's do... This could be good for clearing out rooms, but not the actual boss. I'm gonna do the power shot.
Shall we head back, Homer?
Worked once.
Splendid was the princess in her fight.
should check this way. You also left the replay. Okay, thank you. Thank you, guys. I will check them out.
There.
Anything else in here? No. We'll get them downloaded after this. I made lunch earlier today. I woke up early. Did my cooking. I made green curry with fish. It wasn't as good as I made a better one before. I don't know what changed. If the amount I made is different, so like the ratio is not the same, or the fish. The fish does taste different, so maybe that's part of it. But I'm gonna do Hermes first. But at least it's made, and that means after the stream. Oh, what about dinner already? Which is pretty nice. Which means maybe we can do a longer stream too. Oh no! 7 damage. Sucker. I forgot I got to get the timing right for the power shot. We also seriously need some kind of mana regen.
Gimme. Olympus has been under siege before. Normally, it's not too big a deal. But Gramps has something else in mind
Ricky,
this
what's
time.
up?
Got some individuals
Hades
here
has
pretty
been
spooked.
great. Having a great time with it. Really fun. I saw I know you were saying you missed some stuff when you did the early access last time, which will probably still happen. But I did see in their coming soon, their kind of like map layout, they did mention trying to make sure that your old save data carries over as much as possible. But there is still stuff that would probably be different. What do we want? Sprint is faster. Block 2. It might be useful, especially considering that we have the sprint for the Cyclone. So I might just by chance get to block some damage instances. Bonus damage per slain foe. We're not using attacks too much right now, so
Time to
let's
send
try
a
this.
message.
Maybe we'll get lucky. Actually, the time I did beat it, it's because I had a damage reduction talent and I lived by 2 health. So, like we said, the little numbers always add up.
Nowhere for them to go.
Aw, they were just sitting here peacefully and I just killed them all. I'm a monster. Let's do maybe Apollo next. I don't really know. We're just kind of like winging it since I don't really know the best build or anything.
Laughable.
Taking damage like a fool.
Shades, I release you.
Not very consistent with getting the timing down right. Hey,
My
Cybernet,
word,
what's up?
You reached the surface, didn't you, Sunshine? I thought your birthright meant you couldn't live up here. You were just full of surprises. So, headed this way? Let me help.
Attack, deal more damage in a large area. Standing in cast, gradually restore mana. We might need it. Your cast expands in size until they expire. This is a pretty good one. I've enjoyed having this, but we don't even have anything that makes our cast better. And we don't have enough mana. Well, actually, the regular cast doesn't need mana, but like even if we got a good one, wouldn't have it. I'm kind of thinking about this one. We could plan for the future, knowing that this will be good eventually. Nah, let's get this one. How's this compare to the first one?
Oh, good.
I think if you liked the first one, you'll like the second one.
That's that.
I think it's still early access, so I don't want to compare late game finished Hades versus early access Hades 2 too much. We got Poseidon and Demeter. We can break 3 pylons. Let's do, I think, 2 Poseidon ones and then Demeter. But it plays in a very similar way, but with new weapons, new styles. It feels like more fun stuff. Like, they kept all the fun mechanics, and if you liked Hades, but you finished it, and you beat all the stuff, and it was like, oh, I wish I could play Hades, but there was more to it. It feels like that so far. But they did add new things, such as farming and like some collection, but it's not so much that it feels like, oh, this is a whole other mechanic, I'm just here for a roguelite. It's pretty light, but fun that they have it. And there's new regions, all that stuff, still references to old things, so it doesn't feel, oh, we just completely ignored everything that we already did. So I think it's really good for where it's at right now.
He's back.
Kind of taking a lot of damage. I gotta be more careful.
Made it to the surface, little niece. Too bad we couldn't scour the place before you got here, though. We're right in the middle of a big shakeup.
Yeah, this is early access. Yeah, Mana's new. So Zagreus was more of a fighter. Melinoe is more of a witch. So she mixes attacks and spells. At the start of each encounter. The issue, this is another one that's like not that good for boss fights, but I bet it's really useful for speed runs. Double up. I don't actually love this one either, so maybe I will end up taking this one. I guess we can take it, and maybe we'll like it more than we think. Currently, though, I feel most encounters go well beyond 10 seconds, and I'd usually rather have something else. But this time, there's not really something else, so...
The time sign's back. I'll tear it apart.
Gotta be more careful.
Ghastly thing. Damn it.
Ah, I'm so stupid. I died to a zombie.
No.
Well, that sucks. Apparently worse at playing when we're on stream, guys. I keep forgetting to cast this for mana. Also, we keep messing up the timing.
Need to recharge.
having issues with this build where we don't have that much mana. And I keep running out of my cast right away. I've identified some weaknesses with this build. I don't think I was killing the tombstones enough, just like Dota.
Olympus, I accept this message.
1 health. Your attacks have splash, knockback. See some healing. We might actually need this right now. But I think that's it. It's just flat upfront value. Money, healing. It's worth more long term. We're almost dead though. I guess I gotta.
A wave of power.
That feels bad. But it is a water element, which is a new mechanic they added in. Certain boons are stronger if you have more of the same element. So at least that'll count as a water boon, even if I don't actually want it that much. November 26th to December 1st. It's probably fine. That's what? Tail end of Thanksgiving into December? I don't recall having anything set up for that time.
This is my father.
Oh, that's me? I mean, that's Hades? I didn't realize that. Not me, but like in-game family.
Incoming.
Have we blocked any damage from sprinting? I don't know if I
Message for
have
me.
since I took it.
You know, Flower, how mortals seek to be like us. Yet in so doing, they take on our ignoble qualities. Perhaps it's Lord Apollo's fault as the standard to which they aspire.
Did I offend somehow, good Lady Demeter? I know the times have been quite cruel, though why don't we direct that cruelty at our enemies, instead of heaping it upon each other here?
Duo boon? What is this? Torrential downpour. Each time you use your Omega cast in an encounter, it gets stronger, but also uses +5 magic damage per Omega cast. That's pretty interesting, but we currently have nothing for it. I don't know if it's that good. It's an email, details in Discord. Okay, thank you. Do you need me to look at it now? How urgent is it? I can go double check. But also, if you know what you want to say and all that, I total trust. You know, you don't need me to like do anything. I feel like we're kind of committed to this special casting build, but I am very interested in this duo boon.
Life or
plain old
death.
regular one.
Now to get out of here.
All right. I'll go check real quick. I'm gonna fish this. I will run ads while I double check. Oh shit, guys! I was thinking about what I was gonna do. Oh man. Let's how much money do I have? Oh, we can buy everything. Let's buy everything. I'll run some ads. I'll go check all this stuff real
I
quick,
do not care to see the glimmer of the...
and then we'll keep going.
Look forth. Dark side.
Let's try it. I don't know if I've really done that one either.
It's fortunate the underworld boatman's still plying his trade even during...
attacks have a chance to... Oh, that's so good, but I'm not... We're not doing that build. But it... I guess we're gonna take it. The others aren't that great
Apollo's
either.
light. Yes, my lord. I spoke the oath, if that is what you mean. Thus in shadow.
Oops. Ah, well. Okay, guys, give me 1 second. I'll be right back, and we'll keep going. Let me get rid of the ads in the meantime.
Polyphemus.
Don't like playing with my food.
We screwed up last time. We got it this time.
Less when my food plays with me. I'm on to that disappearing act of yours.
I am a deathless goddess of the underworld. The shadows will always take me before you will. Yet you would fight me endlessly anyway.
Oh yeah. Everybody slips up once in a while. Even you. And when you do, we'll find out just how deathless you are. Got something for you.
It kicked me.
No more mistakes.
That must have hurt.
Oh, I forgot I took that boon that I take extra damage, don't I? We should probably not be using that one as we learn new mechanics from different enemies.
Wake up down there. Where'd you go?
What? Oh, I died earlier, didn't I? Like an idiot.
Out of my town.
Oh my god, I can't believe we died to him again.
Oh, beaten by a Cyclops then. Damn it, Phrynos. I can't do this. What if I can't do this?
We can do it, Phrynos.
Where do you come? Do you remember the name Heracles? The greatest half-god hero of the surface, slayer of the Nemean lion, and so on?
Yeah, let me do this dialogue real
Really?
quick.
But I hear the other shades go on and on about him every now and then. Why do you ask?
I encountered him. He's as big as they say, that much is sure. He has such a storied past. I thought maybe you'd recall one of the tales.
Well, you thought wrong, my friend.
Sorry guys, give me 1 second. Speaking of earlier asking people talking about work and all that, trying to help ourselves along with that. Let's see. Okay, we're good. Sorry, guys. This game looked cool. Do I need to play Hades 1 to play 2? Yes and no. You can play Hades 2 perfectly fine. For the record, this is still early access. They're still working on it. Hades 2 will be its own game, but you would definitely understand more of the story and lore playing Hades 1. But I believe Hades 1 is on sale right now. And it's a completely finished game. This is still in early access. They're still working on it. So if you haven't played either of them, I would actually just recommend you play Hades 1, which is still a great game. It does not feel dated in any way whatsoever. I don't work for the company. I really like the games. But I think it's a perfectly fine game. Like it doesn't feel dated whatsoever. Great game. Play it. You get the full thing. Hopefully by the time you finish that, maybe Hades 2 will have a little bit more work in there. Although I think they're still working on it for another year plus, based on their planned out map that they mentioned. I know they have a plan to work on some stuff down the line. Like release some stuff later this year. So I don't know when the full Hades 2 game would be done. But you could definitely play Hades 1, still have a great time.
This should work.
Boof. Apologize for brutalizing the name, but thank you. I appreciate you for watching the videos. Otherwise, I'm just making the videos, speaking into the void. Thank you guys for watching them, supporting me. I am very grateful for it. Thank you. Thanks for taking the time to drop by the stream just to say hey and say thanks.
Full grown.
As you can see, you're playing Hades 2 right now, not the Dota. We did some Dota reviews earlier. I'll get that VOD up later.
Drink of the earth.
Planting. That one's not in Hades 1, unfortunately. That's a...
How was the surface? Still
Great
warm and
mechanic
welcoming,
to
I
have.
reckon? You're to be commended for even setting foot up there.
It was dreadful. The city of Aphira is completely overrun, and there's a blind Cyclops making sure no one gets out.
Well, that all sounds entirely unfortunate. Blind Cyclops, huh? That must be Polyphemus. Given that scrape myself way back. He's still going on about eating people?
He is.
Oh.
Anything else here to talk about? Still got an exclamation point over it. Oh, we can plant more things. Or this one, which I said I didn't want to do yet because I want to keep that. Okay, let's do this. Let's get more planting going.
You have it. You are required at your post, Nemesis. Or shall you take to openly defying me just as your sister does? I shudder to think what your mother would say of you two.
What would your mother say?
You have no right to invoke my mother. None of this would be happening had you fulfilled your role as handmaiden and warned her an attack was imminent.
Best watch your mouth or I shall seal it shut. You may continue dwelling on a past you were not witness to, or you may do what is expected of Nyx's daughters. Or whatever Eris is up to. Your choice.
Almost Archon, very nice. Yeah, I understand if you don't want to stick around the stream too much because you don't want this spoiled. But yeah, I appreciate you dropping by. And hopefully in the future it'll be an actual Dota stream. You can hang around. No spoilers in Dota.
Grow and flourish.
Those abs. Everyone in Hades is hot.
What is my path?
That's the community mindset. We've died. Those were 2 very short runs. Those were not my best work. Let's not use this one for now while we're still learning new enemy mechanics. What do we want to use? Let's see what the weapon is.
The aspects of the nocturnal arms.
After landing 21 attacks or specials, gain Serenity. Mega moves are 15% faster and rapidly restore. Interesting. While you have no more than 50% health, absorb your Omega Special Blast to restore 5 health. You occasionally parry, then repost. Attacks linger for 6 seconds and explode in a blast. If struck by your special... Oh, that's kind of cool. Aspect Awakenings, Gathering Tools, Nocturnal Arms. Let's see. I don't actually like this weapon all that much. I've been like trying to make it work, but I haven't really. But it's got the bonus, so why not? We'll try again. I don't know what to combine with that. I feel like I shouldn't just keep doing the Chaos boons. I feel like I should try new things, but I really like the Chaos ones. I guess I'll finish upgrading this
Very well.
one.
This one.
This was just the nightshade? The fabrics. Nah, we don't need this then.
Oh, who's that? Thank you.
Maybe I should be
Whoa.
taking this. Ah, thank you. Prime sub. Thank you. That's so kind of you. I appreciate it. Now I can better... Here, let's remove... Clearly I'm garbage. We can't handle those.
Toward the gods.
Let's learn the enemies before we try to make them harder. Thank you so much. I will
now or
use
never.
that to make another video. We will continue the cycle.
Nothing lives in the city of Aphira, and I shall keep it that way until its infestation of shambling wretches is brought to heel. Though you need not concern yourself with the details. We have someone already on the case.
I'm on the case. A sprint special deals more damage and inflicts freeze. So that's one way I've tried this weapon, is just spamming. Oh, where's this mouse? Just spamming the special, spin it around. You guys saw me try it on stream, and I continued to try that. Oh, there we go. Flex, flicks a freeze, 60 damage. The sprint cyclone again, which I do kind of like. Like this one for now, though.
Rest now, all of you.
I guess that felt okay. I mean, these were like the easiest enemies possible.
Together.
Oh, I've been hit by eyeballs. Man, Demeter loves me. We keep getting her. Mega cast deals more bonus damage and follows you. I don't really like it to follow me, actually. Your freeze effects last longer. Your attacks deal more damage. I guess we'll do freeze effects last longer. So I don't hate that it follows. It's kind of interesting, but it does require you to go close. And I think with these weapons, we're going to be trying to stay far away. So I think I'd rather just do this. Feels bad to pick a common boon over epic.
Heading in. Something's different this
In
time.
the city.
Where else can we go?
What do we got? Some Hephaestus things. Ooh, the hammer. Okay, let's go get the hammer. The hex. Hephaestus stuff. I do want the boss one, though, because those are usually the best. You get higher chance of a good one. We may die. The boss here has been kind of tough, but I guess all the more reason to be learning it.
I'll send you to your graves. Pylon sighted. One
Let's
less
see if we can get
pylon.
one good run in before we end this stream. If we feed and we breathe, then maybe we can. Alright, special kind of working out for us so far. We got anything here? Your special grows in size and deals 25% more damage the longer they're active. That could be good. Omega special creates +1 fame. Channeling it is kind of a pain. I think I'm up for this.
My flames ignite.
Try it out. They're not, I guess nothing extra here.
More.
Gotta say, my own attack is making it a little messy to see what's going on. And I think a lot of roguelites, you benefit from just trying to stay alive versus trying to do damage.
Thought you had business in the underworld, not here. Mayhap I'm just a bit out of the loop is all. You need this stuff or not?
100 armor is a bunch, actually. You take damage during your attack or special, they hit stronger. I always say this, but our goal is to not get hit. And yet, your cast deals damage 3 times in succession in a smaller area. 100 armor is temporary. They can't knock me away. Don't I usually want to be knocked away? Because doesn't that give me some impervious frames or something? Maybe not. Do I want 100 armor? Do I just want to take more damage when I get hit? I've never actually tried it, so let's see. Maybe not being knocked back is better than it. I'm currently thinking. In my head, it just doesn't seem worth it to be not knocked back and then to have temporary armor. But of course, getting the extra health is kind of nice to make sure we live longer. We've been having a bunch of failed runs, so we probably need it. Hey, thanks for the follows, guys. Sorry, I know we don't usually do those and I forget, but I appreciate it. Thank you, guys. Hades content creator. Dota.
I draw you down, O Moon.
I don't even know what
Lend
content.
me your
Actually, I
light.
do know what content would be made. I
regret
guess
our
like
meetings
best
are in
build
haste,
stuff like
and that
that.
we are unable to converse when thus we meet. Your choice.
Ooh, shall we try this? I've never gotten your Hex heals, but it's not on the very first one, which you can't upgrade. This is the first time I will get a chance to upgrade this one. I'm curious
Water.
what those options are. Let's do it.
Something nearby.
What game is this? This is Hades 2. It's a roguelike more than RPG. But there are some RPG elements to it, in a way. Because you can upgrade yourself
All gathered by
long-term
my father's
between
statue.
runs. But the majority of it is decided, like, within the run. We can do... Let's survey
What's
again
left
real
of
quick.
Ephira?
We can do... Yeah, we can just do the 3 that are right here. I think that'll be good. Oops. How you doing, mad dude? Oh my god, I got hit by 2 of his attacks in one attack. He like split into 3 and I got hit by both. There's 2 of them. Why did this guy just split? So much for our 100 armor. All I need to do is like stand back here and press triangle anyways. We're getting close. Oh my god, I keep getting hit by these guys.
Hear me, on my authority.
Your attacks, basic. After you sprint, let's try this. I've never actually used
My
this
silvers
one.
come alive.
Oh, it's so tiny.
Look carefully about.
I think I prefer the larger casts, and it wasn't doing a lot of damage, though it was a low tier boon. Maybe it's better at higher tiers, but
Look to my light nearby.
doesn't seem great right now. Oh, I forgot I took this thing.
Join me.
They play this mini game, and if you succeed, you get 30 psych. And I figure we're starting to pivot towards getting these long-term upgrades, but it does mean you can't collect fish and mine stuff and all that. But we can unlock the cards and the actual ability to use the cards, which will help in the long term. So.
One down, one to go.
I didn't think I would attack so fast.
Sweetness,
Hey,
why
Porky.
you seem entirely yourself.
Yeah, it's a
Upon
good
the
time.
surface
Have
here,
a
that
have a
is.
good night though.
I thought you couldn't tolerate
Thanks
this
for hanging
place, yet here
around.
you are, strutting across the war-torn land as though it's yours by right.
Mine by right.
Who's that? Thank you. What?
Shout out to the Z Quick Sea Boys, Z Quick Sea Girls, and everyone in between.
Severo AB, thank you. Shout out to all of them. Yes. Thank you very much. Max life. That could be good. 50% more. We're picking it up pretty early, so we'd get a chance to get more health as time goes on. Count. Yeah, let's do it.
Better.
Thank you very much.
Perish.
Alright, the downside of this build is it doesn't feel very active in terms of read their attacks, do whatever. Kind of just press it from really far away
Oh.
and hope they don't get me, you know? I think I like some of the other builds a little better. Is there a more optimal way we could do this? I guess if I charged it... Oh yeah, boosted 38% health. Let's go. Why does this one have so much and their full value? Some of the other ones we did, they're usually reduced value. This time we just got a full mana magic upgrade and full health.
Next up. Let this be a message to your lord.
Oh, I forgot it just heals me.
Count right now.
Alright, that one's better than before. We did take off some of the extra
For a few.
challenges.
In the name of Hades.
Hey, Big Snoops, what's up? What's this weapon? What's it called again? Umbral Flames. Seems to be a more ranged version. Omega attack deals more damage. Reduces. Ooh. Sprint. Do I want this? We would have to pivot though. So far, we've been upgrading our special. I think it's too. I think I have to reject. I think this would have been really good if we got it earlier though, because we could hit really hard and then charge up mana. We could get something for it. But at this point, I think we just take the Sprint Cyclone. I'm committed to just using special attacks. This is usually what the weapon does. And if you press and hold it, it charges up and hits like bigger ones.
Can't do it.
This is my special, but I picked up some boons for it, so I've been using it. It feels awkward a little though. I don't know if I really like it. What are you? What the heck? What are you doing here? That was very rude. We're actually
Just
full
a small
health.
sip. At last.
Alright, we failed here twice. do better this time. How much money do I have? Tons.
Having to pay for blessings strikes me as a bit crass. The favor of the gods only for the deepest pockets. Why, you don't even have pockets.
My dress doesn't have pockets. Your attack, screen, and blast. Oh, I do kind of like that, because you don't have to attack that often to get 200 damage, which is quite nice. Gain bonus health from your magic. That could be good. We've been dying a lot these last couple times, so being really healthy could be good. 15 armor every location is a nice buffer as well. I think I like this one, though.
Such strength.
Anvil ring. What was that? Oh, I didn't talk to Charon. I've insulted him to the greatest degree.
I had you last time, you gave me the slip. Didn't think I'd have another shot.
You'll soon have many more such shots. But you're going to fail every time, I promise you.
He's killed us twice, Melancholy.
How about you promise me the meat on your bones?
Look at my arm.
Though
I
I
don't even
get the
have any.
feeling you don't got much to offer. What I tell you?
I've been grabbed, guys. He's never done this before. Oh my god, it's so much damage. That one is so fast. That would be real fast. I've never seen this mechanic. He heals when he eats a sheep, or what was that? Was it a sheep or one of his guys?
Give me a break.
Oh, I ran into it twice.
Shouldn't have done that.
Oh my god. We're screwing up so much at the edge.
Come on, little sheep.
See that attack form.
Stay out of this, sheep.
Couldn't do it.
Some friends over for dinner.
Oh, I can't believe we died though. I should have been able to do that without dying. I don't think I like this kind of weapon.
Don't
Or like
stand in
this
my
style
way.
anyways. Maybe the other style would have been better.
A gift.
I think I prefer just the regular old melee attacks.
There is an old adage which goes, one would
never
be
doubted- I
wise
doubted it a
never
little
to
bit.
strike a sleeping cyclops, and instead carefully walk by. But at times, exceptions must be made.
I might make one of those exceptions now.
Tickles.
That's weird. You think they're like the Caboose from Zelda and they'll just beat the shit out of me in a second?
Observe nearby.
I should have used more mana back there and then healed up with my Hex before I... Because it resets every encounter, I think.
Be not afraid. Be free.
Be free. Does that one go in the fire? Not that we're done yet, but just as a heads up, tomorrow might have another stream. I haven't decided yet what we'll do and what exactly. But if there is, could be a variety stream. Might be this, might be Final Fantasy. But just wanted to give a heads up because I know I don't usually stream on Thursdays. A cat!
Here you go. It's still connected to the main fleet.
Alright, here we go. I did this once before. Immediately takes some damage. Excellent start.
Into the sea with you.
We should upgrade. I said I wanted to know what these upgrades were, so let's do it. Learning experience. I got frozen so long, so I just walked into it. Oh, I forgot I had this.
The Path of Stars.
How many? I have 7 upgrades. Oh my god. Your Hex also activates any after you take damage effects from your boons. What does that mean? After using your Hex, you gain Serenity. Omega moves are 50% faster. After you take damage. I think there are some boons where it's like you take damage and might heal, or you take damage and you apply daze to your opponent, stuff like that. So I guess that's what that is, but I don't think I even have any of that. After using your Hex, you deal 50% more damage for 5 seconds. Using fountains gives you +3 uses of your Hex, even if you still have uses left. Ooh, that seems good. Your Hex restores 50 magic. Whenever you use your Hex, you also gain gold. You can use your Hex +1 time before using a fountain. Okay, I'm interested in this. And the extra damage, but I'm wondering, maybe I should get this first. A 4th use. You get the damage, and then you can use your Hex one more time. Oh yeah, let's take that.
I walked the path. Next bearing.
So can I use it right now? No, I guess there need to be enemies. So I can use it now, and I just healed 35. Okay, so I can do that 5 more times. Currently. Immediately take all our damage back. Okay, I kind of like it as a way to heal up as we learn new things, though. I think once you know the fights and you know how to not screw yourself over, it's probably not worth it. Wow, that did a lot of damage. Oh, and it applies twice. Okay.
some driftwood.
So we should go ahead and use it. We'll die there. Let's get more health. Boy, are we sure we take a bunch of damage. Do I have a mana recovery method? Don't I? Did I not? Do I not? Really? Oh, I didn't realize.
To the next vessel.
Need some way to get mana back.
A black ship, darkest of them all, disrupts the endless fleet that hounds Olympus. Yet none dare engage with it for long, or with the fearsome captain of its spectral crew.
Night protect you, my lord. My lord, is this your ship? It is remarkable. Although I fear with all the hostile vessels everywhere that it may come to harm. Or even you. Smooth sailing all the same.
Oh, these were our coins before. I forgot.
What a bargain.
Hear me.
Because I know the
On my
current
thought
coins have Chronos on them, the symbol, and everyone here was like, ew, gross. But I was like, didn't we have these coins last time? No. You take 10% less damage and restore magic whenever you get damage. Well, here's how we could get our magic back. Armor. Attacks and special deal bonus damage to armor. That could be useful. This isn't really what I had in mind for regaining mana. I don't want to be required to take damage, even though we do take damage. So it'd be generally helpful as well as having it reduced. I think I'd rather deal with the armor a little easier.
The Forge of the Heavens.
Ooh, I don't think we've talked to anyone on this. This is new. Let's see who we're talking to.
An island? Who?
Lichen, garlic, bark of pine, dash of oil, drop of wine. Is that who I think it is?
Pardon?
Oh, well, isn't this marvelous? How you've grown, little
Circe.
miss. Do you remember Circe the Enchantress still? Huh? Oh, no matter. Not the circumstances for small talk. Show me your palms.
Of course I remember you, Madam Circe. So this is your famous island. Such a relief to be here rather than another drowned ship. I take it we're not meeting by chance?
Wise to our ways as ever. Our Lady Hecate and I decided I had best relocate for a while and survey events as near the Mountain of the Gods as possible. Then tonight within my crystals, I saw you. Now, how may we make you better?
Shrink in size so that you can move 15% faster and 15% chance to dodge. Any health effects are 25% stronger. Restore 50% health now. Randomly draw one of your active arcana and upgrade it this night. Is this worth it? We already have... Oh wait, healing effects, not max health. I was thinking if we could double up on it. But still, our Hex is the healing effect. So this might be really good as a way to restore a bunch of health. Otherwise, this could be interesting, but I don't really remember what my different... I guess we can look at it, but I don't quite remember what the different Arcana upgrades are. I feel like I'd rather do this for now. Again, we're just trying to heal and experience as many new enemies in these areas as we can. So
Marvelous.
this might... I think this would be good. Hey, little sheep. It's a cool area. I like it.
Look upon me.
Give me your psych. Guys, screwed up, guys. Ugh.
Face me. Weak.
Nice. That wasn't too bad.
The ship's helm.
Where are we going? No choice,
I'll take it from
just
here.
magic. Definitely easier to deal with armor with any of those abilities. Sometimes armor takes forever to go through as well.
One remains.
Ah! Last enemy for 12 damage. Ooh. I also forgot to use my hex, though maybe it's fine.
Steady now.
It was better this way. Save all the hexes for later. Older art. Yeah, there's. It's funny. It's just out of place a little bit, but so goes early access.
In the name of Hades.
What we got here? Oh, here's a way to get back some mana. Just sit still. Your Omega attacks, which we're not using. This one's kind of good, but I think we really need consistent mana regen, so I'm just gonna do that. Volcanic Strike went up. Cool. Every 8 seconds we get it. Alright, this is where I died last time. Let's see. Will the stream continue? Will the stream end?
Come on, really? I thought I made myself real clear with you before, but here you are like nothing happened and it's just another night.
This is just another night to me, Eris. So you stand with Kronos against the gods. So what? You're just another obstacle on my path.
Hate to break it to you, Trouble. Obstacles are things you're supposed to avoid. But in this channel, you're going to run into me every time.
We need to use all our hexes here because we're going to reset after this boss fight. Either because I died or because... we won, so...
How's this?
Ah, man. I gotta get behind the pillar. I thought I could maybe dodge it to the side a little. Ah, no! I did not get behind the
chance. I'm
pillar.
out.
See, this is where this build is like super awkward. We're just trying to hit one enemy. And she's not even large, so she's not being hit by a bunch of different stuff.
How about this? Better hide.
Get oh. All right, I guess it's dodgeable even without the pillar. Do it that time though.
Really? Damn you. I've had it.
Maybe I should just be playing around my 6-second blast.
All mine. No.
No, I had one more heal. I didn't know I was to do so much damage.
Go on home and cry.
I hate that build anyways.
No. Damn it, Eris. No making peace with one such as Eris, is there? Just isn't in her nature. This memory of all you lost.
I don't know why I keep checking this. Is that a
It
habit?
stokes your
But
want for
I've gone
vengeance
through the
even
cycle.
now.
There's no more new words.
How's it going?
Hey, where have you been? You smell. Not in a bad way necessarily, and I don't know how I can smell or remember any smell, so that is weird.
I was up top. Must be the sea air and the salt, distinct from Oceanus down below. I sailed across the waters toward Olympus on a ship.
Exciting. I was right here the whole time.
Princess.
Eris outright attacked me, just as I was approaching Mount Olympus. Who gave her the adamant rail anyway? A weapon once used to slay titans, turned against the gods.
The rail has turned against the gods before. Only the fates know its true and final purpose. But Eris has it by their own decree. Perhaps as a plaything to keep her occupied.
To keep me occupied, apparently. Makes me wonder if the fates want Kronos stopped or not. Did you and Eris ever fight like this?
Oh yes. Much as I tried to avoid it.
More of this filth.
Gameplay.
Ooh, babe, you know what? You put up more of a fight out there than I figured. The rail was so hot to the touch I could hardly stand it.
Pleased to be of
I'm
entertainment
gonna
for
come
your
back
benefit.
with a better build and I'm gonna get you.
Is that all this is to you then? You jeopardize our continued existence just for a cheap thrill?
Don't go acting like there wasn't part of you that felt a little thrill out there yourself. And now that you've had a taste, you want more, don't you?
I want you out of these crossroads, and out of my blasted path.
Too bad we can't have it all.
Anything new here? Still no.
Sister Selene. I'll have to see how much Kronos still loves his gold after all this. The good thing about traitors is their loyalties can be bought. Something for me? Fair trade. Right on time.
Got those. Tons of
Up and
talk to
strictly
this
business
time.
between you and Lord Charon, isn't it? Never seen you speak, except about his wares. At least you're providing him with gold.
You might technically have a brother, but you don't know what it's like having one around. Charon doesn't like to talk. I respect that.
Truly. He never seems to mind speaking with me in his way.
Maybe it's 'cause you're special.
I think.
See Charon's latest haul, Goddess? Shipment by the riverside. All yours. And we're watching the rivers, making certain this won't be the last.
Thanks.
Lord Charon risks aiding my efforts in such a direct way. Are we able to compensate him at all?
I'll pay him in gold.
Aye, with what gold we've gathered recently. He really means to melt down every last one of those Kronos coins we can get our hands on.
Oh, yes.
Oh, little star. During such phases, I remain unseen in the night sky and can enjoy a moment's
It'd be cool to
rest.
have all the models
So
in the
let us
game
speak
once
a
it's
little
done.
more.
Great Selene, I am honored by your presence here.
Took me a
The
little bit
task
to realize.
proceeds
At first, I
pace,
thought I was like,
think.
"Oh, the character's
Although,
hiding. They've
as
got a
you well
mask on."
know,
You
we have
know, or
much
like
left
not a
to
mask,
do.
but they've got the hood on.
I'm grateful
Ooh,
you've
who
been
are they?
watching over me.
But it's actually just a placeholder. I think it's supposed to eventually have the full
And
effect
I
there.
am grateful for the opportunity.
It'd be funny if not.
I
They're
am
all
the
just
eye
hooded
of
figures.
night, but you, I think, have come to be her sword.
Farewell till then.
Farewell.
Must be an incantation that can help.
I do want this one.
Into the pot. As ancient chaos
Clearly,
beckoned me to
I need
say,
more of the Death
"Awake, O
Defiances. We're
monument
not
of
good
night.
enough yet.
I shall obey.
And to upgrade the card to
It
get
is
another
done.
one, we need, I think, the material that I just... I think I unlocked the ability to
Let
get
me
it to a
see.
degree. Interesting. Manifest +1 shadow used for powerful incantations. So I think I can get the shadow from other ways, but looks like I could also brew them and then turn them. But that seems very inefficient because you need quite a lot. Oh, you get 5 for this. I hope that's not the only way. Besides, you can buy some from the guy. It's like 80 bones, which is also not the best way. Restore the Crossroads fishing pier. Ooh, that seems like it definitely needs to get done.
Boil bounties of the earth. Grant what I seek. So mote it be.
Moat. Oh, fishing docks. Let's go. Let's go. Ah, this was blocked before. I guess it was just waiting for
Liquid
this.
lamentation flows through the river Cocytus. Yet even in such hopeless waters, certain creatures learn to live and thrive.
I bet I can score at least
I do
1,500
sense some of
points
them
here.
want out.
Oh, there's some cats above. Please. Supergiant Games. We need a fishing scoring minigame here. You gotta. Global leaderboard of fishing. Speedrun fishing. This is the future. This is what the people want. Anyone who's bought Hades 2, put it in the feedback. Need a fishing minigame.
Ready to come out?
Plant a bunch of nightingales, I guess. Or what are these? Nightshade? Not nightingales.
Live and thrive.
Okay. I think the last thing we have to do is talk to Skelly.
Oh.
Oh?
What sorcery has touched the pitch
Ooh,
black
this thing.
stone?
This is what I just unlocked.
What say the cards this eve?
See, we need this. We need whatever that S dust is, and then 12 moon dust.
Our numbers grow, and thusly does our strength. You remained upon the surface for considerably longer than before. How was it? Any good?
War rages above. The Olympians sent Heracles himself to contain the damage. Shades of the dead
I bet Heracles
linger
is like the
everywhere.
last boss.
So, not good, all in all.
Shades of the dead. Sure sounds like more disciples we can use. Sprint into them, will ya?
Yes, sir.
Your cast lasts +3 seconds.
and erupts like your Omega cast if struck by your Omega special. Cleave cast size and damage. I do wonder, maybe we can get a better axe build.
Saw effect. This night calls for... infinite possibilities.
You can see into the pitch black stone, revealing chaos trials that influence reality as you know it. Consider the following. Chaos trials are an alternate optional way to pursue your task. Each trial equips you with a certain loadout and has other twists. Your previous loadout is always restored when you return. Note you will not find most of the usual resources on your way. Successfully clear chaos trials to earn stardust, used in the cauldron to brew powerful resources that let you unlock the potential of your Arcana cards or bond with animal familiars. Gosh. Beware the eyes. The more eyes you see, the tougher the chaos trial. New trials will be revealed as you progress. Shall we perhaps try one? Trial of Origin. Use a fleeting burst of surpassing vigor imbued by primordial chaos to cleanse the woods of Erebus. Use deadly precision and the might of the sea god Poseidon to cleanse the depths of Oceanus. Use sorceress strength and a boost from the light god Apollo, eschewing the power of the Arcana to cleanse the woods of Erebus. Let's try one.
See what needs to be done.
And then stop there. Is it like a time trial, or we just have to do it in a certain way?
Accurate usage of the pitch black standing stone enables me to temporarily emerge from my abyss, and I thank you for that. I can observe more clearly both the outcome of your trial and all else.
Your attack deals 56% damage. Your special is 86. Cast deals. What kind of weapon do I have? I've got. You channel your Omega moves faster. Regular old attack.
As expected.
Oh my god, look at my health. 620 and 1005? Holy shit.
Denied.
There's some special boon here. Will.
We've been holding our own up here against that Kronos and his forces, but there's something going on. Oh, I can feel it.
Oh, I can feel
Whatever
it.
the Titan thinks he has in store, however, I suspect that it can burn.
I'm sure we are that hog chick
Getting
clock
warmer.
tower. Let's do Hex, I guess. I got 1,000 health. Holy crap! So, what's the need of more?
I bid you shine for me again tonight.
I felt a weight drawing me toward the crossroads recently, and realized it was the pitch black stone. So then it has awakened, almost like an eye itself, but far older than mine, and peering from the infinite abyss.
They did mention to avoid eyes, but have
Please
you
make
guys
your
seen
choice.
any? I don't know what they were.
Your terrifying form.
That's wacky. I've never used that one before. Let's go get more max mana. 620 might not be enough. Dang.
All
That
is
form
possible.
seems good. impervious for 5 seconds that way too. That might be pretty good versus
Celestia
boss
gave you her
battles.
gift of flame. Normally, the old miser wants nothing to do with any of us, not even her sisters. But extraordinary times do call for extraordinary measures.
Streak. What's up? You made it just in time. We're getting very close to ending the stream. Attack deals more after remaining inactive. Yeah, Prime 120.
Life or death.
If we hadn't unlocked this, we'd already be done.
There you are again, my dear. Pity to have only met in circumstances such as these. Yet families all go through their ups and downs, yes? Let me help you help us all.
Could sacrifice a boon.
No, I don't like that. It's heroic, but I don't like this Hera cast that much. After you take damage, inflict your foe with hitch and deal damage in greater measure. Damage reflected 750. Deals more damage and inflict hitch. I wonder if there's some attacks that hit really high by bosses. It just kind of occurred to me. There's probably a combo. I don't know if you want to build this way, but you could probably level up Nasty Comeback where you're reflecting a massive amount of damage. And then, oh wait, I don't know if this would work, because it may calculate based on after reductions. So for example, there's an attack that does 999 damage, which you could then reflect 750% back. That might just one-shot bosses, but they might have health bar limits that you reach, and then that's like, oh, this is the next stage, so you can't go beyond that, right? I doubt you could just like instantly skip past a whole phase. But also, I was thinking there's a boon that reduces how much damage you can take. Some are like reduced by 3 damage, which is better with lots of small damage. But some are like, you cannot take more than 15 damage, which I used, and it won me the one run I beat on the boss. But I guess that would mean if you can only take 15 damage, you'd only reflect 15 times 7.5, which is probably not as good. But I liked the idea. For a moment in my head, it was hilarious. The ultimate blade mail. Yo, Sinister Sausages, what's up?
Be gone.
Never played, but it looks fun. It is. I don't know why I have so much health. We're trying like a challenge run thing. I don't... What is this? Is this protecting me? I don't know why it gave me this much health, but it was in unlocked mode, which is like, do this run with this build or something, and we didn't choose our items and stuff. I don't know if it meant just clear the first area, or if are we literally doing an entire run right here.
Go.
We're about to find out, because we're getting closer to the first boss, and we'll see. We have no money, so I guess we can't really go to the shop, and we can just go get more money for the future.
Hold still.
Also, having this much mana is broken. We're just sitting back here firing endlessly. Which is kind of a build I did to beat it. I had a bunch of mana regen, I just firing. I don't want your engagement. Stop trying. Whenever hitch-afflicted foes are slain, damage all other hitch-afflicted foes. Your boons become heroic, then lose rarity every 5 encounters. That's a cool concept. but only good, I guess, if you get it right before the end of a run. Dying Wish. I guess so.
By her grace.
Ooh, we haven't run into any of those yet.
Aid from 2 relatives at once.
Bless you, my dear.
Whenever you use your Omega moves while you have 100% magic, they will deal more damage. After you take damage, inflict your foes with Hitch. Your attack deals more damage and inflict Hitch. I guess I'm just all in on Hitch. Nasty comeback. And they're hit with Hitch. Or just our regular attack do more. Do this one.
Our bond renewed.
Had you grown up within your father's house, you would have learned respect.
Wait, what? She's angry with me now. Let's all just take a breath.
There need not be a strain between us, granddaughter. Forgive me. I was rash.
While you have at least 6 rocks, you cannot take more damage per hit than the limit. Oh, this is what I had. And I was going to get hit by the attack that did 999 damage. And it frickin' saved me with 2 health, and then I beat him. Omega attack goes up, but uses 10. We have so much, but I guess we can take Coarse Grit, and we just pick up 2 more rock elements at some point. Restore up to 230. Why is it so high? I don't understand. Your mega moves deal extra. I mean, I don't even know. Let's take the hammer. Although, I guess we can't get any rock-infused stuff from the hammer. There is a limit range to Hitch, which is unfortunate. Hitch is like Warlock Bonds, by the way. I was kind of like zooming over the descriptions since I saw it, but maybe you guys didn't know it. Your special fires 2 projectiles that seek foes. Your special bounces. Your specials are 20% faster and have 5 more power. I'm not really using them. I'm kind of using the charge up more. We also have the attack bonus. I forgot about the attack bonus, actually. This one. Well, let's take this one since we've never taken it. We're going to use it to complete the achievements.
Known Heck a while, and don't envy either one of you. She couldn't just send you off to deal with Gramps before you were ready. You must have hated having to wait. I know I do.
Quick buck. I thought this said quick buy for a second. You find money. While your hex is ready, you can move and strike faster. That might be kind of useful. Each time you slay a foe, deal more damage. If I don't use the hex, this is just a buff, right? Ooh, yeah, we get the star stuff here.
Come
Let's
forward. You've a particular objective to achieve here, haven't you? Seen what must be done within the facets of the pitch black stone.
Yeah.
A trial on top of a trial. This is one of the infinite possibilities that Chaos anticipated. I chose this path, but it was already there for me to find.
It's very much disquieting to know the choices that we make might all be preordained to some extent.
Gives a lot of people existential crises.
Nevertheless, Knight's will is to be done. Now the crossed flames!
in
caught out
dashing
again.
time. A fool I am.
Not very dignified. Now beware.
I feel like I don't even care what damage I'm taking. We have so much health. It doesn't even matter.
Aid me.
At ease.
Let's see if that's it. I don't really want to do a full run on this.
May all your enemies beyond succumb to you as readily. Return to Shadow now.
That's really aggressive. Moonbeam, rank up.
Stardust.
Trial cleared. Chaos observes within zone.
Return to Shadow now.
Back to reality.
Phew. Chaos trial, check. These chaos trials. We're not changing reality too much, are we, Phrenos?
Hey, what happened? You look weird or something, I don't know. We're not too long. Took someone to the woods.
No, Dora, though I don't think I can sufficiently explain. You know the pitch black stone? Turns out it can do things.
The purple rock can do things, you say? You know what? I don't even want to know the rest. Just gonna let my imagination take over for you, thanks.
Anytime?
Okay. Let's stop there. I think that's a good place. We finished the trial. Made a little progress. Don't even know anyone streaming right now. Alex is streaming. Variety to Variety. You guys play Marvel Snap? Let's go say hi to Alex. We'll go chill there. Tomorrow might have a variety stream. I don't know what it'll be. Might be Final Fantasy, maybe more Hades. We'll find out. Or maybe we'll do Dota and actually grind out the games to finish the Cavern Crawl, because it's getting kind of close to mid-May when the next act is supposed to come out. So maybe we should do that. But maybe it'll be variety. I haven't decided yet. Oh, you know, maybe we'll save the variety for when a Dota tournament's going on. Like when PGL, when's the date for that? I'll have to check. If PGL's going on, maybe that'll be the time for Final Fantasy, because people who just want to watch Dota can watch Dota. And then the like 5 of people who don't watch the Dota tournaments can watch Final Fantasy if you guys want. We'll see. But Friday we'll definitely have Dota. Thursday, tomorrow, surprise. We'll see. We'll see what I decide on. Otherwise, we'll go say hi to Alex. He does Marvel Snap streams now. Yeah, some of you remember Alex. Great guy. Fun stream to be in. If you hung around for this variety, you might enjoy that as well. Okay, guys.